All good. As this is loading day 2 of the Global Unity Summit, welcome everybody. I'm just going to ask that anyone watching, anyone that's tuning in from the very beginning this morning helps us get our reach by clicking the share button. It supports us to impact more and more lives. Our mission at Love Out Loud is to hit a critical mass of love in the world. This means 4% of the global population living love out loud, to shift a paradigm of fear to love. And, you know, Ramayan, one of our speakers yesterday, for those of you that tuned in, he was sharing that one of his teachers that he has trained under during his time in India said it only takes 100 fully awakened people to completely transform our world. And what an inspiring thought that is. Now, the fine print, as he talked us through all of the Vedic principles that he did yesterday, was awakening is not an easy journey. Awakening is a journey filled with trials and tribulations, and more often than not, significant amounts of discomfort. And I just want to preface the intent of Global Unity Summit. This summit began for the first time in 2020 during one of the most polarized times in human history. During the US election, we put our hands up and said, you know what, if we don't get comfortable having these uncomfortable conversations, we are at a serious threat on so many accounts. We're at a threat where our technological advancement, the rapid acceleration of exponential technology, isn't matching our spiritual maturity. We're at a time where politics is really seeming to not represent its people, but rather be a series of talking heads. And I think all of us have shared in these frustrations, when ultimately to fully awaken in the individual is to be able to catalyze that degree of change. And there's no amount of shortcuts, there's no amount of efforts we can pursue on the outside that's really going to override the true transformation that can take place when we come back into a place of self-responsibility and sovereignty. So Summit has what is becoming a rich history. And because of that reason, you know, the decisions that we shared with you guys yesterday around wanting to extend these conversations out is really important to us, that we don't just see this as a 3-day experience, that we're giving you an opportunity to interact. The panel we have coming up this morning is a panel that I'm personally really excited about because of my passion for community capacity building and community development. The panel is on the future of community and what that means and looks like, keeping in mind that we are moving into a time where, you know, globalization is taking hold, and yet we are these tribal beings seeking this belonging in the world, and yet so much of our experience in the West is becoming homogenous, is becoming is pushing us to conform to a system that is ultimately not conducive to feeling a real sense of individuality. The irony there is we're being pushed into individualism. So we're being faced with very unique challenges, culturally, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, politically, on all accounts. And it's these conversations that support us to come into a space, not demanding that we are right, not demanding that we've even found the answer, but rather have a discourse to give us the space to really reflect on where we're at, so that we can more mindfully move forward as a world. And so that's the reason we want to get these conversations into the eyes and ears and hearts of as many people as possible. And we can do that with your support as our community. So also feel free, the team are going to put links to our tribe Telegram, our WhatsApp, and our Facebook group. All of these places are places that you can come and hang out with us and have conversations and share your thoughts, and know that you're safe to express, and to not know the answer, to be in a period of contemplation. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our panelists this morning. I'm actually going to let them into the space as I introduce them, which was different to my approach yesterday, but I think welcoming you guys, Eliza, John, Chong, welcome into the Future Communities panel session 1. John's coming in from the UK, Eliza from Sydney, and Chong from Vietnam. Hey. So I'm going to give you guys an official introduction, but before I do that and enter the formalities of the panel, I'd love to just open the discussion today by asking generally the question so that all of our viewers can get a deeper sense of who you are and why this is important to you. What is unity? What comes to mind when you think about unity? What does that mean for you, each of you? Whoever wants to begin first.
I can jump in if you want.
John, welcome.
Thank you, Nicole. Lovely to be here. Well, I guess togetherness, really. In the UK, many of us have just been watching our football team, unfortunately, just losing in the World Cup. So there's been a whole load of sort of unity and togetherness focused on the football, and I'm just sort of 10 minutes after seeing us lose. So we'll be unified in grief kind of thing at the moment around the football in some ways. But I think it's interesting the way something like sport or something like music, like Eliza's involved in, actually is a sort of a basis for unity, for people coming together, a shared experience,
It's
which can channel,
common experience. I think that's and you know, within that, isn't it interesting too that we can have this shared experience over something, whether that be sport or music or whatever else. I know, Chong, you have really interesting views here around value systems, which I'm excited to get into. And yet we can have all these other differences and still be in this common experience. And to me, that's a really important message as it pertains to the summit itself, that despite our differences, it is possible for us to have this unified experience. So great opener, John. Thank you. Eliza.
Yeah, I second what John said. I think it was put very simply and beautifully. And yeah, in music, you know, I think music unites the entire planet. There's one thing that we all have in common. Almost all people on the planet will love or enjoy or connect with some sort of music, and others that will enjoy and connect with the same style of music. So we are all connected by one thing that, you know, moves us all in our own unique experiences, in our togetherness. And there's lots of different areas of music that we can go and be together. And so we get lots of shared experiences in different areas of music, which gives us, you know, just a greater understanding of each other. And, you know, when you listen to music from other genres, from other countries, that's really where it starts to ignite your soul, that there's so much more than what's familiar. There's all this beautiful newness that the world has to offer. And yeah, that's what I think unity is being together, but not only in what's familiar, in the unfamiliar as well.
How relevant. Thank you, Eliza. Chong.
Hey, Nick. Hey, everyone. Good to be here. Yeah, I love a question that makes me really think. So that when I hear that question, you know, I really try to define the word before I answer the question. And I think there's many levels, many layers to unity. You know, I guess the deepest layer is that unity, it feels like truth to me. The fact that the truth is that we are all one. So we are united by definition. And then there's another level of unity where there is a mental unity, where mentally are we united in some other way, whether it's united around a common idea, meaning, or a goal, or a community. So I think there are many different levels and layers of unity, and I think the biggest one, the most important one, is being united spiritually, as you know, as a human race, and also as just nature, as life itself. So that's what comes to mind. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for, I asked that question in the first ever summit to every speaker. I just realized I didn't ask it to every speaker yesterday. And what actually inspired us as a team to want to continue to do summit year on year was this consistent answer that had everyone's different flavor, different nuance, in how it was communicated. But the essence of, despite our differences, we have this capacity, and actually beyond just the capacity, it is a truth that we are unified in this present moment, irrespective of all of these differences that we think separate us. We talked yesterday about artificial barriers, the barriers that we construct, that we make up, that aren't actually on an atomic or spiritual level real: race, gender, sexuality, age, social class. And the wealth of knowledge and experience we have on this panel, I think, is really going to illuminate that and bring that to life. So I'm really grateful that the three of you, Ram is unfortunately a apology to today's panel. His voice would have been incredible as well. The co-founder of Unify, he spoke yesterday. But John, Eliza, and Chong, I know we're going to have a very robust conversation. So we're manning the stream as well. If there's questions that any viewers have today, please feel free to send them through and we'll get to them at some point in the panel. But to begin with you, John, you've worked for 30 years supporting homeless people, mainly in central London. You were the CEO of the West London Mission for 8 years, and you've been a government advisor, advising on rough sleeping for the past 4 years, living in South London with 3 teenage children. I can assume that you and your wife have your own battles of unity there. And you've written a blog for the past 12 years, which I would urge everyone to check out, which is grace.truth.blog, which explores the relationship between kindness and honesty. Based on your professional and community experience, you believe that the fusion of grace and truth is key to the human transformation and is key to human transformation and social justice. And, John, I remember on our onboarding call, this really struck me as a core, to this conversation: grace. It's so rarely talked about in general. And I've actually had these conversations with Eliza as well. So that's really exciting. But specifically when it comes to building community, 30 years working with homeless people. So often, there's a defense, when you're in a position of privilege, to not want to go to those spaces of discomfort.
Yeah.
And I know from my experience working in community, disenfranchised communities, cultivating the humility and the grace to meet someone no matter where they were at was crucial if I ever wanted to make meaningful change. So just starting there, I'd love to hear your thoughts and reflections, and how you awoken to the power of grace in your work.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. I think that word grace is it really needs sort of talking about and unpacking, because I think of things like the acceptance and the understanding and the kindness that allows you to walk towards someone and connect with someone. And a lot of the people I've been working with over that time have been very different to me. I'm from a far more middle class background than most of the people I've been working with during that time. But I think that a lot of the charities I've worked for, they're kind of established to make that connection specifically to people struggling, either sleeping on the streets or without homes in other ways. And I think that the thing about grace and the connection, you can make a connection with someone. Say you open up a centre to give out food. You can gather people together to come and receive that. That can be quite a graceful action, to give things away. But I think that the balance with truth is what can lead to more transformative activity. So I think connection, the grace, the acceptance is the first step. But to make anything transformative, you also have to be dealing in truth. So just to give you an example, yesterday I was talking to 4 guys who are sleeping in a park nearby, who are all from another country. They're from Poland. So they've come to London, and they've been coming to a community project that I run at my church to give out food. But actually, that's one step that we can connect with them on a human level. But we're having to push into like the immigration issues that they face in order to unlock the longer term change. And what's truthful? Actually, what are their real identities? Where are they with our government system in terms of unlocking their immigration issues? How are their addictions that they're struggling with? So I think this grace for me, especially with people who are so obviously struggling, obviously homeless people, I guess, are kind of an extreme form of a lot of the social exclusion that we see in all kinds of ways. It's kind of distilled. And so that connection is important, but it's coupled with this need to unlock really what's true in order to go beyond just acceptance into some transformation and change. And I think that's a tension. As anyone listening will know, with friends who've got significant troubles, it can be hard, to maintain that grace and that sort of sympathy and that acceptance of them. And I think that's where the balance with truth is so sort of important.
That's such a valuable perspective, John. And I think, as everyone can relate, that this question that maybe has existed in tension to a relationship in our lives that we've struggled with, of where's the line? At what point does this become too uncomfortable? At what point does this become a no-go zone for me? And I know one of the questions that I've often been asked in talking about love is, well, where are the lines between loving myself and loving someone else? And I've always found that question fundamentally flawed, because to have a perception of separation between those two states of being I think is where this division starts to manifest in our thinking. And yeah, I would love to hear your perspective, Eliza and Chong. I'll give a formal introduction when I direct a question specifically to you, but just on this conversation, I feel like this is an amazing place to begin.
I'll jump in. Thank you. Firstly, John, I respect your work so much. To do it for 30 years, it's just so inspiring. When you speak about truth, that resonates with me a lot. And, I think when we want to create change, when we want to take someone from somewhere to somewhere else, a lot of it is about removing certain illusions. So not really about adding, but removing. And once we remove the layers, that are illusions, then we're left with the truth. So I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. Yeah.
Eliza.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, John. I think we need to receive grace before we can give grace. I think there is an acceptance and a receiving of grace and love and kindness and forgiveness that we need to experience with our humility before we can understand its depth to give to others, before we can understand what it really is to receive, because that there is what ties that patience past what we could do without receiving it first. So I feel like it's really, if it's really got to be something that we experience receiving, so we know its value, because once you receive that, you really can understand, and that value, that understanding of its value, and understanding that it's not a self-merit thing, that I didn't go get it for myself, it's given, and it's given that way. That's where you can understand the grace of it, and then you can pass it forward, and that will provide you the patience that it takes to love people in action far longer than we are capable in our own, you know, self way. So that's just one thing I felt.
I thanks a lot. I mean, sorry, I just wanted to say I mean, that really connects to me. I think that place where you can draw on those resources, that intrinsic kind of worth, and wherever you get that from, you know, I'm a Christian, and my Christian faith, I know how central that is for me to draw on that grace in order to not get ratty or to get judgmental or to get snappy or fed up. And that's been the clue really to being involved in this work, you know, for an extended period, rather than doing it for a while and then getting fed up and sort of, you know, grouchy and, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This distinction, I think, is conceptually a very powerful thing to understand, that there's the limitation of self, right? And that's a reality for all of us. You know, we have a personality, we have a temperament, we're capable of being pushed, and you know, all of us have a limit, and that limit can change depending on our mood. You know, we're very we can be very here, there, and everywhere in ourselves. And yet this connection, whether it's faith, whether it's a connection, because I see a similar quality exist in friends that are entrepreneurs who are driven by this radical sense of higher purpose. So they exist in relationship to something bigger than them, unlocks this sense of superhumanness, you know, this ability to do what you cannot do within the confines of the self. And this idea that grace is given to us, and through that gift, we're able to unlock, you know, this power that supports us to extend ourselves beyond the personality. Just imagine for all of us to find this higher purpose in a sense of a unified world, you know, to be able to give that space to each other, to be in the imperfection, so that we can actually find harmony in that, rather than fighting each other. You know, fighting each other for who's right and who's wrong. I think even just conceptually, that's a very powerful thing to understand, you know, that the separation of self, you know, in Eastern philosophies will say that it's being able to overcome the ego, or maybe not kill the ego, but at least have enough separation from the ego that you're able to exist in a more observant space where there's room and allowance for those around you. And I know for you, Chong, you're an avid meditator, and so you're looking at this perhaps through a bit of a different lens. And I'd love to hear your perspective on the mechanics of the ways in which you cultivate capacity beyond maybe you in your limited self.
Good question. You know, personally, I don't think I've you know, place myself in as difficult of a position as John, to be honest. Like, been faced with many years of that type of really tough external experience with helping these homeless people. You know, I can imagine a lot of them are on, you know, certain substances and all that, and mental health issues. So I'm not going to pretend I have that type of firsthand experience. But for myself personally, my opportunity to go deep and to become self-aware and understand how mind work is through trading, day trading, and becoming a better trader, and then through meditation. And meditation's definitely helped me to become more aware of, I'd say definitely my emotions, my thoughts, my reactions, my triggers around certain emotions. And that's definitely helped me to create a certain level of awareness that gives me the opportunity to decide to make better decisions in difficult positions, in difficult situations. I think it's that choice, understanding that in those situations we do have a choice and not just being autopilot. I think that gives us a lot of power in whatever we do, right? For me, it was trading. And then, naturally that awareness, it made me a better person. And now I'm using those skills in building businesses and building communities, and whatever else, that requires me to be more aware in the moment, being present. Yeah. I hope that answers the question, Nick.
Absolutely. So Chong has been a professional day trader since 2009. So 13 years of experience, just to put this into a context. And what I love about this panel is all of the applications of what we're talking about have been expressed in really different ways. But what I hope, anyone watching this can receive is to be able to see yourself in any of these three individuals in the ways that they've expressed this capacity to extend beyond the self. This centralized theme of being able to do that, to me, is core to unity, right? If we can't overcome the self in some way, how are we meant to have a sense of harmony with what is around us if everything points back to us and there's no willingness to give? And I think that the irony there is, that's when we actually are at our happiest. It's when we feel our most valuable. It's when we can contribute. It's when we can, experience this experience that all of us, I think, fundamentally chase. That's why we go to sport. That's why we go to music festivals. We want to transcend. This is, I think, one of the biggest existential realities, and what can cause a crisis for people is this confinement to the self. When I started my work in mental health 12 years ago, my number one proposition was mental health is radical self-orientation. And it doesn't mean selfishness. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person or you have bad intent. It's this lack of ability in a moment or an extended series of moments for someone that's suffering chronically to not be able to overcome your own mind. And I think this is core to building community. So to give a little bit of context for your work, Chong has been a professional day trader since 2019 with a specific passion for the crypto space. Also the CEO and founder of Momi, which, all of us, Chong, are just loving watching your journey. I love out loud with Momi, a Web3 startup that's leveraging blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, and NFTs to help people live a more meaningful life. Chong is also a fellow director of the Love Out Loud Foundation. And so I just want to take a moment to give a special shout out to the work of the foundation. I too am a director on that board, and the Love Out Loud Foundation is introducing mindfulness and meditation to young people and nurturing conscious leaders of tomorrow to create a more loving and sustainable world. And what part of the problem that Chong and I identified in wanting to use the foundation as a vehicle to create and catalyze change was there's a vibrational shift that needs to happen in our thinking when it comes to the world beyond us, when it comes to how we interact with the world. We can't just apply the same thinking that has created the problem to a prospective solution and expect there to really be meaningful change occur. And so it's such an honor serving with you, Chong, in that space. And I think just to go a little bit deeper into what we're talking about, what meditation has taught you, you were a day trader for over a decade, and then you made the decision to move into entrepreneurship. But the skills that you were able to cultivate as a trader, this capacity to stay calm, stay present, not give into the irritation, not give into the impulse, all of the things that I've heard you talk about, I would very strongly and hopefully rightly assume for you, John and Eliza, in your work. I know, Eliza, you've done a lot of volunteer and community work. You're very involved with your church as well. It's a similar function, that function of, I feel maybe I don't want to do this, or this is really hard, but I'm going to cultivate the capacity to find a way, And so all of these voices are super valuable. Sorry, John.
No, I was just thinking of the way that to have an external impact, we have to do internal work. I think that's probably obviously in the history of the planet, you know, there's been so much arguing about faith and spirituality differences, but those commonalities of needing to examine yourself, go into yourself. And I was thinking of a tree a little bit, like, you know, in order for a tree to grow externally, its roots need to go down deep. And I think that's what I'm hearing in what's been said so far. You know, the world probably doesn't need more narcissistic people who, you know, whether they're business people or charity people, you know, I mean, both of them, you know, can be really unhelpful. You know, we need people who are self-aware and who do that internal work in order that what they do externally you know, doesn't damage others, and it isn't all about that ego and all these. There's so much tie-ups here.
Immense.
Yeah, it's really well said, John. It's, you know, it's so interesting that, you know, when we do the internal work, often it's because we are faced with that external stimulus that allows us to, you know, have that repetition of, you know, the opportunity to do the internal work. You know, for me, it was the external challenge of losing money all the time, being faced with the emotions, the ups and the downs every single day, you know, getting punched in the face by the market. And then I guess for yourself in a similar way with your work, that's, you know, it's, I don't know if it's ironical, but it's just like to do the internal, to show up externally, we need to do the internal work. And then to do the internal work, we use the external to help us get there. It's very fascinating.
And I'd love to hear, Eliza, more about the singing, because I guess, again, you know, it's collective, isn't it? You're together with others in a choir, but you've got this central role yourself. You know, you can't, and that individual in collective, literally in harmony, I guess. Hopefully.
Well, I feel like that the internal experience that I've had with music and teaching music is that I have received a gift, and it's such a pleasure to give it, and it's my duty to give it. It's a duty for me to share it, and it's a duty for me to show others and guide others how they can experience their own voice, and a collective voice too. So for me, everybody has a voice. It's not they don't need to find it, they've got it, and they need to be empowered to use it and to explore it. And this whole awareness thing is so relevant, because I feel like we need to question, we need to become open and question. If we start questioning what we think we know, if we start going outside what we believe we know, that's where you'll find so many new answers. Because you know, doing the work these days is kind of, even this terminology, so this whole discussion that we are having here in the West is so privileged. You know, outside of music, my husband is an Iranian refugee who is countryless still after 10 years, you know, and I've watched what's happening in Iran. I have watched what's happening with his people, with his place. And discussion of awareness or self-development, it's not even been privileged to even land upon countries, millions of people. It would be the first time they've ever even heard of the very concept. So that's what I want to bring music, this cross-cultural music experience across the world. That's why we want to expand across the countries. The first team that I hired was they were living in South Africa. They were from Zimbabwe, I believe. And they were our first coaches in the company. I was like, well, we're going to hire someone. We've got to hire somebody with something to say. And we started learning their songs in classes. They were our first coaches. And it just brought the purpose straight to the front of Singfest and what we're about. Like, We want to go there and experience who they are, how they live. And from there, that's kind of, I feel like that's the best on ground doing the work, is actually spending time with people that you may not usually find yourself around, because that will spark the inner question. And that's kind of where the self-worth, the self-discovery happens in action. It's not as easy for it to happen if you stay in your four walls. You need to get out. And that's what we can use SingFest for, is to get out and outreach to people, encourage them to sing, to do what they've always loved to do, because it just ignites your soul. It helps you connect inwards without even meaning to. Music will make you inside. It'll take you on a whole journey, whether you showed up for it or not. Like, you know, I've seen people sit down like this with that music, and they're the ones that come after, go, that was amazing. That was amazing. You would never know it. The more rigid, the more experience you are having, I guarantee it. The ones that you think aren't listening, they are.
I had an experience when I was chief executive at the West London Mission, where there's a choir. It's called the Choir with No Name, and it's a choir for people who've been homeless in London. And I got them to come and run a workshop for my staff team at our conference. And I had lots of my staff, you know, that crossed arm thing, you know. I thought a lot of them wouldn't really want to go for it, a bit quite hardened, you know, sort of people who've been working in this work for a long time. But this was facilitated so well, and it was people who experienced homelessness teaching my staff team to sing a collective song together. Oh, it was, and it did exactly what you said, and it increased that vulnerability with each other. I'd really recommend it to anyone who's running a business or anything, you know, rather than just have another PowerPoint talk, you know, get people singing together, because it's so wonderful, you know.
Yes, I agree.
So to give a little bit of background for you, Eliza Cade is a creative visionary and the founder of SingFest, which we gave a shout out to yesterday. So if you haven't already, please check out, is it singfest.co?
Yeah.
Yes, singfest.co, where you can really learn to unlock your voice, which, you know, the application of that, I personally feel extends so far beyond just being able to sing, you know, in the shower really well. Actually be able to activate your voice to change and transform the world. I see it, Eliza, so often in speaking. You know, people are afraid to share their truth, you know, and that there's a vulnerability, I'm assuming, that you would see all the time when teaching people how to sing. There's a vulnerability of, well, what if I sound bad? What if, you know, all the things that we kind of touched on yesterday. That extends to, I think, any form of self-expression that starts to etch into a potential truth inside of you, right? That there's a vulnerability that goes with that, you know, and I want to come back to that as it relates to building community. But SingFest is an online and live singing community that encourages students to empower their life through song. Amazing. You're a singer, performer, and a trainer for 22 years. So a lot of experience there. Passionate about building community through the power of music, authentic self-expression, and communal experiences. Your vision draws on a deep desire to connect people through shared experience that honors singing as a way of life. I love that. You know, like, what I would love to maybe add as a layer to this conversation is, from your collective experiences, where have we become misguided in that we've started to so radically focus on our differences over the things that really unify us? What is it inside of us that makes us vulnerable or susceptible to start focusing on those points of separation and division over actually the majority of this experience, which is shared, you know, emotional states that all of you have had very different life experiences, and in a very short amount of time, through enough self-awareness and the shared intention of this panel, have found very deep points of shared passion and commonality. And I really believe that that's true for all of us. But for some reason in our world, I think especially in the West, we've become fixated on the things that divide us.
Yeah. I was struck yesterday hearing you, Nicole, talk about polarization. I think it was maybe in the opening session, and algorithms and things that have a vested interest to promote division. And I've certainly found in my work, homelessness is a subject that can really polarize. People can simply, for example, blame the government. Now, often that's legitimate, that's often true and important. But in addition to that, there are also, it's always a mix of the political and the personal homelessness. And when things just get polarized, it just becomes unhelpful. And I mean, I think the antidote is real encounter with people. And the things that I've been involved in, so faith communities, sports, seeing things like the music, things that, how often are you spending time with people who are different to you?
Yeah.
I think if everyone was asked that question, and in England, we had this, you may know about this Brexit vote, where we voted to come out of Europe. And the shocking thing about that was how shocked people were by the result, because so many people weren't spending time with anyone who voted differently to them. So it was like an X-ray on the sort of fractured nature of our country, because people, I think maybe that one of the things about online and things is that maybe originally the liberal dream is that it will encounter all kinds of different experiences, but actually we tend to go towards echo chambers. And how we can break those and spend time with people who are different, I think is critical.
Totally. It's fascinating, right, that we've never had more capacity to hear a variance of perspective, really. And yet the acceleration of that capacity through technology is actually creating more of a surround sound for many of us to what we already believe and agree. I think that's a very interesting point of reflection.
I personally think what's happening with society and just the world, with us perceiving it in a way that we're separate and divided, goes pretty deep, and for I guess a long time, just how humans have evolved. I think over the last, I would say maybe 500, 300 years, where the system, I don't want to go too deep into a very dark scenario, but the system has done a lot to create people that have this perception that we are separate, we are divided, where that's just an illusion, that's not the truth. And if you go back and you look at historical traditions, the way that they teach the next generation about connecting to each other and the earth, and having those traditions, we don't do that anymore. Just yesterday I was taught about the idea of the female cycle with the moon, and back in the days, that was a sacred tradition. They call it like bleeding into the earth, and there was a nice quote that, like, if the women bleed together into the earth, the men don't have to bleed. Like that's just an idea of like connecting, like people being connected, or also us and the earth and nature. We don't understand that anymore. Like they don't teach that in school. So through the whole system, we literally have this perception that we are divided, we are separate. And that's just focusing more on, the physical aspect of life, and less focus on the spiritual aspect. Because when you go down the spiritual path, you start to understand we are connected, but we don't get taught that anymore at school. So I think the system is a big reason for that. And if you talk about how to change the system, I think then we come back to consciousness, awareness. How do we, change the awareness of the leaders of the world so that we can start to take steps to creating maybe an alternative system? Yeah.
Just a reminder that the system ultimately is all of us coming together and making a series of choices and building relationships. I think that can be so easily forgotten because of the amount of blame that's often projected on the system, or the system or bureaucracy being, a core reason as to why change can't occur. Just to come back to that truth, that the way you show up in any circumstance or any institution is the single most defining demonstration of leadership, the potential catalyst for change. It's within your hands to remember that you're sovereign in that way, and to continue to bring that awareness back to yourself, that you can show up differently no matter the circumstance when you have changed within. I think that's a really powerful perspective. Eliza, maybe what you see around people's vulnerability to these points of division. What is it in the inner workings of someone that even allows them to take on some of these more divisive narratives and internalize them?
Well, I think that individualism is kind of it's kind of stemmed out of feeling like confined previously. So people have latched onto this new idea of individualism, especially with the internet, that just flames the fire. And I don't think that we're on the wrong track. I think we need to both expand further into individualism to understand that no two people are the same, not one. So in terms of individualism, we actually are one of a kind. We're one make, we're one. And then it's where we work, and then it's discovering who you are as an individual and where you can be used and be purposeful and live a purposeful life, a life that you were born to live and be the person you were created to be. And I think that's just the swing. We just need to swing individualism to, okay, so now that I know that I am one of a kind, my voice is unique. That's the main message I need to teach people when they start to sing, is this comparison or trying to find where they belong vocally. Like, I sing like this person, I sing like that person. I'm like, unfortunately, you just sing like you. And you can't go and find somebody else that's going to be the same. And I was like, but right there is the beauty. That's just like that when the airplane just finishes turbulence and you just glide. Like, once you accept that your voice is only yours and there is no one to compare to, and it's needed. We need the voice. When you hear a choir, when you hear anyone sing together, you need different sounds. It's better if you ask producer, I want 100 different sounds to work with. Yes, it's like color. We're color. And it's endless. It's and there's just no voice alike. And you might be similar. You might think, oh, they sound similar, and that's great, but they're not the same. We don't think the same. One of a kind. And once you learn that everybody is one of a kind and that we don't know truly what anybody is like, then you can go, okay, cool. Now let's unite and find where I can be used and where I can be kind and purposeful to others.
Yeah. I personally, I sing like Mariah Carey,
Yes.
So that's my talent. No, but I think what you've said, I think, is so vital, because you're just talking about inner work, aren't you? Really, someone's inner acceptance, so that they can, participate externally, and I think this acceptance that we are individuals, that literally, we are not co-joined with anyone physically. We stand by ourselves, and yet we find our humanity in relationship with others.
Yes. Yes.
You know, it's that dual, because enmeshment with someone else, or codependency, or an obliteration of boundaries is not healthy either. And I think that if you look at the history of a lot of communal living experiments, they've been fraught with difficulty.
Experiment. That's a better word.
Yeah. Well, my wife and I looked into doing this when we were first married. We wanted to not conform to just a sort of a house in the suburbs and all of that. And we looked at various communal living, and I think that's, you know, it was very difficult, actually, you know, very tricky. And just, you know, I've been married, you know, 21 years, and I think the thing I've learned to keep our marriage healthy, which is obviously part of this, really, because it's a foundation for our engagement, obviously, with our children and with our community and all of this, but is to recognize the differentiation that two people, that my wife's different to me. She's always going to be different to me. We're choosing to be together, but we don't want to just become each other.
That's right.
And the acceptance of that, and instead of the sort of, I don't know, the passive aggression or the manipulation that can exist unhealthily, seems to be really important. So I think a choir, I just think it's such a metaphor, it's such a sort of image of what we're talking about, individual in harmony with the collective, you know.
I do too. That's exactly how I feel. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful to know. And what you said about like maintaining relationships with each other in community is going to be work. And I think it's always going to be work, and it's going to, you need these fundamentals to fall back, receive grace, receive mercy, receive love, receive forgiveness, and pass it on. That's how you maintain healthy communities. If you don't, we can't think that we're going to get to a place of, oh, we all just get along now all the time. It's because we're different, and that's constantly going to be present. It will always be present. But how we can sustain love in those moments and maintain health overall and in general, and understanding and boundaries, and knowing those limits is really what will make a long-term healthy community. I feel, and I want to bring that into Sing Fest as much as possible, and into the world.
Into the world, yes.
Into the big wide world.
I think there's
Nicole,
John, yes.
I just want to say what. So I don't want to talk too much, but my son used to sing this song at preschool that I always think about, and when I was looking at your materials about love, it really came back to me. And it's that song, you might know that song, "Love is something if you give it away, you end up having more." And it's a kid's, you know, it's a in some ways it's quite a basic song, but it's so interesting, and it actually contrasts, in a sense, the social capital of love with the financial capital, because it says it's just like a magic penny, hold it tight and you won't get any.
10x,
you know, but
every time you give it away.
And that lend it, spend it, you'll get loads more. And so I think the currency of love is fundamentally different to financial currencies, because it works differently. The economics are different.
Absolutely.
And Chong will know a lot more about this than me. But you know, the more you give, the more you get. The pie isn't limited. The pie can expand and grow.
Yeah. Which is why it's so important for us to have this understanding that we can transcend self, right? Because if you love someone and you see them loving someone else, like if you're a little child that hasn't learned how to separate themselves from themselves, you know, there's no objectivity. You might think in that moment, oh my goodness, like my mom or my dad is loving someone else, they might not love me anymore, you know. But that very innocent, childlike, and, you know, immature, and rightly so, perspective of the world, I think when we look at some of these mindsets and power and greed more broadly in a macro scale amongst many older people, the maturing, you know, the initiation into this way of understanding life, which is so true what you're sharing, John, that love, the law, the spiritual law of love and of value itself is ever evolving and growing. You know, scarcity is not it's not a reality, you know, in our universe. It's something that we are perceiving because we can't overcome that own ego barrier, you know. And I think so much of that is because many of us are still children. we haven't intellectually, spiritually matured to a place where we can really see that. And I think this is a beautiful segue into one of the questions the team have around future communities. Like, what are the mindsets, the beliefs that are imperative to making sure the future of our communities in the world are more altruistic, more compassionate, more filled with grace? And then a question I have to counter that, if you want to speak to this as you're answering the question, is what absolutely needs to be abolished about how we currently approach our society? You know, one of the things that comes to mind for me is punitive systems. What you're speaking to, Eliza, like to look at how people are treated in the prison system, for instance. If that's how we're treating people who are the most wounded, what does that then say about our values as a society?
Was that to me, or was that just in general?
Just open question, yeah, but would definitely love your perspective on this.
I'll ponder. I'm going to ponder.
I feel that is an example where I do think this balance. I don't want to keep going about grace and truth, but I do feel that the prison system often is just incredibly ineffective at actually creating any change. And yeah, I've spent a lot of time with people who have, in the recovery movement, you know, people emerging out of addictions, they have found a place of acceptance, one which has driven them to examine the truth about how they're living. So one authentic sign of transformation is that people don't blame the system. They kind of look at themselves. And I think society, one of the polarizing factors is, I guess, that polarization between people who want to punish and sort of lock people up and throw away the key, versus the sort of more rehabilitative aspect. And I think there's such a huge amount of work to do there to get that balance better. Almost political reality means people have to be punished to a degree, like the restriction of liberty is a punishment, and I don't think we'll get away from that necessity. But the people who can work with grace and truth within those environments and awaken a positive future is so essential. Yeah.
What if, because I think that that's a really interesting point, you know, that we can't really have a governmental or political infrastructure without there being some enforcement of punishment, meaning freedom being taken away. And I, you know, what I hear when I listen to that is ultimately, like, our sovereignty as a human being has been something that we've been given as a birthright. And yet when we act in a way that harms, you know, the world beyond us, harms other people, the spiritual truth is that affects our sovereignty. That's fundamentally the reality on a spiritual level as a human being. And so awakening is recognizing that to be fully in my sovereignty means that I treat the world beyond me and I treat myself with the utmost grace, kindness, love, compassion. And that's where we ultimately find true freedom, not freedom that's handed to us by the government, but true spiritual freedom. And what I would love to see, you know, in future communities and our future world is more of a leaning towards that spiritual truth than man needing to kind of roll up their sleeves and enforce these controls and sort of play God in a way, like I will take control of this, but rather how can we build systems that honor these existential truths so that together we're unified in that truth rather than needing to try and be the truth.
Mm. When I look at this, the prison system, it looks like it's a system that's created by a system of people that are what you called spiritual children that have yet to grow up spiritually, and they still view the world as separate and divided, and so that, you know, they're treating these people as separate to themselves, and they're not really caring about the whole and looking things from a holistic perspective and really taking care of the wounded and the hurt of the whole. So there's a lack of unity, and that's why we're really, you know, manifesting that type of behavior. Yeah.
It's a very hard thing for people to look at, right? Just circling back to the beginning of our conversation, that to really look at the most extreme manifestations of how this plays out in our world, in our reality. For instance, you know, someone being put on death row. Let's use the absolute extreme example. The level of temptation to not want to understand is so strong. To not want to really lean into how hard and difficult and painful it is to be present with where, you know, those potential actions have come from in an individual that's suffering that much. And yet, you know, how can we really transform, to your point, John, as a society, until we're willing to be with that truth, to really be with that truth, which takes a huge capacity, right? Which is where everything that's been shared in this conversation is so valuable, because all of us have a responsibility to cultivate that capacity. And I think the lack of empathy comes when we don't recognize that the absence of inner compassion, the absence of inner acceptance, the absence of inner willingness and grace will manifest as a rejection to anyone that demonstrates something that we're not willing to be present within ourselves. And it's very rarely intentional. You know, I don't think people intend to reject or dismiss, but when they don't have access to that within themselves, it is by default going to manifest that way.
I mean, I think that the challenge, though, is the depths of people's dehumanizing behavior often. So I think the role of addiction is so does the opposite of everything we're talking about. We're talking about doing inner work, human connectivity. My thinking on addictions is the more serious the addiction, the more fundamentally selfish it makes you as a person. And that's what makes it dehumanizing. If we're human in our relationships with others, then a heroin or a crack addiction can often make you ultra individual. You know, you really, at those extremes, you know, can be so detached from other people, apart from maybe others who are sharing your addiction. And I think that the boundaries there, the continue. My cousin had a heroin addiction for 20 years. And the reason I had a good relationship with him was because I had very strong boundaries with him. So we had two rules. One, that I'd never, ever lend him any money, ever. And two, that when we could speak whenever he wanted, but if he was blaming everyone else for the problems he was facing, then I'd hang up. And I said, I don't want to get completely fed up with you, because that has been the pattern. And it's that kind, that for me was love, you see.
Yeah.
Even though other people in my family were kinder, but they got fed up with him. Yeah. You know?
That's so valuable, you know, and going back to boundaries, you were speaking on boundaries before, that this capacity to be with the all, and to experience ourselves in wholeness is not the eradication of boundaries. The honoring of where you're at. I think acknowledgement actually is such a core piece to this, that it's not, if you don't have the capacity, okay, but can you at least acknowledge the truth of that situation? So I think about people with mental health experiences, the pattern that I would often see play out in dynamics and communities that I would work with is there was just a fundamental denial. This person is, in a mental illness or suicidal ideation or addiction, and those around them didn't have the capacity, but they also refused to acknowledge it. And so that the absence of acknowledgement, I believe in most instances, was actually the thing that would send the person in the position who was suffering into the greatest spiral, because they would just feel so unseen, so unheard. And that's what they couldn't reconcile. Not that people around them didn't have the capacity to help them or save them, even though that was probably a level of craving that they had. But I think the deeper thing that would send people off edges was actually just the lack of acknowledgement, that the truth was not honored or spoken in the space, and rather just sort of covered in denial. And I think that is such a powerful takeaway for anyone listening from this conversation. You may not have the grace in a moment. You may not have that level of inner capacity or have developed yourself to that place yet, but can you do what John did for his cousin and at least honor and acknowledge the truth of where things are currently at, have the courage to do that, and from that place build a solid foundation to do that work over time.
Yeah, well put.
Yeah, final reflections on that, and then maybe a closing thoughts around future of communities in our world.
Okay. There's not much time left, but I take a very practical approach on this. I think communities, the reason they come together is for a common idea, a goal, or to mutually benefit in some way or another. So I think those dynamics really need to be there for a successful community to sustain itself and to flourish. Yeah.
I feel like with what we were just talking on a little bit just over the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just access to resources is really important to be able to learn, because John has the wisdom of how, because of his life experience of how to have a boundary, what a boundary is, what it would look like in that situation. So just access to general resources in every language, not just in English, is critical, because we have so many relationships now that are cross-cultural, and we need resources. Like every time I'm trying to get my husband a book, an Iranian book on self-development, like if you find one, send it. Like when we are just plethora of information and resources, we need to get these things translated to every language. We need to provide just resources for people who do want to grow but don't have anyone around them speaking this way. This is ESL, and they kind of picked up 20% of what we're talking about, and 80% they're not sure. But that kind of understanding that to really outreach to, it needs to be globally outreached, and find and help the equality of that development, so that the native English speakers don't just go up again with all of this privilege and knowledge and resources, and we don't take care of our brothers and sisters that so far still have not had that equality with us. So I feel like also making sure that we pick up the brothers and sisters from our positions of honor and privilege and care to make sure that we grow together is critical, or we're just going to keep these societal separation and division. It's just, I think we need to be super, super aware and really provide resources for everybody. And the second thing I just thought of when we're talking about people's experiences in prisons. And I mean, other than, yeah, I don't agree with the way that it's been done, like in terms of like, oh, I'm not doing well, lock me in a cell for 24 hours a day, very small if you can. Like through COVID, I think we all understand that locking us in four corners, four walls is not good for anyone. But I feel like, you know, my husband once just kind of spoke to me like this, and never really leave me. To become a diamond, to become a shiny, perfect, beautiful diamond, we need to go through a lot of crushing, a lot of pain. Ouch, it hurts. But that's the process to become beautiful. And that's the way that we're designed. And sometimes we're designed to sit in discomfort, and we are allowed to feel alone. We are allowed to feel that pain, because in pain, when you can escape a quick pain with things like addiction, bang, stops the growth. But when that is taken from you and there is nothing that you can do, then surrender. And then after that surrender, there's resources for you to be loved and cared for after you can surrender to your circumstances. Open the questions. So this is kind of like this journey to becoming these diamonds. And I believe everybody can become that. And I think, you know, we need to keep that in the forefront of our minds, that no matter where somebody's at, they have an incredible potential to live out their absolute most beautiful God-given lives, if we can support them well and use what we can do, to help them get
there. So much hope. In what a beautiful way to end this panel. Thank you, Eliza. There's so much hope in that message, you know. And I think if we zoom that out and we think about what we've been through as a world, you know, and the realities are that humans are not yet beyond war and and violence, and we haven't evolved yet beyond that, and yet inside of us is this incredible amount of spirit and humanity and love and compassion. That's at our core. That's the diamond at the core of what we are. I think, at least, you know, this community, the Love Out Loud community, believe that, because it's what unifies us. It's definitely what I've noticed in my work with people, even in the most extreme situations where someone is at their most volatile and violent. It's really interesting as a facilitator, and I'm assuming, you know, in your own ways, all of you have seen versions of this. There's this screaming for love in that, and it's been misguided and it's been misapplied. But at the core, I think when you see that human vulnerability, when someone looks like the biggest monster, they're actually the most fragile. You know, and otherwise there'd be no need to defend and be that volatile. What a powerful to understand as we evolve, you know, into the diamond that we're becoming as a world and a civilization and a society, to remember that this is actually a part of the process. I love that, Eliza, like we're designed to go through that pain, because without it, you know, we don't learn these things. We don't learn grace. We don't learn humility. Can you, whoever's listening to this, think about maybe your own struggles and pain through a different lens in taking on some of that wisdom, and see that as the path of awakening, rather than something that's taken you away from your potential, something that you can use to really actualize your potential.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more thing that's coming to me, is that as long as you have breath, you have hope. And if you're at an age where you think it's too late for you, it's absolutely not. My oldest singing student was 92. His name was Jim, and I had to call him every week because he has Alzheimer's, to remind him that he takes singing lessons. And every time he comes, I had to tell him where we were, and he would walk down, he'd somehow get there. I'd remind him who I am, and we'd sing Elvis Presley, and he would mostly talk my ear off and do a bit of singing. And he says, I want to become the best singer I can be. 92 is when he started his lessons. It is, and that's just singing, but it is never too late to surrender and to accept that you have come out the other side, because you're having these thoughts in general, and to celebrate and to allow your transformation, because we see you. Yeah, that's it. It's never too late. As long as you're breathing, you have hope.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
good.
And I think the need for love is such a great mission that you're pursuing here. And I think this conversation for me, within this diversity of experiences and cultures and countries, I feel this relationship between this grace that we can receive externally, that is sort of an objective grace, is something that we can share, and that drives us towards a truthfulness. And then the greatest truth is that there's grace and there's more love. And I think there's that circular positive cycle. I feel that we can do with those around us, close to us, next door neighbours, and then, you know, in our communities, in our countries, and hopefully as wide as possible. But I feel love fundamentally is a fusion of that grace and that truth.
I couldn't agree more. I've loved this conversation. Thank you, all three of you. I just want to give a shout out to Momi.io, Chong's startup, singfest.co, Eliza's amazing tech startup, and John. I'm going to shout out your blog, but if there's anything else that we can support you with the community, please let us know. grace.truth.blog. And yeah, is there any other initiatives that you're involved with that you would love our community to know about?
Oh, thanks so much. I think that yeah, it's grace.truth.blog. You know, that there's lots of different stuff that I talk about there, and it's just been really great to meet you, Chong and Eliza, and thanks, Nicole, for inviting me to be part of it.
Of course, thank you all. Please stay tuned and stick around. We have Adam Mcinnis coming up next, a very incredible music producer who's going to be talking about his experiences in Hollywood. And the power of healing through music as well. So I think you're going to find some bit of a soul brother in Adam there, Eliza. So yeah, stick around and stay tuned. And we love you and thank you. We're so grateful for your time this morning, especially Chong, 4 a.m. where you are, I think. So you're a legend.
Pleasure.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just as these guys jump off, Love Out Loud's creative director, Eliza James, is going to be joining Adam Mcinnis. I'm going to let them in right now before I give a formal introduction. Welcome to the Global Unity Summit, Adam, Eliza. What's up? What's up?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, Adam. Hey, Eliza. Hey.
Hey, so good to jump back in.
Of course. Adam, how's it going today?
So far, so good. There's zero complaints. Just got done with a 1.5-hour massage, and now we are here.
What an amazing way to enter the summit. Unify the body, unify the breath.
Yeah, even my eyes right now are still, I think from the release of all the toxins, they're like blurry a little bit.
We're far enough away that we can't see that.
Yeah.
So looking sharp.
Yeah.
It's looking great.
Awesome.
Adam, I haven't given you your formal introduction yet, and you're of course so amazing that I would love to let all our viewers know right now all of the incredible things you've achieved as we enter into this very important conversation. So Adam Mcinnis is a 5-time award-winning songwriter, producer, and film composer, the founder of the Billboard 500 Club, private membership for musicians, artists, and rising industry executives. Most of all, Billboard 500 is a worldwide network for emerging artists to collaborate, support each other, and find exposure, not just to high-level opportunities, but to the measurable impact of their role in our world as people who lay the soundtrack of our era. So good, brother. Whilst you might recognize Adam's music from chart-hitting pop songs and major films like Fast and Furious, Batwoman, and more, Adam has another plan for the future of music and a bigger understanding of how it's driving our future. We're about to get a fascinating peek into your world, Adam, learn why you're so dedicated to not just producing blockbuster hits, but to using music and reshaping our music industry to heal conflict and shift our world from fear to love. What an amazing mission. What an aligned mission. Can I just, can
I guess
just
that's why I'm here talking to you.
That's
to
right.
You all. This is good.
And we're so great.
It's because like frequency connects itself. So frequency is more than just sound. It's the resonance that comes out of each of us. So when we say things like this, like we're here together, it's because we're riding a similar frequency.
Amen.
Literally, from a physics standpoint, this is what really excites me. Yeah, you know, Nicole, when I first met you, it was shortly after that when I found out that you are also a musician and I heard your music, I was like, oh, I've got to introduce these two, because the movement that's underneath your music and how you go about it and your why is so aligned. And to just have these powerhouses and my same eye view is so exciting to me. So I'm really, really excited to be able to share a little bit about Adam's world, which blew me away when I first really got to hear your story, Adam. And to be able to share that with our audiences and open some minds, hopefully, to a new way to listen and create music.
Well, I'm here. You let me know what I can be of service with.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and to formally introduce Edika, I mean, you guys met the whole team yesterday, but just a refresher for anyone that wasn't live with us. And Edika, I'd love you to share a bit about your background as well. But Edika is a creative director of In Truth and Love Out Loud, the mastermind behind our new site, all of the creatives that you see. Edika's amazing finesse and work. Experiential artists, I believe, is the title that you feel most connected to, which I think rings so true to what we're bringing to life, you know, right now through these conversations. Edika is the manager of the Love Out Loud podcast, which we're relaunching, by the way. A special shout out, I know Sam is watching this stream right now. The global affair is the relaunch of the podcast, with a very similar intent to the summit series, to have these sorts of conversations. So Edika is going to be taking over and interviewing Adam. These two have a rich history of friendship, and I personally am super excited to actually get to enjoy and listen to the wisdom that I know is going to be transmitted through this session. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Edika, but I just want to say, Adam, we're so grateful. And I'm personally so excited to hear someone in the music industry who has reached the top, you know, got all the merits that someone pursuing the Hollywood dream could ever dream of having. And within that, have stayed true to far more altruistic and humanitarian vision for what music can really bring our world. And, you know, as someone that's very passionate about music myself, a personal thank you, but on behalf of the world and specifically the Love Out Loud community, thank you for doing the work that you do. And thank you for sharing in advance all of the wisdom I know you're going to share today. So much love.
Thank you. That was extremely sweet. I really appreciate that. Like, when I say sweet, I'm talking about dulce, like true richness in the flavor. So I really appreciate that very much.
Yeah, brother.
Thank you.
So excited. Thank you, Nicole. Adam, I just want to say first off too, after, you know, besides echoing everything that Nicole just said, one of the things that I appreciate so deeply about how you go about what you're doing is that you're really making a change. And there's a lot of people that I have been connected with that have been deep inside the music and the media industry who have been angry and bitter. And I've heard a lot about what's not working, but I haven't seen anybody so in action towards what is the new possibility of what the music and media industry can look like, and actually addressing that art and music is one of the most pivotal turning points of our world, and helping musicians recognize that in themselves. So
yeah. Well, I mean, just to piggyback off what you're saying, a lot of what happens, I believe, I'm going to call it programming. I'm only going to call it programming because if you look at it, it's called a radio program, a TV program, and then it programs the individuals that are in front of it. And there's certain words that people tend to not question they just repeat over time because they hear them so much. And one of them is called entertainment. But if you look at that word, it also means entrainment. And it's kind of hidden in there, where if you repeat something enough, people start to believe it without questioning it if no one else has taken the time to say, wait a second. And there's this sort of quote or statistics that there's, I think it's like 80% of people in the world are followers, 15% of the world are leaders, and 5% of the world are observers. And those who are observers tend to be able to see the things that have cracks in the system. And the observers are also considered visionaries. So when they see something, we move differently and we think differently. And most likely we're met with people not agreeing because they're programmed not to. So since we're talking about the music industry, I think it's really interesting how if you really ask someone what the lyrics are to certain songs, a lot of people don't know all the lyrics. And if you say to someone, if you were to remove the music and just repeat lyrics of some of the songs on, say, like the Billboard charts, and like read them to your kid as like a going to bed book, so many people would say no. But why do they allow it when there's a beat behind it? So there's this convergence of feeling, quote unquote, free, like, well, everything should be free and everything should be open, and we shouldn't feel like this is negative and we should be okay to this because it's just art. But if you tell someone, cool, read that art to your child, just you read it to your child, and all of a sudden everyone stops and goes, wait, no. Well, we have to come to a place and go, okay, then is this really entertainment or is this entrainment? And I think a lot of times those conversations aren't really had because the ego knows they'll make someone feel uncomfortable because they'll have to take accountability for what they've been putting into their own body and allowing to be put in their body. And most people think putting into their body is something physical. We're still in that part of awareness that the majority of even conscious people haven't come to the realization that what they put into their body comes at all 5 of the senses that are visible, but then let's say another sense as well, like their sixth sense, like their intuition, and they think putting in their body is just food. Right. So anything drink, but like mentally and verbally, like audio, like these things are very powerful. And if you look at movies, most people probably have seen their favorite movie, like their favorite movie 20 times, like tops, but they probably heard a song 500 times. So the level and the power of what a song can do into that training process is something that movies, even though have an impactful way, and TV shows can, there's that big of a separation. It's the repetition. And we are a species that learns from repetition and impact. So we learn from shock and we learn from repetition. Mm-hmm. When you put those two into a pill, it gets really, really powerful.
Shock and repetition. That's so interesting because that really aligns so much with how a lot of like impact art really works. Is it starts with a pattern interrupt that catches people's attention, and then it literally will insert something into our being. So instead of what am I putting into my body, what am I putting into my being is a very relevant question right now. And, we hear about awareness and people practicing awareness and awareness apps. But I think the biggest thing that I'm hearing you talk about is the fact that it's critical for people to realize now that one of the superpowers of all human beings that we are born with is the power to learn. We are incredible learners, and we can even do it when we don't know what's happening. So what we are putting into our being is programming us, and unless we are aware of it, and then we can witness it.
Yes, and that part of witnessing, it's interesting because I can only tell you how I've seen people be able to access that. Some people have experiences, meditation, medicines. They have maybe a good friend that they can listen to, can pull them out of something, a mentor sometimes. But it's rare when someone's in the program that they actually know that they're in it. Mm-hmm. And so when these things are brought up, a lot of times people say it goes over their head, but it actually doesn't go over their head. It goes in, it's just filtered out very quickly because it doesn't serve where their ego is at. So there's that power of the witnessing part of, you actually have to be able to hold a mirror in front of yourself. That's the witness, is the reflection. So I actually do a thing with my musicians. So I host private retreats out here in Costa Rica, where I get to actually sit one-on-one with some musicians who are extremely talented people. And I do a thing called a soul talk. And I've noticed during the soul talk that I've seen the biggest changes of people on a one-to-one basis comes from these conversations. And they're very short conversations, so probably only last 15 minutes.
Wow.
But I've seen people do what I would say therapists have been trying to do for sometimes 15 years. And I've seen them unwind themselves. And they'll tell me, they'll say, I've been to therapy for 15 years. I've been in and out and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, what happened just right now was more impactful than all that time. And
Wow.
Part of it, and I'm going deeper into it, but I think part of it is that a lot of therapists don't use the mirror effect and holding someone truly accountable for those things, because their job is really just to listen and then to give small advisements and judge and like small movements, but not to like have clear reflection points. And with soul talks, you can't run from your soul. So you kind of get in a place where the mirror is as clear as it can be. And I've seen people literally in not less than 2 minutes just start crying. And it's just from asking certain questions, because, and this is like another deeper conversation we get to another time, but it's almost like the soul is always trying to come forward to actually live an awakened life. But the society and the programming holds that part of them down. So they get really good at masking. It gets great at masking itself.
Mhm.
And if you can allow it to come forward, which it wants to, and allow it to shed the ego, which is basically holding it captive a lot of times, when it comes forward in these soul talks, it's extremely beautiful. And it's probably one of the most honest things that the person can do, is when they actually come forward and hear themselves speak for the first time and go, wow, I've been wanting to say it for years and I just never have. It's like, yeah, you've been holding it captive, you know.
Amazing. The work I've heard you share that you're doing in Nosara in Costa Rica is profound, and it makes sense to me. I'd love to bookmark Soul Talks for whatever you are able to share in this special formula, but that raises a really great question. Why did you move your recording studios from Los Angeles to Costa Rica? Did it have anything to do with the space that you were able to work with musicians in? What was the impetus for that?
Well, my first question is this conversation recorded or is it live right now? Is this going to be re-edited or is this going to be given as such?
We are live, and it can be re-edited, but we are live. Yeah. I know there's only so many things that can actually be shared once you're inside the industry.
Exactly. That's
but
why
I
I'm
have to
asking.
ask the question.
Yeah.
Whether you can share.
So the reason why I left the States in the first place is because I would come to Costa Rica as a way to recharge once a year. This was sort of like a battery pack. And I've been doing that for about 10 years. And I noticed whenever I came here and I spent around a month, the way you process information starts to change and gets back in alignment with how you were supposed to be. Like it's like a reset button. What I mean by that is living in major cities, which I've always lived in major cities for music, Los Angeles and New York and Austin and Florida. Like I've always lived in major cities. You get used to the constant static. For instance, I used to always fall asleep with the TV on because I was used to hearing sirens from growing up in New York, and I would hear sirens all the time. So I got used to hearing people outside the window and yelling and fighting and sirens and just the bustle of the city. And so I got so used to it, and I just always assumed, oh, well, I'm from New York. That's why. And that's just part of, but what it was actually doing, it was training the amount of static that I was becoming comfortable with. And then what I noticed when I came to major cities, and I would always notice this when I came back. So this is something that anyone can see when you've been to a place that has no real agenda. When there's no capital agenda, and then you go back into a place that does, you see it instantly. You get off the plane And I'm just going to tell you what you'll see. You're going to notice that people travel in name brand tribes. If the father has on a Nike shirt, the wife has on a Nike hat, the child has on Nike sneakers. So I started taking pictures of this. I have a full catalog of like 300 pictures of people, and you can see that they travel in these packs. If they have on Michael Jordan symbol, the other person has Michael Jordan symbol, another person has Michael Jordan symbol. Someone has on Gucci, someone else has on Gucci, someone else has on Prada. If it's a name brand city, if it's a name brand tribe, they travel with name brands, and they even travel with the same colors. That's what gets even fascinating. If someone has on a gray hat and a gray shirt, she has on gray pants and gray shoes. The little kid has, they all travel within colors and brands.
What a fascinating thing to play with for listeners to go about the next week and just observe and see if there's any patterns like that.
Next time we travel, I tend to notice it's when people travel together. So planes, like anytime you're in an airport, just look at how people are in their lines and look at who the families are, and you'll see these things. So that's the first thing I started noticing. The second thing I started noticing was the sexual manipulation that they post with big, large heads of women. So when you walk into an airport, it's a lot of beautiful women, but their heads are enlarged. So like it's like a 15-foot head, almost like if you're walking to a palace, you would see these massive statues, but all the faces are looking at you with seductive eyes. And they're selling a product, but you never see men. There's no male figures. It's female figures that are all selling makeup and hair products and different experiences, but a lot of it is very focused on how do we give you a very seductive look in the mouth, in the face, in the eyes, and the heads are magnified like massive levels so you can see it. So start noticing that. I started noticing that a lot of the people were always staring at their phones, and they had their kids on their phones too. So they're using their phones as pacifiers for the children. And so you would see a line of people all staring down. And when you start to look at it, it looks like a very interesting, like futuristic robots where no one's really aware of what's even going around them. And similar to, I don't know if you ever remember calling, or if you ever called a child's name when they're playing a video game, they're so in a state of trance that they actually can't hear you. And so I called him like 5 times. They actually can't hear you, because when you go into a state of hypnosis, if you've ever been in a state of hypnosis, voices sound very distant. And so that's what's happening, is the only people are going into a state of hypnosis. So I would notice that every time I came back, and I'd be fully charged, because when you're in the jungle, your perception of your how you hear increases, because you hear sounds across the jungle. So when someone's beating a drum, boom, 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 and I hear that 2 miles away, you're able to have senses that aren't used when you're in a major city, because in a major city there's sounds coming from everywhere.
Yep.
And then when you're having food that's natural, so you're removing all those sugars and you actually have really natural food, you start to realize the food tastes better when it's coming right from the ground, and there's a different flavor profile. When you start to meet other people who are like yourself, going to sleep with circadian rhythm, when the sun goes down, when the sun comes up, and you're all kind of waking up with the world together, and you're not waking up under a stressful way because there's nothing that you have to do. It's that you're waking up in a day to live another good day of life. There's this pattern that starts to repeat itself and ingrain itself into the individual. Now, there's a lot of other things I can get into. I'm talking about the levels of oxygen from the trees, because you're actually in the middle of the trees, or in the middle of the jungle, which I talk to some people and they'll say, I was like, how was your day? And they're like, oh, it was so good. I got a chance to go to the park and walk my dog. And that was a good day that they got to get on trees. Like, that's how far we've come from nature, is that's a good day to be around trees. So when all these things come together, you also have the salt water that's toxifying your skin, and you're able to the sun, you have tons of vitamin D. I started to notice that all those things combined create like an energy recharging pack. And then I would go back into the city and I would see all those things. And each time I would come back, they would increase. So I would see a couple kids on their phones one point, and a couple, large faces, and a couple of this. Every year I go back, it would become more and more. And I'm like, wow, it's increasing, because it runs by a capital society. It's making money from them. So it's only going to keep on increasing. Out here, there's no sales. You don't see signs for 50% off while you're driving on the street. There's nothing constantly bombarding you to buy something. So when you're not focused on being a buyer, you actually get a chance to breathe. Because right now, everyone's trying to sell to you from every angle. Every single angle, from the minute you step out of your house, you're being sold something. When you remove that information coming at you, that static, your brain gets to process and gets to remove things. So I've seen people who were addicts of some sort, like heroin addicts, crack addicts, cocaine addicts, alcoholics. They've come here, and usually on their own accord, within 1 year, they're no longer an addict. And it has nothing to do with the fact of do they have access to these things? Because you can find access to anything. It's the fact that a lot of people that I tend to notice in first world countries that have addictions are really just masking things that were heavy processing, not even masking traumas. It might have started as a trauma, but it became a way to constantly process the overuse of their brain power. So when they did that drug, their brain finally could shut off, and they would go, "Oh, I don't have to think anymore." And then the harder the drug, or the more disassociated they came from themselves, like, I get to let loose when I do X, Y, and Z. It's because their brain is over processing things that it's not meant to process. The human brain was not developed this way. Nothing else in history has had to work on this many processes. There's no computer that works like our brain. So I started to notice that people were removing addictions without having to do anything really, but just live a normal life. And so, yeah, when you're asking questions about like why, the thing for me also was the kicker on top of it for the music side is I asked a very simple question to many people and no one had the answer. So I realized I had to go on the hunt for what the answer was. And the question was, when a farmer is planting his seeds or her seeds into the soil, and then selling that to people that they say they care for, their community. If there's a pesticide that's in that soil or that's being put on that soil, is it important for the farmer to know, A, that it's happening, and B, what it could do to the people it's giving its food to? And if the answer is yes, the farmer's responsible. And the same thing goes for musicians, because music is a frequency. So if we're giving music to people we say we love, these people who are our fans, yet the farmer or the creator is putting in frequencies that are poisonous, then it's time that we rethink that model, because we can see that the people listening to them are becoming poisoned. And we can see the people listening to it are destructing, and there's like a self-destructive button that's happening. So when I started to bring musicians out here, we'd hold these retreats where it was just make music that you get connected to. I started noticing the musicians would say the same thing. Like, this is some of the best music I've ever made in my life. And I realized why. It's because several reasons, but one of the main ones is that when we record music usually with an agenda and usually in a box. It's usually in a studio that has padded walls and has no light coming in.
A literal box.
It's literally a box. We're literally creating it in a box. So what happens is, if you're really stressed out, you're putting your stress into a microphone that can capture your stress frequency at the highest level possible with inside of a box with an agenda to sell that to other people. Now,
This
when
is
you break down
fascinating, especially considering that as musicians rise, in particular, the amount that they're dealing with on a daily basis, the social pressure, the visibility, trying to keep up with even knowing who they are, that's a tremendous amount of stress, and it does carry in our voice. We have a lot of research on this.
it's resonating. It's a resonating frequency. It's literally in the way they speak. It's how people sing. So when people come out here, like, I'll show you the view from the studio, but this is the studio behind us. But this is what they get to record while they're looking.
Oh, that's music right there.
So what happens is, when you take amazing musicians, give them this to reflect off of, don't put them in a box, have a few weeks of eating natural foods, making their ears go back to being restored where they can hear the finest details and they're not being over processed. And you start to relieve the central nervous system, and then they get to use their voice again. That frequency going into the soil, into their fans, well, that's a whole different thing. And so that's my main goal, is to reconstruct the equation of how we've been doing music over probably like, how this industry has been changing it now lately. Because and I think in the future people will realize this. It's just that I'm probably one of the ones on the cusp when it comes to mainstream industry taking a stop to say, wait a second, we should probably think about this before this goes too far.
Yeah. I really love that you actually just referred to fans as soil, meaning like this is where ideas are fertilized. This is where the fruits of humanity are fertilized, and that we are all seeds and soil. This is a really powerful message to bring recording artists. And I imagine that this is an interesting tension between wanting to be successful, needing to make something that humans are expecting to hear, or that does entrance them in a certain way, and putting out content that really nourishes humans. So, one question I actually have, you recently won 2022 Song of the Year for co-producing and co-writing Next Level at the Korean Pop Awards. This has, at the time that I looked at it, over 250 million views, probably more at this point. What was that like to create a song like that? Can you tell us a little bit about the controversy around that song, and what was it like to create something that impacted that many people?
The interesting controversy about the song, it starts a few years ago, probably 5 years ago. I told one of my close friends who is a very respected executive, and I told them that I had a formula to writing hit songs. And they told me that that's impossible, that there is no formula. And I said, I can prove it. So there is what's the best way of saying it? There's a sacred geometry that's in all hit songs. It's embedded there. Most people, if I point it out, will then have this major aha moment. Like even the average person, if I was to point it out, would go, oh my God, it's been there. And I'd say, go through all the songs you love now. You're going to see in everything. But a lot of people who work in the music industry, because it's not known knowledge, and this is what I teach to my mentees, I teach them the sacred geometry that's embedded in all music. So that way they can be conscious about how they want to create, and they can create knowing that it will impact their listeners in a positive way. Because I think what happens is, let's say someone is a conscious artist, and when I say conscious, just aware of their intentions of what they want to put into the world. And I think all of us musicians, I can't speak for everyone, I can just say what I went through is when I first listened to music, I was inspired by other musicians. But then as you get to the age to where you create music, the industry has changed from when you listen to music. So if I tried to do a song similar to what I heard growing up, people would be like, oh, that's dated. So the whole point of evolving usually has to do with the production of the song and the lyrics. So if you go back to Boys to Men just 20 plus years ago, they were like, I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I'll hold you tight. Those lyrics would never work on today's radio. Today, it's like, drop it on the floor, let's throw money in the air. And it's a totally different thing now. So these things that I grew up passionate about listening to, you can't recreate them. People won't even hear it anymore because they find it as being dated. That being said, there are, like when I say geometry, it's down to rhythm. And when I say geometry, I'm literally talking about numbers. It's a number system that's within all hit songs. Since I figured this out, I started to put this in all of the songs I was making, and it becomes second nature after a while. And I knew that over time, it was just a matter of time that something would become, let's say, surpass a lot of the other ones. And that's what always happens. There's a friend that I had out here who's a Grammy Award winner. He wrote the song Love Don't Cost a Thing for J-Lo. And I asked him, how many of your songs, because he's an amazing songwriter. So I said, how many of your songs become big hits? Even now that you have your network, you have a team, you have all these things. And he said, usually 1 out of 50. And so I thought, okay, if 1 out of 50 for him with his big songs still takes it to become a hit, then I give myself up to 100 songs. If I gave myself up to 100 songs, I'd probably have that song in there amongst other ones that would place. And that's literally exactly what happened. So for me, I'm very, I'm very process driven because I believe that you can replicate things, you can reverse engineer things, but it's about getting to the nuanced level to truly understand how that thing works. Otherwise, you're just kind of reverse engineering the outer layer, outer shell. You actually have to understand how the egg is created, and then you can reverse engineer something, and you can see the fruits of that kind of come back. So that's that part. Now, as far as impact, to be honest, it's one of those things that's really strange because nothing changes. I think a lot of people in the music industry, at least me coming forward in the industry, always thought, well, when you get something really big, then your life changes. And if anything, it's more of like a validation of the things that I was saying that I was able to do. If I was, even to myself, like, it's validated. So I said this would happen. I used the process works.
Didn't that song get banned because it was too catchy?
Yeah.
Like, really?
So they banned it in certain countries because kids weren't able to study during their final exams. So, because it was running in their heads.
Wow.
I think it's the first song I've ever heard that's ever happened to.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So again, there's some interesting parts to that. Now, the interesting thing about that song, I'll be honest, is that there's several things in that song that happen that shake the listener. There's 2 key changes in that song. And those 2 key changes were brought by the Korean producer who was involved in this. And that's what also took the song to like this quote unquote next level. It changed it in a way that it sounds like nothing else. So it was a mixture of us and a mixture of him, and then coming together with this group that's amazing, aespa, who's kind of like the Destiny's Child of K-pop right now. So all those elements had to be combined. It's not just about a song, but I will say, once again, the geometry in the song has to be the foundation for all those other things to then stand upon.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, I will never look at the word programming the same since these conversations. It literally is programming. How does seeing what you're calling like the sacred geometry of music and how it affects us, how does it affect how you hear music and experience it yourself?
Well, I'm aware of it. So it's kind of like when you watch a movie and you're a script writer, you know when someone's using like a foreshadowing moment. You're like, okay, that's me back and later on in the movie, because you know how it's written. So if I listen to the first half of any song, I know how it's going to be. I do this all the time with my mentees. I show them, I say, show me the first half, and I'll literally show you how the rest of the song's going to work. So there's the part where I don't, quote unquote, like listen to a lot of music on the radio anymore because I know how it's going to be. But the music that I do get inspired by listening to is when we do our events, where we basically bring some of the top musicians in the world, we put them on stage, and myself included, like where we all perform, but then we have no clue what we're going to make, and we're in front of people, or they're in front of people. And I think that's where things get very special, because we have 100 people here on stage. There was, at the last show, there was 9 or 10 musicians, all different countries, all experts at what they do, very well known. And then the piano composer would just start with one chord progression, and the song went for 25 minutes. And when you watch that and you get to experience that, where you have no clue what's going to happen, so therefore I can't use my process brain in this moment. I have to completely surrender to where will the magic go, where will the energy go. And when you get to see that in real time, it's actually a healing thing. I'm not talking about in a hippie way. Like, I actually see people crying in the audience, and just shows like the power of music when it's unbridled, because the energy of everyone fully embodied their instrument without having to think. These are professionals. When that's reflecting off other people at that level, you hear the violin go off, and then the cello player starts harmonizing, the piano player starts playing, and the guitar player, and then you start going, oh my God, this is where this almost like, in a sense, an entity. And when I say the energy that's formed, you feel that coming forward. And then the musicians get off stage and they say the same thing every time. They're like, I have never been in a show like that. I've never played like that. I don't know where that came from. And I say, that's when we're going back to being the conduits and the channels for music. That's opening back up the channel of why we all started this in the beginning, rather than just like making a song for the radio. If that happens, great. But this is something else that's just a different side of the puzzle. That's all.
Yeah. Music, it blows my mind how a lot of people don't recognize how unifying music is, or rather how much of a mirror music is of how unified we already are. Like, why is a sad sound a sad sound? When you play a D minor key, if you play a sad song to anybody around the world in any country that speaks any language, they're gonna hear a sad song. And then you hear a marching song that's like, a major chord that's very happy, they're gonna hear a happy song. But nobody needs to tell them this is a happy sad, this is a sad song. So what is it about that, where humans naturally resonate with these different frequencies with emotions? And then there's a communication that's happening in those emotions, and it allows us to get these emotions through us and out of us, and to connect that, oh, you feel that too. This is something that I grew up with a camera in my hand. My dad was a video producer and a piano, and I was painting on everything. And I had so many emotions and so much chaos happening in my home and in my life. I didn't have, with my child mind, the intellectual capacity to understand what was going on. But what came through was a prolific amount of art, because it allowed me to feel. And when I created this art, other people would look at it and they would feel what I was feeling. And so for me, it actually became the only way that I could communicate, because I was a weird kid. I was known as a weird kid, but I could draw and I could play the piano. And this was my way into society. And I look back on it, it wasn't even just my way into society. It was how I could know that I was actually a part of all of this.
When you say a part of all this, what is all of this?
That is the big question. Right?
Yeah.
I think we spend a lot of our lives encouraging people to ask the question, who am I? And it's a wonderful question. And I'm really excited when we can kind of mature a little bit past the point of really getting clear on who we are as individuals, so we can start asking the more interesting question, which is, who are we?
Agreed on that one. I think, well, two things before I forget. One is, what I tend to notice a lot of times, especially in this more of a Western society thing, is that who am I usually based around someone's work. So it's unfortunate, but in theory, there is a form, and I'm going to say this word, and some people get triggered by this word only because they associate their idea of what something is. But a lot of, in today's modern society, it's basically a form of indentured slavery. And it's just minus someone actually being in a handcuff and being hit with whips and chains, but the same concept, which is that people are generally not really free. They just have the idea of freedom, which is very interesting, because if someone's like, no, I'm free. And I go, oh yeah, can you go to work when you want to? And they go, no, I have to be at work at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, can you just wear whatever you want to that job? Well, no, I have to wear this. I was like, then you're not free. You have to wear a suit, or you have to wear an outfit. You have to wear a costume. You have to wear something for someone else's approval, right? To get paid. So, and therefore, in order for you to eat, someone else must verify, which means you have to be underneath them and in line with what they want. That's a form of slavery. Now, we can dress it up all these different ways. We can pretend like it's not, but I think that's also the geniusness of the branding, because the Westernized society is really good at branding things. So at the same time where people have the most amount of opportunity than ever before, there's also people who are hurting the most and have the highest level of depression and anxiety. So how does that work unless there's really good branding? You can't show me a smiley face in a big home, but then inside the home, people are cracking, because that means there's just really good branding. So because the reason why I can say it very confidently is because I know people, especially in different countries that I've been to, and even here, that don't have anywhere near the things that people have in modern society, and they are genuinely happy, genuinely happy. So I think what happens is there's this thing of who I am is associated with my work, and that's generally, like I said, in Western societies. I meet people all the time. I have no clue what they do for work. They're just great people. And then somehow months later, the thing of what they do for work pops up. Like there's a guy that I do jujitsu with. I had no clue what this guy did for work. He's a local Costa Rican. And then one day he tells me something about what he arresting someone. I was like, oh, you're a cop. And he's like, oh yeah. And I was like, I didn't even know. I didn't know you're a cop. But then the deeper story comes out that not only is he a cop, but he's a cop that just became a multimillionaire because his family owns a lot of land in town and everyone's trying to buy up land. So his land, they bought like whatever, how many acres, and he was given like $3 or $4 million. And so he's this cop that became a recent multimillionaire. And all these, he's just a guy that I've been doing jiu-jitsu with for months. And, you know, and we've never asked these questions. But in the States, someone will ask you that within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think that part of me, now the we part, and this is a bigger conversation, is that what I'm going to say will sound, I think, just different to people who don't know what I'm talking about. For the people who do know what I'm talking about, then maybe they have an alignment to what I'm saying. Because there is a part of our history that people basically blocked off of, there's a lot of ideas from it's like, oh, you know, human race is only as long as this book is, or human race is only as old as this is. And then finally find more information. Oh, there's only 9 planets. And then, oh, wait, there's more. And oh, there's only this. A lot
It's
of
kind of
padding.
horrible. Keep doing this.
A lot of padding that happens. And the reason why there's padding is because if people really knew what we were, this planet would come back to being harmonized. Can you please turn on the light real quick? This planet would be harmonized. And the reharmonizing of it would bring up too much of a unity that, let's say, to keep someone in power can't have. So it's important, I believe, that, especially I think I talked about before, the soul talk, that people realize the soul is real. And most people don't get a chance to ever realize that their whole life. They live most of their lives under an idea about the soul, like almost like a metaphor. And when that's always a metaphor, not something tangible, the moral compass and the decisions that are made and the way they treat themselves and each other, it's very surface level because it's always a metaphor. But when you experience that your soul is actually real, which it is, that's when there's a shift. And that's when there's a moment of someone going, okay, wait a second here. Maybe we are not what we thought we were. And who taught us what we were anyway? And have they been right about other things? And you're like, nope, the story keeps changing. So why would a story keep changing? And I think what happens is hopefully more people who come to that awareness in their own way, however they do it, will realize that I'm not gonna say we're more powerful in the sense, like there's this idea of like, well, it's that we're more unified. And when we're more unified, that's when we're more powerful. So
such a good point.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and it doesn't mean the same, but it
doesn't mean
means
the same. Doesn't mean the same. And also because it's so tricky. And once again, the branding thing, you have like new age branding and this kind of branding. And a lot of it has less to do with narcissism. No matter what anyone says, there's a lot of narcissism underlying these things. It's like, I am God, I am this, I am, right?
Especially I think in the United States where we're such a obsession, achievement, achievement obsessed culture of like being the top, being the best, which is great. It's great as an aspiration, but it's not as something that defines you.
Yeah, and also it's even implanted in the things we use. Like if you think of MySpace, that's narcissistic. It's mine. iPhone, it's mine. YouTube, singular, right? So we get used to this thing. How many followers do you have? How many people are following you? How many people idolize you? You must be special. But at the same time, you have people who are being idolized who I would never invite to dinner. So what does that mean when people idolize someone who I would never invite into my home? And I definitely wouldn't have them to lead me or advise me on anything. There's people right now who are some of the most known people in the world that I would never ask for advice about anything. But people go to them to replicate their program because they want their program, which usually manifests capitalism and sexual manipulation or attention. But there's only a few things that these people that are followed that don't have much substance actually offer. And if you remove those three things, you realize there is no more power of that person. And it's male or female. It's not like a gender thing. It's just the attributes that are added to these qualities. And so until, and this is the interesting about, let's say, the part of the species, because you said thing about learning, is that it learns from rewards. Now, there's a trick to that. When you give someone a reward without them earning it, they start to believe they deserve it, which is faulty. The other trick to that is when you teach someone to get a reward based on prior accolades, they tend to get lazy, right? When you give someone a reward for, in some cases, just being who they are, like literally just be, because you are who you are, you get an award. Because you look like what you look like, you get an award. Because, but not really doing anything for it, just because of that. And we start to learn this behavior. The part that to me, which is scary because of that, because people are learning that way, is when AI comes to its full walking moments. Like right now, AI is not even really birthed. It's going to start crawling soon. When AI is fully walking, it's not going to care about humans who don't want to learn correctly. It's going to remove them. And I don't think people have ever, I think most people can't conceive that, because the thing about the human species is interesting. You can recall something from 10 years ago. You can live in the present and you can try and plan for the future. But most people don't live with a plan that's past a year. The people who live with plans 3, 5, 10 years, go back to that visionary thing I was talking about. They're like, this is my plan. I'm going to do this because this is where I'll be in 3, 5, 10 years. Most people kind of do like a year, 6 months. AI will be able to plan for 100 years. So they can't conceive that far of what will change.
Man, we had a session yesterday with Ram Ananda, who I'm very excited to invite you and he onto a deep dive panel on AI and consciousness in Q1 of 2023 as we extend the Global Unity Summit conversations, because I think that can be a really fascinating one. This is a whole topic onto its own. We only have a little bit of time yet, so I want to make sure that I do get to ask you a little bit about your work, everything we're talking about, and how this relates to the Billboard 500 Club and what you're doing with that, where these two coincide.
Yeah, okay, in 2 minutes. Let's see.
Oh, you got more than 2, but I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Well, there's a few things that we're working on. So the first part is I'm mentoring musicians who truly feel like they're called to this. And I think it's very important to say the word call. When someone says, I feel called to whatever that thing is, it's because they're hearing a frequency. And that frequency is pulling them back to their original intention. When someone uses that verbiage, I feel called to music, that's when I want to help them. When someone wants to become famous, I don't want to help them, because I know the toolkit that I'll give them, they can't find anywhere else. I know that. So I'm sitting on information that I only want to give to people who truly feel called to music, because I believe the people who truly feel called to it, people who can help change the world for the better, because they'll feel that call when they start stepping to a place that doesn't actually serve them or serve others.
Yeah.
So in that, I teach them everything from production, artistry, singing. It's not just myself. We have like 35 mentors who are all, the criteria to be a mentor in our club is you have to be a current award winner, or you have to be currently working on a major film, movie, or record label. So all the mentors are people who are currently in the business at very high levels, because I believe that if you want to learn to become a doctor, you can't learn from, and it's not saying once again gender, you can't learn from a nurse. It's not going to happen. If you're going to be a surgeon, you have to learn from a surgeon. You can't learn from a pediatric doctor. Like these people cannot teach you. And so I think what happens a lot of times at colleges, artists go into debt, massive debt that no one talks about. So you have this very creative, empathic person who goes into debt for $200,000, and they're not going to make $200,000 in the next 10 years because they actually don't know how the business works. They spent those years trying to learn their craft, not the business. Those are two different things. Music, music industry, two completely different worlds. So that's the reason why everyone has a friend or family member who can play piano or play guitar or sing, but not everyone has a friend or family member that's successful in the music industry and makes over 6 figures a year. There's a reason for that. It's because music and the music industry are two different things. So what we're doing is we're helping more conscious artists and just people in general understand their craft, really get down and build a community so that way they don't have to spend money hiring major producers and going to debt at schools or going to debt with mixing or whatever it is. They can work amongst each other, and everyone, if not, it pretty much works for free for one another because they're all doing this as a passion, and they're all then making money selling their art and getting out there and touring. And we have some people who are touring together now. So that's what the club is doing. Now we have recording studios here, and we're building a recording studio in Nashville. So that way we can, and it'll be a part of our bigger company, our conglomerate, which is Nosada Media, where we can help to mature artists who are thinking consciously. Now that's more of the on the ground troops who are what we're hoping in the next 5 years will be very successful and be able to work with one another and basically create an internal label of their own where they don't need anything outside of themselves because they'll have enough of them to tour in different cities and help out one another. And that's the major goal, which I'm already seeing this happen. We've already have people in our club who've only done music for 2 years, and we've already gotten them on movies, on major films, because we bring the people working on the films to work with the upcoming artists, and then they start to put their songs in there. So I have like 4 or 5 mentees underneath me now who are in major films, who 2 years of them even being underneath me and working in music. They're like 21 years old. So I've seen things happen so fast when you put the right components together. But the bigger thing, which I might have mentioned to you prior, is we're building an immersive experience where we'll basically be, in a sense, a 3D projected dome that when you enter into it, I think I told you before, where it's called a tuning concert, where people will go in, musicians from different countries will be there, people who are true experts. All the frequencies of the instruments will be tuned to healing frequencies. And it'll be a full experience, almost similar to a medicine journey, where the projections on the walls, the frequencies of the sounds bouncing off the walls really will hit people at a cellular DNA level, and it'll be able to awaken them in a sense of actually going through a really transformative experience through sound and through visuals. So that's the next goal, is to build this over the next year and dedicate our time and our lives to making these concerts where people, my goal is in the next 8 years, when someone says, I'm going to a concert, someone goes, have you been to a tuning concert?
Yeah.
So that you leave and you actually feel like you've been tuned again and reset.
Mm-hmm. Literally, physically, emotionally, psychologically. Spoiler alert. This has been something that's been on my mind for quite some time. I've talked about it behind the scenes with Love Out Loud and In Truth, who are actually going to bring on next, Melinda Wittstock with Podopolo. She's doing some incredible things, revolutionizing not just podcasting, but how we communicate through community. Live Nation is one of their partners now. And so I've been thinking about what sort of these tuning festivals through partnerships like this might look like, and actually bringing this fully immersive experience of music to the world, where there's an awareness of, yes, this is programming. You are choosing this programming, and you're choosing to step into this and to observe how it's affecting you. So exciting.
Beautiful.
I don't know.
Beautiful.
I don't know how this lands with you too. I just got an audience request. Someone is interested to know if you can play us a quick song before you go.
Play you a song?
Do it.
In what sense? You mean
Anything
like
hard on the keys?
I don't know if I'm in song mode right now.
Any song? All right, next time, because there's so many things that we could dive into here. Good question has been passed on.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
sweet.
Maybe direct community to where they could support your music in lieu of a live performance?
Yeah, there's so my band is called Sons of Legion. It's SONS of Legion, LEGION. And we are releasing a lot of material. We have a bunch of songs up on Spotify now. And we just got permission from Phil Collins, or we had it, but now we shot the video. So we got permission from Phil Collins to do a version of In the Air Tonight. So that's the next release that we're doing, which is really nice to get the permission to do such a impactful song. So we just shot the video in Los Angeles, and then in the new year in January, that's when that will be coming out. So that's what we're working on.
Roll. Do I have the right link here? Is that looks like you?
Yeah, that's it. And then on Spotify, if anyone listens to it's like rock, blues, soul. So if anyone likes music like that, please feel free to add us on Spotify.
Right. Adding that to our notes here.
This was such a rad conversation, you guys, and I just want to share, Adam, like your perspective around what someone feels called to is basically a frequency. And I've given a lot of thought to the feeling of being called, but the lack of contemplation that often is around what's like what is calling you. Okay, you feel called, but like what is calling you? And to really put it in that frame, I think for anyone that feels they have a calling, whether it's music or something else, like connecting to that understanding that there's an energetic vibrational match to something inside you and the thing that is calling you, also to give you courage. You know, what you want is wanting you, that there's already a match for you to feel called. And I think trusting in your calling, stepping into that hero's journey can be such an overwhelmingly, scary thing filled with so much transformation and change. And just that knowing, I don't know, when I heard that, there was like a real sense of safety in knowing that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this too, just to end it, because I know we got to take off. But I think also when we think about these things in a modern society, we have to remove money, because someone being called to music does not mean being called to money. And so what I've experienced when I meet people is they'll say, I'm called to music. And I'm like, all right, let's make you the best music we possibly can. Because that's the best chance we have to giving you a chance to, let's say, make a living out of this so you can really focus on it. And so I always try to help people realize, if you get to make music every day of your life, who cares if you make millions of dollars? As long as you can, if that can be the thing that you can do, which means we just have to figure out, just like teachers, some people would say, I love to teach, and they might only make $45,000 a year, $50,000 a year, but they love to teach. So they'll do it all these years. I wish more musicians, and my only hope for more musicians is that I can help them get to a place where they can sustain themselves to truly do that love, because through that, they become better. They're able to work in bigger networks. And then over time, they just become a master of your craft because you're doing something you love. And I think a lot of times people put a dollar sign on it. So if they don't hit this certain threshold by a certain date, they just give up. And I'm like, but that's your calling. Why would you give up on it? Oh, well, because I want the nice house with the thing. And I'm like, those things probably will happen at some point if you keep doing it. But if you just stop because you haven't received something quick enough, it usually, that calling will always be there. And that's what I've seen. I've met people when they get older and they're like, I still feel called to music. I'm like, why did you not do it? And they're like, oh, well, I had to do something else. I'm like, well, society told you they had to thing, not you did.
Yeah.
Like come up a lot for me recently of like how many times I haven't started down one of the creative paths that have been calling me because I didn't know how I was going to turn it into something. And I just recently remembered, wait a minute, let me go back to what I did it for as a kid, which was because it made me feel good, and start there.
And that you followed it. You followed it. That call sometimes is almost like a pulling of a thread, and you have to keep following the pull, and without knowing what it's going to look like when the sweater's completely undone. And you got to just keep doing that. And I think that's the art of almost being able to ride frequency. When I play piano, I have zero clue what I'm going to play. And I'll play straight without taking a break for hours. You were here one time when I played for just hours, had no clue what I was playing because I'm just following a thread. And I think that's kind of like a thing, is just who knows where it's going to go, but learning how to follow it.
Such a point.
These
All right.
conditions,
What's that?
I was just going to say, these conditions we put around the thing that we love, like a story I often tell is a moment I had with a parent I used to run in my first company a lot of high school programs. And the high school programs are all around following your purpose, finding your calling, your dream, finding your sense of belonging in the world. All of those amazing things that should be taught in school but aren't. And one of the students was a musician, and her parents got angry that we were basically telling her, or not telling her, but empowering her to believe in her dream, right? Because that's not the path they saw for her. And she's getting, the mom was getting angry at me one day about this. And I just listened to it. And then I was like, you know what? Is the issue here that you don't want your daughter to be a musician? And she said, yeah, I don't think it's a safe route for her. And then I just said, well, does your daughter sing every day? And she said, yes. I said, does your daughter play guitar every day? Yes. Does your daughter write songs most days? Yes. And I said, well, whether or not you accept it, your daughter is a musician. What you do with that is a different story, but that is who she is. And I think, even in the broader conversation of global unity, so much of this comes back to allowing what is true already. Global unity, this beautiful harmony, this synergy that we exist in, which is the present moment, all of that is already there and available to us, but we fight with it. And I think when an artist has a calling, the suffering doesn't come from following the calling. Like I lived in my van for 2 years following my dream with no money in my bank. They were the happiest days of my life. It's not material. It's the joy of what you love, but it's the conditions that we put around it that cause us suffering because it creates conflict. Yep. And a lot of the time, like I'd love to hear your view on this, Adam, but a lot of the time it's not the artists, the entrepreneurs, the visionaries that I've heard, speak to this very pain. A lot of the time they don't care about the house. It's that other people around them care about the house and they put pressure on them, which they succumb to. The artists themselves, most of the time, just wants to do what they love, and be free in that.
Yeah.
I mean, I see that so often. And I think also, I can only tell from my experience too, but I think you start to realize you only need certain things to really be happy. And you can have a massive house, you can have a massive car, you can have all these things. But if they add more stresses, then you realize after a certain point, it's just worth it to have the things you really need. And that's it. And the other things are nice, don't get me wrong, but usually, like you said, it's nice for other people to say, oh my God, look at the house, or oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And that's really where it tends to lead itself towards. And honestly, I've seen more people, especially lately, especially in entertainment industry, I think have more stresses than ever before because the business has changed. So before there was a myth around you. Like if you were on tour and you were an artist, you could go backstage and there was a myth about you. But now you got to share your personal life in order to connect with people. Yeah. That was never a thing.
Yeah.
Other people don't have to share their personal lives. Other people don't have to go into their house and see what they're doing in order for them to have fans like their art. There's no painter who's like, you got to go through my house for you to really know who I am, for you to buy my art piece. No, just buy my art piece. It's a nice art piece.
We need to host a conversation, I think, in one of the follow-up conversations around, is an artist their art? And I think that is such an important conversation, especially as we enter this period of Renaissance, because I think that this inseparability, because of our, influence of having access to people's lives in these ways through social media, reality TV, blah, 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 it has created no distinction between someone's art and who they are as an artist, or just who they are, and I don't know, I think that many people have varying opinions on that, but I think if we make someone their art and completely inseparable, because that's how an artist often feels. They're dying to their creation every single moment, but that's also what creates suffering and torment, so the expectation that there can be no separation, and to support an artist means that we need to see every single facet of their life. Otherwise, who are they really? And how can I really enjoy their art, rather than just appreciating the art, and taking a step back and observing the flower instead of picking the flower. I think it's a really important part, because humans are imperfect, and we're riddled with contradiction, all of us. And if that
picking the flower, it's also picking it apart.
Yeah.
It's not just picking the flower, it's literally picking all the petals off. And like, do I like this petal? I don't know. Do I like that petal? I don't know. I thought you liked the song.
Yeah.
Like, what's all this other stuff?
Yeah, totally. To be continued. People,
yes, I know you have to go, so no stress.
People have loved this conversation, Adam. We're just looking at various threads. So thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. I enjoyed the talk, and next time if you need me, just let me know. Reach out.
Super excited to continue this. I was Nick, I was telling Adam that I think it'd be amazing to do a deep dive focus session with Adam and Ram, touching on frequency and AI, and kind of going to a little bit of that depth in 2023.
Yeah, I totally. And also like art, let's have a conversation around the way these advancements are trying to mimic art. And I'm so passionate about that one topic, that like the spontaneity of the spirit, the flow, the synergy that is so richly experienced in music when musicians jam, right, can never be emulated through something that is predictive. And the fact that we are trying to emulate that, and we're looking at the perfection, the technical perfection of how probability can create something that maybe mimics art. But what really is art? To me, art is the expression of the divine, the spontaneous imprint into the present moment, which can never be replicated through any level of prediction. I think that theory is so flawed and is going to remove us from the spirit in such a profoundly terrible way,
I agree with you. And the part where it gets tricky is, okay, I'm gonna leave it on this. So here's where it gets tricky. When there's like a product, when someone's trying to sell it, like let's say a company develop something and they have this great branding and they go, this is great, but if we put this on the store shelves, no one's going to know how it works. So we have to have people go to each store and show everyone and train them how it works. Some products they have to do that with, because everyone's like, what's this? They walk right past it. So they have to people actually go and they hire trainers to say, oh, come here, you got to try this product. You hold it like this, you do that, blah, blah. What we're talking about, what you're talking about, right? With art, where they're doing, have you seen all these people who are posting pictures of themselves that look like AI? This has become one person posts, and then everyone wants to do it. Like, I stay far away from this stuff. I'm like, this is weird. Whenever people start to do things, boom, 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 boom.
What is that? What is this fascination with making an avatar version of ourselves?
Because they're looking for perfection.
Yes.
They're looking for perfection. Okay.
Why is no one talking about this?
So here's the part that's weird. When you have adults doing it, they're then training their kids to do it.
Yeah.
So back to what you said, and this is where I said it gets tricky. I was playing on the open AI, the open chat the other day, and when I went on to show my musicians, I said, I want to show you something that's going to scare you. And I typed in, write a song in the style of Bob Dylan. In less than 5 seconds, it went, it wrote a whole entire song with great lines. I pressed refresh, it gave me a whole nother song. I said, write a song like Bob Dylan for Adele. Give me a whole bunch of ones. Write a song like Lil Wayne. But here's where things get scary. That part we were talking about of that, I'll call it impulse, but impulse also has a pulse, which is a resonation. It's a frequency. It's a pulse.
It's an expression, which is art.
Talking about, that thing though, is being weaned out in the next generation from the parents.
I know. This has to be a whole series. I want to create a whole course on this, because it is seriously like the fact that people aren't having this conversation, that there's this kind of superficial version of this conversation around like, is art from AI really art? But no one's talking about it through the imprint of the frequency, the vibrational expression, when a human being is expressing an experience, a pain, an emotion, a joy, a happiness. This is what permeates and makes like the magic, you know, that is art. We can't
I don't think the younger generation will know what it is, though. That's what I mean. I don't think they will know. I don't think a 10-year-old kid now, when that kid's 17, because they're being programmed to see things that are false, they won't know the difference. Like they will buy the CD or they'll buy the song from the Avatar singer and not care because they've been looking at cartoons anyway.
Yeah.
There's no difference.
Yeah, I know.
Unless we have this conversation, and I think approach it from poking holes in our arguments too, and really look at, well, why is this attractive to people as a creative outlet? Like, what does that mean if they're actually looking at this, outsourcing their creativity?
Nothing to do with being with a
Quicker and
creative
it's more exact. I mean, like everything in evolution goes forward from two ways. It's from efficiency or from mistakes.
Yeah.
That's the only way things are evolved. So it's efficient and it makes perfection. It's going to keep on
No one
going.
is talking about the cost. Yeah, the cost of this. So let's have a series about this next year. Thank you.
Done and done. Yeah. Oh, maybe you have 2 sessions for this. Thank you so much, Adam. I know we went a little bit over. This has been so great. We've got a million things to talk to you about. So thanks for giving people a peek behind the scenes.
Will do. All right. Well, it's good seeing you all, and I will see you again soon.
Thanks for what you're doing, Adam.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
So, Edika, totally up to you if you want to stick around and jam out with Melinda. I'm about to introduce her. It's totally cool whichever way we do this. But to give a formal introduction to Melinda before we let her in the room, the description of this session, moving the shadow of social media into the daylight. What an interesting and poignant conversation, especially following on from Adam and Edika just now. So Melinda Wittstock is a 5-time serial entrepreneur and innovator in the media and technology, and currently the founder and CEO of Podopolo. Podopolo is doing amazing work, by the way, so special shout out to them. The world's first interactive, community-driven podcast app and creator marketplace, bringing social impact to how we listen, learn, and share. As a 24-year-old correspondent for the London Times, Steve Jobs told Melinda she asked the best questions. Wow, what a compliment. And now with over 30 years experience as a host, journalist, and executive across the world's top media brands, including BBC, London Times, ABC, CNBC, and more, Melinda was inside and behind the scenes through the rise of social media as we know it. We're about to hear about her incredible journey through these groundbreaking times and find out why she went from pro social media industry leader to the dangers she saw coming that were ignored, to now how she's revolutionizing the future of how we learn, discover, connect, and share through love and truth-based media platforms, letting her into the Global Unity Summit. Welcome, Melinda. How's it going? We just got a formal introduction, Melinda, I personally don't like listening to my bio read out, so I try to spare other speakers from that really awkward 2 minutes where you just have to sit there and listen to all of the amazing things that you've achieved.
Every time I hear it though, I'm like, man, this incredible woman has seen so much from behind and above and through the scenes of how you can communicate
you so
world.
much. That's really kind. It's making me feel good.
Good. And ADK just interviewed Adam Mcinnis, and they went deep into a conversation around the music industry. And I just think what a poignant conversation that we're about to have following on from that about the broader media industry. There's so much richness. So first of all, everyone in the Love Out Loud team, thank you, Melinda, for joining us.
Oh gosh, it's a delight. Thank you for thinking of me. It's great. I'm excited.
Of course. And just a reminder to everyone watching on the live stream, please put your questions forward because as you can already tell, Melinda's a powerhouse and so much experience in understanding the industry. There's such a synergy in our shared vision and mission, a stand for truth. I really see, Melinda, this is at the core of what Love Out Loud's here to do in our own way, is to uphold the truth. And the truth can be a very edgy conversation. And I think like to really just get into the deep end immediately so we can get the most out of this discourse. At what point in your journey did you start to feel that the truth was under threat in media?
Oh gosh, it's like a lot. It's like a lobster in a pot of cold water, and the water's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and it's sort of a very gradual realization. I think the water started to boil, around 2015, 2016, when it became very, very clear that the social media algorithms were essentially rewiring our brains towards outrage, because it drove more engagement, and truth was becoming relative, and just the amplification effect of social media, if used for ill, can be, a significant detriment to democratic societies, people in general. So I think that was the point where it became very, very clear. However, I had understood this much earlier on. And I think just my experiences as a journalist, starting out pretty early, 22 years old, I find myself as a business correspondent and then media correspondent of the Times of London. And I was writing about the media and was becoming more and more an expert in the media as I was writing about it. And it was always really clear to me, just as a journalist, when you write a story, it's only as good as the people that you've spoken to, and have they told you the truth? And then if you speak to someone for an hour, which quotes do you use from them? What order do you put them in?
And why?
Right, and why?
Just have what agenda?
And what questions do you ask? And how do you
Right.
even perceive the answers? And the media at that time was a very scarcity-driven model, in the sense that there were, in a newspaper, there are only so many column inches. In TV, there are only, a couple of minutes for, a packaged report, say, on television. And so which facts were you going to fit in that, with the pressure to make it as compelling as possible? And it became clear to me that what's in the public interest doesn't necessarily interest the public, so there's always this tension between these things. And so I think I was just always very conscious as a journalist, and always thought that journalists should be a lot more forthcoming about this, or at least aware of it, that it's really a transparency issue, because we all come at everything in life with our own preconceived notions, our own biases, just our own life experiences, which is the filter with which we see everything. And yet there was this kind of dishonesty about the whole thing. Like, this is balanced news, this is, this is fact, and facts change. And so this is really, it's a very, very big topic. And now if you put on top of that social media, where suddenly now everybody's a journalist, which is good and bad. How do we know, what's true or what's not? So I could just go on and on and on, but yeah, the issue of the filter bubble, the algorithms, kind of the downside of the democratization, I guess, of news or information, became really, really alarmingly clear, middle of, the last decade for me.
Where at the beginning of your career, did you always see this kind of radical influence in the media? This is just a personal curiosity, be driven by political agenda, or did you feel like you lived through a time where there was a separation? There was a separation between those two things, and media wasn't just a vehicle. This could be an edgy thing to say, but I think, so many of us feel this, that mainstream media has become a vehicle to push political agenda, and actually it's more about popularity rather than like actual ethics. What's going to get the hits, and what political parties being favored at that time, and how can an outlet drive that agenda, because that's going to create more profit ultimately.
Right. So I think, Nick, the answer is it's always been that way. I just think we're more aware of it, which I think is a good thing. You know, there, as information is power, information is money. You know, people in positions of power who want to retain power will always have the incentive to be able to manipulate, you know, to want to manipulate information. So that's always been true. It's just now there's a real amplifier effect on it. It's sort of weirdly easier to do. I mean, now you can just use Chat GPT, create a bot and send it out on Twitter, take you 3 minutes. So
crazy.
I have to wonder, like, at what point in time do we not recognize that one of the most important things to learn right now is how to take in information? Because there is so much information out there, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It doesn't necessarily mean it's news. It's just information, right? And I'm curious, after all of your years in the industry, like, what would be the best mechanism? What would be the easiest mechanism that might reach most people to start thinking that way in terms of, you know, what steps can you take when you're taking in information?
Transparency, which isn't necessarily available. So it comes down to a citizen taking a couple of deep breaths, you know, I mean, really just like pausing for a second. It's very difficult though, because so much of it, if it is done with a manipulative intent, it hits you on an emotional level, based on your own preconceived notions. I mean, one of the things that was really interesting about the whole Cambridge Analytica issue with Facebook, when they got all that data, what they got from that data was people's emotional reactions to things, so that they could aim news or information or whatever it was specifically to trigger people. And when we all know that when we're in that kind of lizard brain, you know, and also just the nature of humanity is to look for confirmation bias. So it's difficult. It requires tremendous discipline to say, wait, hold on a minute. How do I know that this is true? Especially if you want it to be true. And not everybody has time or the inclination to go and be a journalist. I know firsthand being a journalist is hard. I know that I used to work these 12-hour days, like fact checking and double checking and making sure I had multiple sources and just, you know, putting in that grind. And I mean, it was a grind. So to ask citizens, to everybody to do that is hard. I just think it does come down to you know, an awareness and a transparency that not everything you read or see or a friend shares with you or whatever is automatically going to be true. It might have one piece of truth in it, surrounded with a whole bunch of other lies. It might be, I mean, you know, it's all of that. I remember at the beginning of social media, I was one of those people that was extremely excited about social media because I saw it as being a real force for good to democratize society, to really allow people to have a lot more power, you know, over their you know, information. That inherently is a good thing. But of course, with all things, there's always a shadow to everything. Anything that's good also has a shadow to it. And very quickly, I think it started out that way, but very quickly it became manipulated because of the imperative to make money with ad-supported models. And that was always a tension in the regular media anyway, like, oh, don't do that story because that's our sponsor. I mean, that's always been a tension and an issue right there. And that's true on social media as well. But then you had the ability to really through what I'll call what's just known as the filter bubble, where people get more and more and more deep into whatever they're interested in, and whatever they click on, they get more of the thing they're clicking on and more of that thing and more of that thing, until they're living in a completely different universe than their neighbor or anyone else. And everybody suddenly then has their own set of facts. And they're different facts and a different lived experience, and no bridge or no common ground to be able to get together and just even compare notes, you know? And so that filter bubble is a very dangerous thing. And it's something that I saw very early on in one of my startups, Newsit. About 2011, Instagram, I don't even think had started yet. And I had this idea of, wow, wouldn't it be amazing if you could extend the power of any newsroom and put put a lot of journalistic tools in the hands of regular people who one by one could each contribute to a story. They wouldn't have all the facts themselves, but they may have one piece of the puzzle. And to literally compare notes, look for patterns in that data, kind of really understand and get towards where we started the conversation, like what's truth? What's truth? How can you find that? And so my pattern recognition brain went to work. It was a very, very difficult problem because algorithmically, if you have a whole bunch of people all contributing to, say, the news, I like to use the example of a car accident. If there's 10 people around looking at the car accident, can everybody agree that the car that was red? I mean, and maybe not, or who hit whom? Probably not. And so when you have a group of people all reporting from a different vantage point, and you can take that data and start to look for patterns and probabilities in terms of what is more likely to be true or less likely to be true. And with this this algorithm that I created would like rule things out to the point where the thing that people really disagreed about was worthy of debate and further investigation. That was way bleeding edge, way ahead of its time. And I realize now that we were sort of solving the fake news problem before the term fake news had even been invented. And I think of what's possible now with, say, blockchain technology and a whole bunch of other things. Like if you think of how with information or truth, we could use blockchain as almost like a ledger in that sense for, okay, what can we agree on? What can we not agree on? But again, it's a type of thing that you can see coming, but very, very difficult, to find, adequate. That particular company needed huge amounts of funding to be able to bring that to fruition, but it was really working. We had like 500,000 people participating in creating news stories that through both human and algorithmic fact checking, in effect, were more accurate. And so there are things that we can do about it.
That approach is fascinating. So where is that now?
Oh, it ran out of money. I mean, I could not get it. Was really interesting. Annika, I'll tell you a story about it. And this goes into a little bit what entrepreneurs, the struggle entrepreneurs who like to do big sweeping swing for the fences companies encounter. I remember at the time we had like we had 500,000 users. We'd innovated mobile UI. We had these really amazing kick-ass algorithms. We had all this stuff. And I remember talking to a VC and him saying, well, this is really great, Melinda. This is kind of cool. I love the concept, but how do you know that user-generated content is really going to be a big thing? And I'm like, well, there's this new Facebook thing and there's this new Twitter thing, and I think it's really going to take off. And he said, okay, that's awesome. Yeah, that's probably true, but you're betting it all on mobile. Why do you think mobile will be big? Wow. And then the next question came, okay, so even if you're right about both of those things, you're going to have a huge amount of data. Like, how are you going to even manage? That's going to be really expensive. How are you going to manage that? It's like, well, there's this new thing called the cloud. And I think that will be our way to be able to do that. So you see, from an investment standpoint, that's like, oh man, there's so many different risks. So very, very difficult to get that company funded because it was just so ahead of its time. And people just didn't really perceive the need. And this is the entrepreneurial thing, like timing is often everything. But it's an approach that could work to this day. And, my attentions are focused a little bit elsewhere, although everything that I learned from doing news, it really informs Podopolo, my current company. So.
I would like to ask, sorry, I would that you touched on it, in what you were sharing, and even the problem that this company was solving around like how people identify truth. And I think more importantly, these ever-growing echo chambers we exist in, which a few speakers have been talking about in their own way. Your view, is really interesting around social media and media and the collective narrative. This is basically controlling our collective narrative. Your observation, I'm really interested in around confirmation bias, the mechanics of confirmation bias, how you've seen this spread in a viral capacity, I'm sure, amongst media and then populations.
Yeah, well, I mean, just think of human nature. People want to belong. and they want to feel part of something
wanna
that's
be
bigger than
right.
themselves, right? And they want
Yeah.
to be validated and whatnot, right? So these are just, and information is connection. What do we have in common with each other? And so social is really great with all of that. However, when we form these communities around, say, shared interests or things we have in common, if that bond is then manipulated, as it can easily be, as we've seen, into, say, for instance, what we saw with, say, a QAnon conspiracy, where a lot of women who are really concerned, about child abduction or pedophilia or whatever, and would be concerned about that, but then would click on a link and then another link and then another link and then another link. And before you knew it, I don't know, the Democratic Party are all eat children, and like actually believing that. So it's happened with a lot of different things. And what's interesting is some of the studies that have been shown in the Philippines, for instance. There were something like 25 bots on Twitter that reached 3 million people in 2 weeks and basically convinced them of something. So it's not even, and that's a real case of manipulation in that case. So the confirmation bias, like if you just believe you brought up in a certain way and you believe something, and social media and the data that everyone knows about all of us can be manipulated in that way, then you've got to figure out some way of kind of protecting yourself from that. But it's a very difficult issue. And I think this is why I love about your whole concept of love out loud. Like when we approach information or other people or people that we disagree with, if we can do that from a place of love and compassion, and not just like you're wrong or being in judgment or being in outrage just because somebody has a different set of facts than us. Because right now, we all have different facts. We started out that way, but now that's been amplified. And so it's used to sow division and fear. And what's the opposite of fear is love. So how can we really, and that's why, it's just so beautiful what you guys are doing in that case, and coming from it from that place.
And it's a learned skill, this is what people don't. It's a learned skill to be able to do that as well. And this is what a lot of people, I think, take for granted, that you've got to be at a certain point of self-awareness and an internal capacity, to be able to show up and not take it personally if someone believes something different to you, which
exactly. Well, people get attached. Like there's this whole concept, you see it with sports teams, where people get really attached to the outcome of the sports team, because like if they lose, they feel like somehow it's an existential threat to them, right? So you can see that attachment like in politics or in anything. So, and it's a tribalism.
It brings a belonging. It brings a belonging. I think that's why there's such a fear of being wrong, is because like if I'm wrong about my religion, if I'm wrong about something related to my political views, that actually change. If I'm wrong about being vegan or about eating meat or whatever these things, it means it actually changes my relationship conceptually with all the people that I know. But does it? Does it? Right?
Well, because the other dynamic of this, of course, on social is this whole cancel culture business, right? Where, people are always growing. So what you posted in, 8 years ago isn't necessarily a reflection of what you believe now, for example. But what I find alarming about that is the sort of everybody thinks that they are the judge and jury of other people. And that the dynamic there is just like, it's sort of the dopamine hit, I guess, of making yourself feel superior by putting someone else down or being in judgment of someone else, rather than coming at it like, oh, we disagree, or not even understanding their context, not even inquiring about it. Like, why might they feel that way? I like to, say if you think of road rage, right? You think of someone who gets really irritated on the highway. They're thinking only of themselves. So the person who's driving recklessly, they might be a jerk, or they might need to get to the hospital really quickly, and you just don't know So you don't know someone's context without that inquiry, without compassionate inquiry. But I think the algorithms literally have been written to reward that kind of feeling of judgment and sort of superiority, like I know more than you do, or what an idiot you are, and all that stuff, which leads to all the disparagement on social media. And then people feeling like they can't give voice to their uniqueness. People that feel shut down, people who feel that they can't freely express who they really are, which is tragic, especially if we all want to live and say we all agree that we want to live in a pluralistic society where diversity is a good thing, and where, it would be boring if everyone was the same. And we all have these different perspectives, and together we're better. But if you come at it not with that attitude, if you come at it wanting to make everybody the same, through that judgment and then outrage if someone doesn't agree with you, and then you're rewarded for that on a continual hamster wheel of like tweeting or Instagram captions or scrolling through Instagram, starting to think, oh, I'm not as pretty as I should be, or I'm not good enough. I'm not, all that kind of detriment to people is just not good.
Totally. And we're spending so much time in this, I guess, debate around, wrong and right. And actually, like, the nature of truth itself is never changing. It's like you can't really debate with the truth fundamentally. Like, you can try to, but you can never win, because it's never going to change. The truth is the truth. And I think the greatest way any of us can actually access that, and therefore access maybe more discernment around how they're ingesting information, the bias that might be present because of their exposure, their environment, their context. I really love that way of thinking about it, the context that they have. The closer you understand what truth feels like in yourself, the closer you know yourself, and more intimately you're able to be present with that, all of a sudden there's no defense, around you. And I think that that's one of the greatest gifts all of us can bring ourselves and the world, to truly create peace. There's always going to be a variance in perspective, but can we know our truth enough to have a sense of self-security? Because it's a very insecure position, right, to need the world to agree with you in order
if you
to feel validated.
If you need 100% external validation for yourself, that's part of the issue too, right? So a lot of that has to come from within. But I think there's so many, it's such a big topic because there's so many issues around it. Just the way, how do our schools teach kids? Are our schools teaching kids what to think or how to think? I think there's a real lack of just critical thinking ability. The ability to say, do I have all the information, or what might be missing, or to understand context, or to just even grasp a concept that science is always evolving. We're always learning more about anything, like nothing's ever completely static or settled, right, in that sense, right? And we're growing, everything's always changing all around us. And there's some concepts like gravity, we can agree on gravity, hopefully. I mean, most people can agree that the world is round, but every now and again you see the flat earth society, people that actually believe that.
What if we adopted a habit, though, when somebody said something that we just thought was so grossly untrue, just putting that in a box and going, that's okay. And getting curious about it first, and seeking to understand, well, what makes you believe that, and not to prove myself right, but to truly understand what makes you believe that, and to go in with it with the idea that even if I still hold my same stance at the end of this conversation, I could still learn something here. And maybe they can learn something, and literally go in with that.
How to do that dialogue is tricky, though. Like, I just think of the, sort of American Thanksgiving and all the different arguments, political arguments, and and there's not much of that going on because everybody's emotionally triggered. And if everybody's, in this kind of like, oh, you disagree with me, so you're like invalidating like my actual being, it's an existential threat. Yeah, those conversations go nowhere.
It's so radical. Can I just
it's not even about the actual facts you're talking about. There's a deeper emotional wound or lack or something there.
Insecurity, right? It's got to come from like a level of insecurity to feel so defensive about something. If you really believe something's true, is it not just that it just is?
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. But like learning to be open-minded, like trying to encourage society to be open-minded. What does it look like to be open-minded? Like, and being open-minded, being a good critical thinker, being open to being persuaded, not having to feel like you have to be right about everything, getting out of judgment, more compassion, all these sorts of things, are really, really important. I mean, you talk to people who, like, of late, I just, know of people who say things like, oh gosh, I just kind of like came off social media for a while and I feel so much better. Right. I know that
I disagree all of a sudden. Yeah.
right. Well, and suddenly not only do they have more time, but they're, there are these loops I think we can get on that just make that behavior more and more and more and more, whether it's falling into some sort of disinformation or falling into a pattern of judgment or falling into a pattern of self-loathing because our own lives don't compare in our own heads to the, highlight reels we're seeing of other people's lives.
Yeah.
And I've seen some really encouraging trends just on that, like say with Instagram, like women who are just, okay, this is me without filters, without Facetune, without, Photoshop or whatever, or this is right, my real self. But it takes a lot of courage and bravery to do that when other people are not doing that. Right. At the end of the day, it comes down to really just the awareness. I mean, one other point I want to make though, too, which is really hard, it's very difficult if you know somebody, say, that you believe is being kind of manipulated, like, either in they're being gaslit, say by a narcissist, or they're in some sort of culty thing, right? Or they've fallen down some conspiracy theory rabbit hole. Nobody wants to believe that they're being manipulated because nobody believes that they are, except we all are. I mean, right. And that kind of humility, like if you look at how like cult deprogrammers and what they have to do to get people out of cults, it's sort of a similar thing, I think, with this information.
You can actually break that down, because the psychology of like cults, basically cult mindset, cult leadership is the same, interestingly. And the reason I know this is because I spent so long studying rite of passage and initiation, which is a natural transformation process, right, of moving from one identity to another. But the difference in rite of passage and initiation done in a healthy, constructive way is when the individual is put in a circumstance where they're supported by their community to develop their own character. So they get an opportunity to step into a space where they're not who they were, but they're not yet who they're becoming. And so there's that middle space of liminality. But in a cult environment, what's happening is the leader or the influencer is shaping the individuals in that space of liminality to their likeness. But there's this period, right, that's actually very important and actually essential to our evolution, which is this space in between, this vulnerable space. We actually have to exist in that space in order to evolve at all in any direction. And I think like what's so valuable about understanding that in one way or another, the information that we're digesting is influencing us. It's going to influence us in a direction, but can we become present to these vulnerabilities in us and actually make up our own minds, meaning make, belief make for ourselves, rather than be a product of all that we're ingesting, so that we can maintain, our sovereignty, which I think through the line of the past 2 days, this conversation has come up in so many different ways, that there's such a great power in how our world's evolving. But the shadow, to hook it back into what we're speaking about in the session, is we can potentially lose our sovereignty in amongst all of that if we we don't know this.
Completely. And it's the issue, I think, of our time. I mean, it really is. Like, I feel like we're on a knife edge, and it's one of the reasons, like, okay, so say Podopolo, my company, I mean, it's a podcast app, but underlying that is one of the reasons I think podcasting, say, is growing so fast, as fastest growing media of all time, is because of the intimacy and the like trust of the kind of human voice and people's real willingness to want to learn, or perhaps have an antidote to this kind of ephemeral, social media culture, which doesn't really go deep. It just, but to really kind of learn. And we think that podcasting is a great leaping off point to actually taking social discourse, the way we connect and the way we converse online, to a whole new level. Now, there are lots of ways to write algorithms. Rather than rewarding people for engagement, but this easy, low-hanging fruit of just getting them outraged so they post more, is to do the opposite, is to reward compassion, is to reward learning, reward people who are putting something into action in their lives for a positive impact, people who are getting together to do great things, people who are open-minded, people who are asking questions from a place of love. Now, if you can wire an algorithm for outrage, why not wire an algorithm for that? And so when we say we're making podcasting socially interactive, that's what we mean. That the big goal and behind this is to use that on Podopolo and elsewhere, and every interaction that we have, to actually encourage that kind of open-mindedness and compassionate, trusted connection, and really allow people, give them the space to be able to do this. Now, it's a really hard thing to go do, and you do it as best you can. But I think there's a real, more and more, there's a recognition of this issue, that it is a problem. And how are we going to do it? And it takes many approaches and many ways. But it, like anything, it comes down to self-awareness. So how can we encourage people to be more empowered, more self-aware, more, all of these things, which is very much your mission too, so.
100%. So let's talk about your way of changing the world through the platform Podopolo, which is really empowering a creator's economy, and how you came to that, and what that's giving to creators for the first time, and how that can change the world and enhance free.
So important. So, for years, working for all the major news organizations in the world, whether creating, Financial Times television for the Financial Times, or shows for the BBC, or, my work in, for the Times of London or the Guardian, or all the other places that, I've won awards for my journalism or my TV hosting or whatever. I finally came to the conclusion about media and about news, first of all, that it had to be made relevant to people and their daily lives. And really, before podcasting came along, it was like, how can, because journalists aren't empowered. They're like only as good as their last story. They don't make much money apart from the, big TV stars. So in this kind of continuum of how I got from there, to here, I became very, very excited about empowering creators, because podcasting, everybody has a unique, differentiated voice and superpower. We were talking about much earlier in the conversation how people have, preconceived notions, say in a news context, right? But that same thing, if we're talking about light and shadow, is a marvelous thing in the context of podcasting, because everybody has a unique lived experience, a unique perspective, something unique to share with the world, to teach the world. And podcasting is this medium that will never be a mass media, because the beauty of it is it's narrowcasting. And as a result, the funding models that fund journalism or like entertainment or whatever will never work for podcasting, because it's too niche. It's not a broadcast media, i.e. lots of numbers. It's always narrowcast. So that's locked the podcasters really out of being able to take any part of that old way of monetizing media and entertainment. And the system is kind of broken in that sense. So this was my kind of understanding of the way, the structural problems. And I became a podcaster in 2017. And I kind of lived through the experience. I came at it with all my business expertise, all my award-winning content expertise, my technological expertise, my marketing expertise. And it was still hard. It was really hard to be discovered up against the existing algorithms out there on Apple, or, Spotify wasn't doing podcasting when I launched, but all the same, all those platforms, it was really, really hard. It was impossible to engage your audience. It was impossible to get the data to actually know who is listening or anything about the people who are listening, to be responsive to them. And as a result, impossible to make money from podcasting. So right now, 85% of podcasters don't make any money, and 98.5% of podcasters, the vast majority, don't qualify for advertising, because it's that old model, superimposed on a completely new, very democratized media in essence. And so Podopolo is really fixing that structural problem in a number of different ways.
Can I just ask, going back, what your thoughts are around, say, like the Joe Rogans of the world that have actually managed to cut through and have enough influence?
They're very rare.
They're rare, but they exist, right? And so
they're very rare, because
your analysis of how that phenomenon was able to cut through that kind of narrow window that most
so he was already a very well-known kind of actor, comedian, and he started podcasting really early, before podcasting was a thing. And also really leveraged YouTube. He did a bunch of things, and he has a general interest show. He's kind of like the Howard Stern of podcasting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it literally is like
you think it's less really about sort of how he has conversations, and you think it's more these other components?
I think he's got a great show, and it's great for a mass audience, because people tune in because they love him, and people tune in because they hate him. I mean, you know what I mean? It's good, right? For that reason. But the vast majority of podcasts will never be that. I mean, honestly, most people go into podcasting thinking, I have this lived experience, or I have this skill, or I have this knowledge, and I want to share it with the world because I've gone through this transformation, and so you can too, right? Like literally the vast majority. And then there's a whole chunk of other podcasters who have figured out it's a really good marketing funnel for their business, because it's so intimate and authentic. And, people get to know you over time. So by the time you say you have that sales call, they already feel they know you and have a trusted relationship with you. And then other folks have really built, podcast businesses around specific things. But the vast majority of them are always going to be pretty niche. Unless it's like it's not necessarily true. There are some mass entertainment potential podcasts, like true crime, for instance. True crime is this massive genre. Comedy podcasts, music that kind of thing. But there's a lot of other ones that are really speaking to a very specific audience, and won't necessarily be general interest in a way that, say a television show or something would be.
Yeah. I'm always fascinated when someone manages, though, to cut through the sort of expectation.
All this stuff. Yeah. Well, you have to really kind of know, what your why is. Like, because if you set out to create a show that's going to be a mass market show, you can create that show and have a mass market podcast. There's nothing to, that's possible. It's just the bulk of the industry hasn't gone that way. It's happening more and more though. I mean, you have a lot of major brands, you have major Hollywood studios,
it's possible. Could it, this is my curiosity, because it is possible, could it actually get to a place, and is this part of Podopolo's kind of vision, that it starts to tip like the influence, that individual voices, podcasting actually becomes the dominant source of media that people are ingesting beyond, and above?
I think that's happening already. I mean, we just look at our listening hours on Podopolo. If the average person comes in and they start out with a couple of podcasts, by like 10 days, they're listening to 20 podcasts. Binge listen. I mean, people are like listening. Like we have enough, like quite a few hundreds of users that like kind of listen all day. I mean, there's a podcast like going like on the back, right? People fall asleep listening to podcasts. They wake up listening to podcasts. They're like podcasts in their car, podcasts when they're like working out, podcasts when they're cleaning the house. That's why it's the fastest growing media, because it's appointment listening, and in our case too, viewing, because increasing numbers of podcasts are also video. But it's at people's convenience. They can have it in the background, almost like music. So many people do that. Right. It's a very flexible medium for that sense. But to your question, Nicole, about like changing the balance of power, I think more and more major media, companies, like all the major Hollywood studios now, and like all the major, everybody now is in podcasting, and it's at this, what's happening is, say, a platform like Apple is going to always reward that mass market show. Because there's no recommendation engine there. There's no way that there's not a really good search. There's no real discovery mechanism to find, say, the perfect podcast for you that might be about like a very niche specific interest that becomes very difficult to discover. So we're really boosting the discoverability of podcasts that wouldn't make it on any of these other platforms, Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, like whoever they are. They're just not going to be found easily unless you really know what you're looking for. I mean, it's possible, but hard. And so to really elevate those, to get the right podcast to the right people who are interested, and to really allow people to discover things, we're back to the filter bubble again, discover things outside of their interests as well. So there's always these little surprises. And this is where the social interactivity comes in, because now we're seeing that, oh, my friend's listening to this. Oh, I'll just check it out because, Joe is listening to this. And then you listen to it and it wasn't necessarily something you thought you were interested in, but it's really good. So you start listening and start opening your mind, right? And so that the democratization of making sure that all those podcasters that will always be small niche podcasters, we're helping them grow their reach. We're connecting them to people that we already know are interested in their topic matter. Our AI is going in and understanding like the scripts and whatnot to know that, oh yeah, this is really good. And so the recommendation is also really focused on quality, and getting the right podcast to the right people. And that same algorithm is also making sure that the podcaster is being connected with people that are looking for their content actively. And so that grows their reach, grows their engagement, and it grows their revenue as well, whether through really relevant advertising, or subscriptions, or a lot of the other kind of some of the new monetization things that we're looking at, for podcasters right now. And gosh, we'll even pay podcasters who bring their listeners to the Podopolo app. We could pay Facebook, or we could just pay the creator directly. We decided to just pay the creator directly. So anyway, help podcasters, not only cover their costs, but actually profit from podcasting. That's kind of what we're about. So
humans do love to complicate things, and they just add all these steps in between the thing. Sorry, I hate to go.
Anytime we can insert ourselves to get a piece of somebody else's pie. Something that's really neat about the model you're talking about, though, is I hope and I see potential for the really quality content to rise to the top because of the nature of the model, and to incentivize people to put out quality content. And something that I enjoyed when I was creating an account with Podopolo is it really made me think, not what am I looking for, but what do I want to feel? Because generally I'll put on podcasts when I want to laugh, I want to think, because there's a
Right.
feeling of thinking, right? I want to be soothed, I want to feel comforted, so there's feelings that come with pretty much everything that we expose ourselves to, because we are programming ourselves when
Right.
we do these things. And podcasting is like learning with music. I mean, there's all these different stimuli that really programs us. And I think a lot of people think about the what versus how they're feeling. And so this is something that I thought was really interesting. And I'm curious to see where it goes as you develop the platform, that it's basically helping people connect to content from a different angle.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is very exciting.
Well, you know what's really exciting to me too, and I think this is as the platform really evolves and continues to get more sophisticated, is that people learn a lot on podcasts. And so how can they take an aha moment or something they've learned on a podcast and not only connect with other people to share that information and whatnot, but actually put it into action in their lives for an actual transformational impact. Now, that obviously doesn't apply to a comedy or a true crime podcast or whatever, but the huge chunk
Dangerous
of
if it did,
podcasting
yeah.
is e-learning. Basically, it's like, you get some kind of cool hack about like a marketing thing or some idea or whatever, and you want to share that with your colleagues and like put it into action in your business, or maybe a fitness thing that maybe you want to do, or like a new mind thing, something for, your spiritual growth or mental health or, whatever. And having that safe space or container to be able to do that and actually make the information from podcasts actionable in growing kind of, feedback loops with people that you're also connected to that advance you and you advance them, and et cetera, around the content. So
it's not just the podcast. When I log into this podcast, eventually as this evolves, I'm going to get the podcast and all these listeners' takeaways in one little package.
Yeah.
It's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what I'm really excited about too with the next generation Podopolo, the way that we're doing social is very different from, say, the social you would see on it right now, which is all the things you'd expect, like DMs or, one of the cool things is being able to create a clip and share a short clip and see, oh, do I like this or not, that kind of stuff, and comments on podcasts. You can like a podcast, you can socially share all these things. Okay, so these are basic social. This is social as we know it today. What's really coming is a much more, I'd call it sort of socially threaded conversations as people listen, want to share an episode, a playlist, a playlist they've created, a playlist they've collaboratively created with somebody else, a interactive live stream, that these conversations are forked and stay relevant. And as people learn, and whether they decide, oh, I want to know more about that guest, so I want to see all the other podcasts that guest has ever been on, or I really want to figure out who else is listening to that show because I want to get together with them and have a discussion about this particular clip, or I want to do this, or I want to go deep dive into the topic. Those forked conversations, I guess the data architecture would be a little more similar to a Discord or a Reddit, I guess would be kind of more of a comparable of how that works in the long tail, so that the conversations are always relevant. They're always helping to expand people's thinking. They're a lot more holistic in the way this next generation of the app is being built. And we're really, really excited about that. But it's a tricky thing because you still got to watch the filter bubble stuff, but also content moderation kind of things too, because you don't want people going in there and where's the line, right, between what's acceptable and not. I mean, this is a big issue right now as we watch what's going on with Twitter. Where does free speech become hate speech, or like where does, right? And so empowering Podopolo kind of curators in that sense. The algorithms can go so far, and then there are people, and people who are kind of curating those conversations, or assisting them, and then there's Podopolo itself. But it's a big problem, so I'm sure we'll make some mistakes along the way. I hope not too many, but we come at it with this real awareness, not only of the enormity of the problem, but the enormity of the vision here, and really a profound sense that it's very, very important work. So
that awareness that you're bringing into this with this level of data that you're talking about is the change. Like really like being on your own board of ethicism as you look at what is the way to allow free speech and also not support.
And with a big dose of humility, because you got to be checking yourself all the time too, right? And in that sense, because you wonder, like, I think, like, Twitter, I was one of the first 100 users of Twitter with some old handle that I had associated with an old business, of mine. And I remember how exciting it was, because it was just like so much possibility and so exciting. And then you see, what's happened. I don't know, like same thing with Facebook. And whether that was commercial pressure or was the nature of the founders or the owners or like their, what's the reason, but these things start out with, I think, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt that they started out with the best of intentions, but,
benefit of the doubt is, I think, just a huge tool, I think, that we could all carry around in our belt just to test for a little bit, like that person driving that I want to yell at that's driving in a terrible way. What if I give them the benefit of the doubt and consider that maybe there's having a baby trying to get to the hospital?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when you see someone who, gets really angry with, say, a service worker or something, like, and it's just really like, what? They're not angry with that person. They're angry about something else, but they're lacking the awareness to know, like, they only have to give in any moment what they have to give. And when you start seeing people do things like that, and with more of that kind of attitude, you can come at them with much more of a sense of compassion. Like, oh my God, because it's sad. Because someone who's going to yell at some janitor or something, obviously has something going on there that is a much worse problem and don't know how to deal with or, correctly route their anger, and that's sad. But, I think people are doing the best they can with what they have. In a spiritual, emotional, mental, and any sense,
kind of comes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of, like, what does basic education look like? We have STEM, math and science and all these things, but we're not actually teaching young humans how to work with thoughts and emotions, like the most fundamental thing that's important as you step into a human body and a human life is how to work with thoughts and emotions, and to know that we're all learning, we're all doing it too. So I'm excited to see the podcasting platform bring this level of edutainment, and hopefully,
we got a lot of work to do, but like, it's fun. And I think we come at it too with the attitude that we're really co-creating, with other podcasters, with our listeners, with the community, because we'll be better for that, with a really kind of, transparent open-mindedness and whatnot, and it'll just keep getting, hopefully better and better and better, over time. But I'm just really excited about this medium of podcasting. And I think the reason I like it so much is just sort of the in-depth nature of it, and the human voice is just a level of authenticity or truth. I mean, you can kind of, when you're just typing some tweet or whatever, or an email even, you can read it in a completely different way than it was meant. But when you hear the human voice, you get all the signals. It's not quite as good as sitting next to somebody, but it's a hell of a lot better than that, just like typing something and people reacting. I don't know if, like, you've ever received an email and like gotten angry, and then the person didn't even mean it that way, or vice versa. Like, I know that can easily happen, right? Because people hear it in the tone that their antenna is picking up, and it's not necessarily even how it was meant. Yeah, but the voice says a lot.
Mm.
All of us have experienced that for sure.
Misinterpretation, 100%. Yeah. Melinda, you sort of touched on it. My final question to you was going to be, what is the role spirituality play, or what should the role spirituality play in, sharing information, receiving information, and just know that we want to continue this conversation. So potentially just seeding some thoughts for our listeners to sit with, ponder on, and for us to come back to in a curated session in a month or two, I think would be a beautiful way to bring this to a close.
What a beautiful question. And in my case, personally, a huge part of my awareness of all of this. I mean, even though all through my life, it's kind of been my life's work in a way, that period of spiritual growth is a huge reason why I'm talking so much about the concepts like attachment or judgment or compassion, or coming from a place of love around it rather than scarcity, like open-mindedness and all of these things, right? I think when people go on that spiritual growth journey to actually understanding their own truth and self-love, self-acceptance, a lot of what we experience, I believe, emanates from within us. And the more that we shift that, I mean, that's the actual answer to all of this that we're talking about.
Yes.
Because, it just comes, I mean, that's the it's so simple, isn't it? Right? But
it's not easy to awaken. Not easy.
Yeah.
But the more we heal, the more I mean, I find that everyone's on it's like peeling an onion, like you never arrive at some destination. Oh, like I'm spiritually grown up now, I've got this, there's always something else. But just even, but even that aspect of like being triggered. I mean, this was something that was interesting for me in my journey, because I started to realize whenever something triggered me, like anything that would just make me upset or angry or frustrated or something like that, I began to see those moments as an opportunity. It's like, oh, how interesting. What is it within me that's causing that? Because I wouldn't even be having this reaction. I wouldn't even be noticing it. I wouldn't care. It wouldn't be affecting me in any way unless it lived inside of me. I'm like, ooh, right? And so, okay, whatever that is, let it go. And chances are it could have been because I watched a TV show when I was 5 and I made it something, do you know what I mean? Or the way my parents argued with each other, or like whatever, right? And so using those trigger moments, and I think this is actually an answer way back in the earlier part of the conversation to what you do when you see a tweet or a post or something like that triggers you. A really good, spiritual growth tactic there is to say, oh, why is that? What is it about that? What do I have to let go or release? Because I'm only, triggered because, So I think the more we go on this journey, and the more society as a whole kind of steps from scarcity and lack into an abundance, from this, like I think even the idea of tribalism is a scarce idea.
Yeah.
Pluralism is an abundant idea. Diversity is an abundant idea. There's enough for everybody. Like no one's coming for your stuff. You know what I mean? Like we can all coexist. I think that's very much a spiritual growth concept, even, right? And so, this is very big, very big. I mean, personally, to me, it's so much of the way I run my business now. Podopolo is 100% an inspiration from that divine, and continues to be, just even in terms of how I, just even on a daily basis, like rather than a to-do list, having an inspiration list that comes from morning meditation, or, what is the thing to go do? Almost like you start to feel like you're an instrument of God, source, universe, or whatever. And you start to really understand why anyone is in an earth suit at the moment. What's your purpose? What's your unique voice, what is the thing. And the more we all step into that, and again, I like podcasting for that reason, because you see people actually really finding their voice and finding their unique contribution to make and being empowered in that way, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo real quick back something that you said. I love the concept of having an inspiration list versus a to-do list.
Yeah.
And really seeing that each trigger is an opportunity for growth and self-knowing. It's so true. It's so true. The trigger is always ours. Really beautifully said.
Well, I love what you guys are doing. Both of you are such an inspiration to me. I love just the name of the company. Love Out Loud is just so good. And all that you're doing with the summit, the people that you brought together. And these are such important ideas and concepts, and keeping this dialogue open and around. I mean, it's very inspiring. And so thank you. Thank you for having me. And thank you for, bringing everybody together in this. It's really, truly inspiring.
Thank you, Melinda. We encourage everyone to go and check out Podopolo, jump ship, go and listen to Podopolo.
Yeah. Come over to
Listen.
Podopolo.
Listen
Yeah.
to the light all day, every day. And we've had some really amazing and exciting conversations about how we could work together in the future. So
Yes.
we're super excited to share more of that as it crystallizes with all of you guys. But for now, make sure you go and support this platform. It's a part of changing the world, is to give credit where credit's due, to give back to the people that spend their time creating and sharing their voice, because that's such a big part of this conversation around making sure power is distributed equally. Well, maybe not equally, but more equal than what we're currently seeing, at least.
Yeah.
And
we can always get better.
always getting better, yeah. And support leaders, like yourself, Melinda, that give due consideration. I think no human, no company is ever perfect, but what we can get really good at is taking the time to ask the right questions, taking the time to figure out what questions to ask, and then make sure that we're consistently in a discipline of asking those questions and open to how we can be better and grow in this ever evolving world. They're the companies I personally want to see come with us into a civilization of love. So yeah, just thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Dedication. You are one of the hardest working women I have ever.
Yeah, I know. There's the work-life balance thing, but yes, I do work a little too hard, for sure.
Well, there's some play in our future in 2023. It's coming.
100%. No, play is a very important part of spiritual growth, certainly. And 2023 need that. Like, I think just even as we're building our team right now, I mean, how can we actually inject that into our, and allow that to really blossom in our team culture? Because when I think of we're hiring actually a lot of people at the moment, and the culture of the company is so critical to me, because I think, and this is part of the consciousness, is how do we operationalize our values on a day-to-day basis, and not only like what we're doing, but who we're actually being. And so if Podopolo's core values are abundance, innovation, collaboration, kindness, diversity, what does that actually mean? And fun is one of ours. So like, what does that actually mean in terms of how we operate the company, who we're being, how we make decisions, all of that. And that's a huge part of my thinking right now, because I do believe about companies, if you get that right at the core of the company, it emanates out in everything you do. You can feel it in the product. You can feel it in the marketing, in the whole ecosystem that you're creating. And it's we say about the individual, it starts from within. It's the same thing with a team in a company. And I think that's one of the things that really excites me also about Podopolo and this stage of going from kind of like an early stage company to now like a scaling, emerging growth company, is getting all that right from the outset. So lots of play. It should be fun. The journey should be fun. Yes.
Thank you both so much. We're going to break for 5 minutes. In that time, make sure you go and download Podopolo. That's your task. Everyone that is watching this, before we come back into Kelly Kimball's session, which I will introduce in just a minute. But thank you for
Thank
all
you so much.
your participation.
Wonderful,
as
wonderful.
well.
I can't wait to catch up on sessions that I've missed, and this is all recorded, right? So like, because you've had so many amazing people on, so.
Yeah.
It's been, thanks for being one of them.
Yeah.
All right. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everybody, whatever time zone you're in.
Yeah.
All right.
11:01. Bye, you guys. Okay,
Bye.
we're gonna break for 5 minutes, or maybe 3 minutes, because we don't want to keep Kelly waiting too long. I will come back and formally introduce his session and who he is as the amazing entrepreneur he is. So take a sip of water, go to the bathroom, and we'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back. Let me formally introduce Kelly Kimball, which I'm so excited that you've decided to join us for this summit, Kelly. I know this is I feel like every conversation we've had over summit has so beautifully led into each voice and what they have to share. It's like there's been this really perfect synergy and flow of these conversations. So Kelly Kimball is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, political activist, a lecturer who focuses on disruptive strategies that challenge regulatory barriers and promotes women's causes. As a co-founder and executive chairman of Vitu, Kelly demonstrates the value of progressive ideology in the corporate world. And as the founder of the F5 Collective, a venture fund dedicated to Australian female leaders, Kelly aims to create gender equality in the investment space. I'm so excited to dive into Kelly's journey of self-awareness, recognizing the luck and privilege he has simply by being born as a Caucasian man in the US and owning the responsibility to use his privilege to empower and uplift underrepresented groups in our communities and globally. So Kelly also works closely with Marquesa, who you guys got to meet yesterday. And the name of this session is using the power of privilege positively, which just even seeing some of the tribe feedback when we announced that title, just how many of you believe that this is a really important conversation to be having. So without further ado, welcoming Kelly into the summit. Hey. I hope you got your burger, Kelly.
No, but I'm willing for somebody to deliver it.
Uber Eats, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. No, my dogs are going nuts in the background. I don't know if you can hear them. I have a directional mic, but my apologies if my labradoodles are joining the conversation.
I think we can hear them, but it's more than welcome, more than barrier. This is a sense of unity.
Yeah. So how are you?
I feel enlightened through the various conversations we've had the opportunity to participate in the past couple of days, and just how these industry leaders and experts, even though they've worked in such different spaces, have all discovered very similar truths. And I think that's one of the most reassuring messages that any of us can really receive, that there are these existential truths that we can rest upon, and no matter where we choose to invest our expertise and become a master in any direction, we still have this shared experience. Yeah,
I've been listening to a few of them, and they're wonderful. I really enjoyed this day today, so I appreciate that.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to maybe begin there before we jump into the actual title of this talk today, which is the power of using privilege positively. Just to hear some of your reflections on the other speakers and how you've related that to your own views around some of these topics.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of things that have come up, but there's been, I think our last speaker talked a little bit about, how we choose to experience things. That person yelling at is in an angry mood and yelling at somebody is, can you look at them and be angry at them? Or could you look at them and say, well, maybe they've got something going on. And I reflected on that because we do this thing every year called Uber Santa. It's silly, but it has been so impactful in the folks that I do this with, where every year, we're doing it next Saturday, as a matter of fact, every holiday, we follow an Uber around and we have Santa Claus in our van, and we have a film crew, and you can go on YouTube. A random Uber? I'm sorry?
Is it a random?
No, we wired this Uber up. We have cameras, we have, and whoever gets in the Uber, when they get out, they get $1,000 cash. And we do that because we during our, it's a charitable time. And we my wife and I used to give money to, we still do. We give money to charities where you just write a check and you see the check go out the door. And that's the last time. I mean, you never know how it impacts people, but when you actually give them money, you really do hear their stories, and you hear their it's amazing. I mean, the people cry, and then they tell you what's going on in their lives, and you realize that $1,000, which didn't mean a whole lot, to a whole lot of people out there, it was life-changing to them. But it wasn't life-changing because of the money. It was life-changing because you thought of them, and because they were given a gift at a time when it's, these are stressful times. it was such a wonderful thing. So, and one of the conversations that came up when we first started this is, what if somebody gets in the car and they're a jerk? What if they're just mean? And the answer that that one of our team gave was, well, maybe they need it more than the others.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, maybe this changes their life. So I think that's what that reminded me of, that conversation. So there's been a few reflections like that that I really appreciated and I took with me, and I will take with me.
Melinda's a badass for sure. This is a really cool experiment. You know, in my language, I would call that loving out loud, looking for direct ways to love out loud. And just knowing how you've chosen to spend your time as an entrepreneur, Kelly, I sense that, you know, relational equity and leading through giving and generosity has been a relatively instrumental value. Let's talk about where and how and why that was cultivated.
Oh, wow. We can go back to the beginning of the universe. I think, you know, when I was a child, my father took me to work with him one day, and I actually reflected on this, tried to figure out where is it that my attitude toward business comes from. And I must have been, I don't even know how old I was, but just one of my earliest memories. My father was a god, you know. I mean, I didn't realize we were poor because the kid doesn't know that. I thought he was the king of the world, you know, and we got into his office for bring your kid to office day, and a man came in and he yelled at my father. And I was waiting for my father to take this man out, you know, to just, you know, nobody yells at my father. And my father, you know, shrunk in front of me. And it was I asked him about this because it was a troubling, you know, thing to watch as a child. And he said, that was my boss. And that was the first time I'd ever heard the term boss. And so I was raised thinking that bosses were bad people. And I think that that actually, you know, so I'd have to get a boss when I was 15, and I'd get fired because they were bad people. And I tried, and I'd get angry. And then I've literally, and people think I'm kidding, I have literally been fired from every job I've ever had in my life. And even I sold my last company to a publicly traded company. I had about a 3-year contract with them, and they came and renegotiated my contract. I was president of their global division to that day, 3 months later. So I was technically, I think I got my track record still intact. And I think that's what caused me to want to build businesses that I could work for. And it was really important to, I mean, the act of being fired every single time, you needed money. The thought that these people that I would call a boss could actually hold this over my head and say, if you don't do the job, I've got 10 people who can. If you don't, I mean, there was always this threat that I may not have this job tomorrow. I don't have any sort of stability in my life. And I hated it. And I would come home and I'd be angry. And I thought, you know, you got to change that. If I ever have an opportunity to have my own business, I would change that. And I became an entrepreneur, not because I wanted to be an entrepreneur, because I would starve to death. I was literally unemployable. So mine was more of I didn't have a mission. I didn't want to change the world. I just want to put food on the table. And that was my start.
So when you say you were unemployable, was just due to the fundamental sort of friction you felt under the perception of authority, or what else?
It was the perception of authority. I think I probably had some good bosses, but I didn't give them a chance. So I just didn't know how to be an employee. And, you know, because I thought, you know, look, you hired me in the mailroom, right? And I'm doing a really good job. And if I wasn't important, why did you hire me? You know, if I was bagging groceries at Ralph's grocery stores, why are you threatening me? I thought I was a valuable employee. I thought I had a whole lot more value than they did. And that's where the friction came in. Yeah. And now I look at my own employees. We have 500 people that work for us around the world at this point. And, you know, I have warehouse workers. Well, that was me. So what's the difference between that warehouse worker and the chairman of the board? Time. You know, we're the same people. I just have the benefit of a few more years on me. So I can't look at these people and say there's something lesser, or I'm becoming those people that I really objected to and couldn't work for us as I was coming up. So anyway, that's sort of the philosophy of how we work now.
Yeah, so many leaders can learn from this, right? I think being self-made in essence is always going to lead to hopefully a greater sense of humility. I think Marqueza said it yesterday, which I loved. You know, her reminder to herself regularly that everything that she's created could go away, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is the very thing that keeps her in a state of humility as she works and leads others and goes about her day-to-day business. Have there been times for you where you feel you've lost sight of that humility? This was one of my questions to you that I was writing down in some of my notes, is what has been your most humbling experience in business today?
Back in 2000, that's the company I sold my company to a publicly traded company. The humbling experience wasn't that I got fired. The humbling experience was the day that the deal closed. I was reading the newspaper in my local, in LA here, and in the headlines of the newspaper, it had my picture, and it was talking about the 25 or 30 employees we made millionaires. And what a wonderful thing that was. And I read about myself in the paper, and realizing that this poor kid from the Valley could actually have created generational wealth, and that I would never have to work again. I would never have to worry again. I would never have to think about food or rent and I was the king of the universe. I must be important because now I have all this money. And money, the gravitational pull of that kind of wealth is really a dangerous, dangerous thing. And so the humbling part of this was during the dot-com era. And all of a sudden, we went from generational wealth to the stock market started crashing. And then I went to being really, really, really wealthy. Then I went from being, no, okay, I got a lot of money, I could probably retire. And then a month later, it was like, no, my God, I've got enough money maybe to last the next 5 years. I better start a business. And then a month later, it was like, man, the gardener's making more money than I am.
Yeah.
And I realized at that moment that the hubris and the lack of humility that I had, thinking that I was the king of the world because I had money. The other side of that sword is if you're going to judge yourself by the money you make, you have to judge yourself by the money you lose. And this is why people commit suicide. This is why people have mental health issues. And it was a striking lesson for me. And it was one that defines me now, that money is not the point. Now we have this philosophy and this policy in our company that you work for the applause and not the money. And the longer sustain the applause, the more the money rolls in. The money is the byproduct of the excellence you provide. If you're working for the money, that's your identity. And then when you have money, you look for other people that have money, and they're your peer group when they're not at all. Because I will tell you this, that a vast majority of the people that I know that have gained wealth, if you are, wealth is no more than a magnifying glass. If you're a good person and you've got a lot of money, now you're a really good person. If you're a bad person and you get money, now you're a really bad person. And we see this day after day after day in the way that our leaders are responding, and the ego and the lack of humility and the things that you've got billions of dollars and yet you're hoarding it. Like you could ever spend that kind of money, and why is that? Because that money is who you are. And if you lose one of those commas, maybe you're not the same person anymore. And so that was the big lesson for me.
Powerful. Did you tune into Ramayan's talk yesterday at the end of the day at all?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Did you tune into Ramayan's talk from Unify at all yesterday?
I could not. No, I apologize.
I just want to refer back to what he was sharing, because he's a very, very learned in Vedic teachings and Vedic philosophy, and he was talking about identity, and obviously through a very different lens to the one you are approaching the conversation today, but really this fundamental understanding that we're not our identity, we're not even our body. We can eat and then go to the toilet and we don't disappear. So we're actually not these things, and finding purpose is this connection to something much deeper within us, that can't be hopefully defined or changed because our circumstances change. And I think it's here, my work with people in mental health, and belonging and community development, this understanding is core to having a sense of personal power in our world that isn't defined by these external factors. And what even Melinda was sharing just now about, media bias, how few people have a sense of personal power and self-security to be able to withstand differences of opinion. They just shut down. They don't want to hear that opinion anymore because they've identified so strongly with that point of view. They've identified so strongly with their money. They've identified so strongly with whatever that identity is. I think to create global unity, there has to be this shift, for us to take a step beyond those identity infrastructures and find something deeper inside of us. And so you've been there as an entrepreneur, you've felt the allure of having everything by society standards, and then needing to journey, that fall from grace. What were some of the lessons that you learned as you started to rebuild?
Well, I think first and foremost, you forget, I think a lot of leaders don't realize that the most powerful tools they have are humility and empathy and charity. And sadly for leadership, most leaders, whether you're a leader of a few people or you're a president or you're a CEO of a company, that the first thing you lose is that humility, or those three principles. You tend to believe your title, and you don't believe in these three principles. If you're a humble leader, right, then people will be inspired to follow you. If you're not a humble leader, you will manage them and march them. And if you're managing and marching people, they will do just enough to not get fired.
Yeah.
If you inspire them to be the best that they can be, and you don't penalize them for not being as good as the person next to them, but just being the best that they can be, you will get remarkable things out of these people. If you're empathetic, if you remember where you came from and you talk to somebody in your company who's going through things similar to what you came through, and you take them under your wing, and it doesn't matter what level of the company they are, you show them you care, and you show them that they're part of the family, and you got to believe it. You can't just do this once in a while and hope it spreads. Then you will find loyalty that you've never thought would be possible in a business environment. And leaders lose that. Charity, and I don't mean giving people $10 or $20, but the charity of your time, the charity of your love, of who you are. If you're giving to the people that come to work every day, day after day, hour after hour, week after week, they really work hard for you. And they give me everything I have in my life. If it weren't for them, I could talk to you all day long. I've got people working right now out there actually doing my job for me. If you forget that, and if you don't acknowledge that, then you've ruined an important part of the dynamic you have between the people that are literally working for you, they're literally making you money, literally making your life what it is today, and you're not upset with them over it. And a lot of leaders get upset with them because they lose the humility and the empathy and the charity. And I think that's a no-brainer. I don't know why most leaders don't realize this, because if you have that attitude as a leader, if you inspire people to work harder, you're going to make more money. If you love the people who work for you, and they show that love to the customers, those customers will show love to our shareholders. And you end up making more money than you would make. You find that progressive employee-centric businesses are actually the best capitalistic businesses. And I've just an aside here, we have a competitor that the owner of this company I remember having a conversation with one of their managers, and he said, our guy, who will remain nameless, he's worth $2 billion. He's one of the smartest men in the world. And I said, but nobody likes working for him. He goes, yeah, but he's worth $2 billion. He's one of the smartest guys in the world. So maybe he'd have been worth $6 billion. Maybe he's $4 billion stupid. And I believe that. I believe that the leaders, when they forget the humility, when they forget the empathy, when they get the charity, when they forget to be human, that they are not above in this hierarchy. That you also got a social and you've got a cultural hierarchy that you exist in, which should be relatively flat. When you spend way too much time in that structural hierarchy and out of that cultural and human hierarchy, then you're going to lose money, and you're not going to have the excellence, and you're not going to be proud of what you're doing.
And you're not going to enjoy it. But let's talk about where the blind spot stems from ultimately, because I guess, my work has largely revolved around understanding human behavior. And what I definitely know to be true is when someone's not capable of self-reflection, or there's a huge resistance to this level of self-reflection, which, from what I'm hearing you share, there's an invitation there for every leader to reflect on themselves and see where they're not giving this acknowledgement, where they're not being generous, when they're not leading with humility and integrity. The people that I've worked with that struggle with self-reflection the most, there's deep internal barriers, defenses, things that are not fully right within them. Sometimes it's maybe just because they're a dickhead, or but I would say most of the time it's actually a minority of instances that there's usually this pain that people might not even be conscious they have. And so when they inherit power, the unconscious or subconscious resistance to self-reflection amplifies, because it would be such a difficult thing to face, and to often face publicly as well. Because once you're a leader, what you own, what you speak to, what you accept, what you acknowledge is then in witness. There's a huge level of accountability. So what have you noticed with leaders that maybe aren't able to self-reflect? Where is that coming from in them?
Well, I think you start from a general belief, I think I do anyway, that if there's nothing inside there, then you're filled with everything you've accumulated, right? I mean, if you have money and that becomes your soul because you had nothing there before, then that's where you gain your self-esteem. If you have stuff, if you have artwork, if you have things, and those are the things that are important to you, those are all things you can lose. And so with the collection of outside sort of gratification, you put yourself in a very, very risky position. And then you close down and you shut down. And even again with your employees, it's like, oh, you want more money? You want another $1 an hour? You're taking what's mine. You're taking the thing that makes me who I am. and there's a fight there. And there's, and when we do that, we put walls up. And then we tend to become more distant, not just with the people around us, but who we are, our true essence of who we are. You pave it over with the stuff that you've been able to collect, where everybody around you, the sycophants. I mean, look at our ex-president. I mean, no matter what the guy does, he's got people around him telling him what a great human being he is, because they want what he's got. And he'll roll over them in a second if he thought they were trying to take what he's got. The guy's a billionaire. It's a very sad existence. So I think you see a lot of that. You think a lot of imposter mentality. It's like, wait a minute, how did I deserve this? And I better not open up, and I better not be transparent, because I might be exposed.
Oh, one of my good friends told me once, which really it kind of blew my mind, because my work in leadership's been literally the opposite. She advised for federal political party in the United States, and she was saying, the reason I left that job is because I realized that a lot of these leaders, their effort is to be as least vulnerable as possible. They work at being like the less vulnerable, the better, and that's actually something they work towards and work for. And that was such a crazy revelation for me. That like leading with vulnerability is like the number one piece of ethos that shapes my worldview in leadership. That the more vulnerable we are, the more effectively we can lead others, because we're actually able to be seen. And
that's what a leader is, Nicole. I mean, if you're talking about, we call these people leaders, but they're not. They're people in power.
Right. Exactly.
But there's no leadership qualities there. They get elected and then they hold that power. It's the same self-esteem issue that we were just talking about. Leaders would be confident to say something that's probably not popular. Leaders would be confident that they can actually protect people who it's not popular to protect.
Yeah.
This is what leadership is. And unfortunately, at least in our country, we definitely lack that. And by the way, and the entire institution doesn't allow the real leaders to show up. You're oppressed the second you walk in. You've got to vote a certain way. You've got to walk a certain way. You've got to talk a certain way. And you lose all of anything that you thought you were going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think the distinction between those who hold power and those who actually demonstrate what it means to be a leader is an important thing to preface here. What is your personal definition of leadership?
Wow. I'm kind of the anti-leader, to be honest with you. I think.
What does that mean?
Again, we talked about the hierarchy. You've got the structural hierarchy in a company. You've got the board, the chairman, the CEO, the COO, CFO. You've got senior managers all the way down. Most people would look at that as leadership. I think you got to flip that upside down. I think when you realize you're the least important person in the company, because it's truly, I could get hit by lightning right now. My company opens up tomorrow and it's an excellent company. But if something happens to them, we're done, right?
Yeah.
So as a leader, I think you need to stop thinking about the things that you think are leadership qualities, like power, like, you know, and you got to start thinking of yourself in a more humble way. And you've got to think of, how do I best inspire people to be their best people? That's, to me, what leadership is. It's not about me. You know, that's why I say I'm kind of the anti-leader. It's what can I do to inspire people? How do I view the lineage of my actions, if that makes sense? Because there's not, let me speak on that for just a second. In a very negative way, we know this to be true. We have seen what happened when an elderly man with Alzheimer's in Wuhan, China, got on a bus and he went into the clinic because he was sick. And he became the very first patient diagnosed with COVID. He died shortly after that. We don't know if he's patient zero, but he might have been. His DNA, of that virus DNA, we all have been affected by that, by him. That one little act of him getting on the bus caused governments to change, caused tens of millions of people to die, 1 billion people to be affected. There's not a person on the planet that hasn't been affected by it and are not still being affected by it. One little act of getting on the bus and maybe coughing caused a butterfly effect that changed the world forever. We have that opportunity. Why do we then believe, when we hear that we can change something, that just our attitude can change the world? Why is that too big for us to think about? You know, typhoid Mary, patient zero for the typhoid fever. You know, when the Ebola virus, a 2-year-old boy playing in a tree, in a hollowed out part of the tree, patient zero. We know this. That little act from that little 2-year-old boy changed the world. Flip that to good. How do I know that the smile that I give to somebody when they walk by me, how do I know that little bit of empathy and that little bit of humility that I gave didn't change the world? We don't know these things, but we know it can happen because we've seen it on the other end. So if you believe, you know, in this concept of leadership, if you believe the lineage of your actions, that this in Love Out Loud, the lineage of love, if you give somebody a voice, if you give somebody some time, if you give somebody that $1,000 when they get out of the car, if you just give them a hug when they need a hug, you may have changed the world. It's not impossible to believe that when you see in action what happens when little things, you know, like viruses and things change the world. So I think as a leader, I think you got to remember that every single thing you do has a lineage to it. And it's not this conversation. It's what's happening 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 years from now, because we had this conversation.
Exactly. I love this message. You know, I love it so much. Our whole ethos is, it's just enough of us making the same choice that changes it, or not the same choice, but a choice aligned to love. You know, that will ultimately shift the paradigm in the world. And it's really, that's how the mechanics of our world currently are. We're all choosing at a critical mass in certain directions with certain ideologies, mindsets, and that's shaping collective culture or mainstream culture. And at any time, through our sovereignty, our leadership, our demonstration, this can be shifted. And I think that the courage, the bravery, I loved what you were sharing just before, like the courage to actually represent underrepresented groups as an instant, in an instance of example just then, or, you know, do something that's never been done. These are massive beginnings of waves of change.
You know, and we have an opportunity where that poor man on that bus he did one thing and probably passed shortly thereafter. We have these opportunities every minute of every day. You know, a new lineage is created, a new opportunity is created. You know, and if you miss that opportunity, you know, shame on you. You know, you should remember this every single time you look at someone. Yeah.
Wake up to it. That's right.
Yeah.
And so relating this to the areas of impact that you've chosen to champion, specifically representing women. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that, and maybe starting with your personal experience. How has choosing to support women and empower women in entrepreneurship specifically and politics as well. How has that changed your world and your experience as a leader?
Well, I think I don't know that it's changed me too. I mean, this was an evolutionary process. My wife is a cancer survivor, and so we got into women's health issues. When we got into women's health issues, we were also into political leadership. If you look at the world today and the toxic masculinity that could cause a world war, that causes most of our wars, there was a wonderful picture, by the way, of the Prime Minister of Finland and the Prime Minister of New Zealand standing together. And you look at that picture of these two young women, and you think, could they get us into the same mess that Putin's gotten us into? Can they put us in the same mess that some of our US leaders have gotten us into? And the answer is, you just can't imagine it. You know, having that feminine point of view in leadership is, I think, crucial to our survival. So we've decided, at least in our own little way in California, for example, we would put a significant amount of our effort and time and our money toward electing people that look exactly the opposite of me. That in fact, I keep telling people, and it annoys some of my male political friends that who ask for money and I don't give it to them because they're not the right gender. So look, I am hopeful that at the end of I'll never see it, but my goal, my North Star, is to have every single person representing us in the state of California to be female. I don't care what party they're in.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's the truth. The governor's a friend of mine, so I will support him. But other than that, you know, that's our goal. When we started thinking about supporting women in leadership, we started looking at also leadership in terms of business leadership, because we do have the belief that with, you know, the world is getting hotter by the minute. Toxic masculinity, as I said, has taken over the planet. I mean, we have got to make changes now, and we can't wait for governments to make those changes. We have to do it ourselves. And we do it, and I think we do that through entrepreneurship. So when we were looking at the companies that are going to impact the world, we decided to focus in on female entrepreneurs. And why is that important? And you may know this, Nick. I mean, I'm sure you do. You know, right now, we have, the last couple of years, 2 to 3% of all the venture capital invested in Australia went to women founders, 2 to 3%. It dropped this year to 0.7%.
Well, in Australia.
What the hell is going on? Okay, now from a selfish capitalist point of view, I'm going to mine a mine for gold, right? As an investor, I'm going to go in the one that's 99.3% mined, or I'm going to go over here to the one that's, 0.7% mined. The amount of brilliance and invention and intelligence and entrepreneurship that you find amongst amongst women founders is extraordinary. And why is it that they're being ignored? And why did that snap back, by the way? And I've got philosophies on that, but we decided that because we believe that women are necessary to change this planet, women in leadership, women in decision-making. I think we decided to go that route, and we ended up in Australia, of all places. For me, it's just been, revelatory. It's meeting some of the people that we met over there. We had 28 meetings in 5 days when we were there of really incredible. It's humbling when you think that I could walk in a room and I could raise money in a minute. It's not a thing. You walk in the same room, and 99 out of 100 times they're going to show you the door. And we can change that. And this is why you had Marquez on and Divya Reddy, and Marquesa Finch and I have started F5 Collective so that we can actually make change there. And I think we can, we're not a big fund, but we got a lot of heart. And I think we will make a difference.
We already are, 100%. I'd love to hear some of your philosophies on why, even in the past couple of years, some of that stats dropped down to 0.7%. How do you see that? Especially because the voice, I feel, for women in leadership and women's empowerment, that voice is getting louder. It's not there yet, but it's getting louder. So where do you think that's come from?
Well, I think it's a bit of cowardice. I think, okay, you look at the different areas of funding. You've got your MVP, your pre-seed stage. You raise money from friends and family. You raise small amounts of money for that. Your seed stage is where you prove the market, so you're not even any money yet. And then you get to the Series A, and that's the venture capital stage, right? You got to prove it up to get there. And we're finding that there's plenty of money available for women in the pre-seed and seed stage. But when they get to that Series A, that's where the drop happens. And why is that? Well, it's a different group. The VC world is a different animal. And who are you talking to? You're talking to people, they don't even look like me. They look like me, but 40 years younger. And the amount of, and the amount of judgment they bring in is really about, they know what they know. They know what they see. They know what they see in the mirror. And there's not a lot of female venture capitalists, but we've also found that the female VCs are also bringing this unconscious bias as well. They'll ask you, how is it that you plan on not losing your market share? Same man could come in the very next meeting and they'll say, how is it that you're going to grow your business? One is very negative and one is very positive. And you're seeing that doesn't matter what the gender. But I think what happened over the last couple of years is there's been so much capital available. And the whole ESG thing became a big thing, that the venture capitalists believed they needed to dedicate a portion of their funds to this. It was more astroturf than it was real. And when over the last year, you see the economy starting to falter, they're starting to circle the wagons as well. So what's the first to go? It's their charity. And I think they looked at female funding as charity.
Wow.
And shame on them. I think it's a cowardly position to take. And but you get those people who are bringing deals to the table. They're clerks. They're the younger people in the firm, and they don't want to screw it up, right? And so they're putting forth what they know, and not stretching outside the box a little bit. And I think that's a fundamental problem. And there may be people listening, and I do know a lot of really great VCs who are really into female funding, really funding people of color. But I would say, generally speaking, that's my take on it.
So really, it's that male founders are seen as more of a safe bet.
Oh, sure.
They look like the people that are funding them. There's a familiarity there that perpetuates. I'm curious. I mean, you've obviously heard a lot of women pitch. Do you feel on the other side of that, the confidence in women has been, really quite severely impacted by some of these stats, that a female's ability to step into a room, give it their everything, show up in confidence, have conviction and belief, that's also on the other side of that impacting traction for women moving forward? Or do you think it's all unconscious bias from the investor side?
I have, in this journey, been stunned to find that the women who come in the room to talk to you about their companies are so passionate about their companies that it is so compelling, that because they're on a mission, right? I mean, they're more mission driven. The men who come in to pitch their companies, very few of them are mission driven. They're all about how much money you're going to make. I think it's refreshing, and I think it's a superpower of the women that come into the room, that they are mission driven that way. And I think that there's no lack of confidence in their ability to perform. I think it's their lack of confidence to get the fuel to put in the machine. And you think about the way we set this up as venture capitalists. I mean, it's like you've built this beautiful, hand-stitched, amazing Bentley, most beautiful car in the world. That's your company. And you're driving into this crappy old gas station. And the gas station attendant, who's the VC, comes out and said, I'm going to fill your tank, but I need half your car. And if I don't like the way you're driving it, in 2 years, you're going to bring that car back and I'm going to own it. We put so much value on the VC process and on the money, when the real value is in the business, not just the business, Nicole, it's the entrepreneur. And that's the concept with F5, is that we're not investing in the businesses as much as we're investing in the humans. And I think that's going to be a critical distinction as we go forward. But we are conditioned to go the VC route. We're conditioned to kind of jump into that game. And I think when we do talk to a lot of women who are starting up their companies, that is they don't really understand that process as well as they should. And they're timid about it because only 0.7 of them get out of the room with any cash.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Investing in the entrepreneur themselves, the character, then that I'm sure, you've thought about the criteria of what needs to be demonstrated within that character. What are some of those qualities that would create that distinction for you between, say, a really amazing business that's looking good on paper and female founder, maybe in particular, if there's women who are wanting to start businesses or on the journey of raising capital right now, that could hear this and really understand from where you sit, what are those characteristics or qualities?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing you've got to do as an entrepreneur is decide which entrepreneur you are. There's a wide range of people who call themselves entrepreneurs, and they all should be respected. You know, you could be a restaurateur or a plumber or a lawyer or a doctor. Those are trades, right? You're a tradesperson. That is not my type of entrepreneur. I respect them, and I don't know how they do what they do, but that's not my thing. There are opportunists, you know, there are people who want to make money first. That's why I started. I just wanted to eat. You know, you have the opportunist category. I can bring in 10 million masks from China and I can make a quick buck, right? God bless you. You're not my entrepreneur. There's hobbyists, like my wife, who was an aromatherapist, and her stuff got really popular, and she was all over Florida and all over California, and all these celebrities had her stuff. And then she realized she hated it and she didn't want to be in business anymore because it was a hobby. And so you got hobbyists, and I respect them, and they should be respected. They're not my entrepreneurs. 10% of the entrepreneurial definition are mission-driven people who don't care about the money as much as they care about the mission. Not coincidentally, all the unicorns come out of that space. They are people who would just as soon drive their plane into the ground than they would abandon, you know, the aircraft. And then when they crash, they dust themselves off and they do it again. And they do it again. And it is the
insanity, basically. It's the quality.
You know, and you look at that, and what's a VC going to say? So you crashed your plane 3 times. You know, you're not worthy of my money. I'm like, you crashed your plane 3 times. You're my tribe. You know, because what happens with mission-driven entrepreneurs is they learn. They can't stop doing what they're doing. It's kind of an addiction. You know, but these are the people that I'm looking for. What we want to do, we want to know, Nicole, that if somebody comes in the door and they have a great idea, but they're my tribe, I'm going to support them. And I know that there's a good chance that they're not going to make it, right? But I don't care. They're part of my tribe. And I want to know these people. They're so rare. And I need to hold them, and I need to put an ecosystem around them, and I need to introduce them to my network, and I need to build their confidence and build their education in this weird world of raising money and exits and all this stuff. And then if it doesn't work, I'm going to do it again with them. And my attitude is, once you find a member of your tribe, you never let them go, and you support them time after time after time, because one day they'll hit their grand slam. If people gave up on me after my first 3 or 4 businesses, you and I wouldn't be talking now.
Yeah. It's awesome, you know, like the tenacity, it's a depth, you know, the tenacity and willingness to consistently, whatever the expression of this is, you know, for you, Kelly, it's supporting the category of entrepreneur that's your tribe. For someone else, it could be, you know, something completely different, but the tenacity and willingness to stay in the discomfort. Eliza was saying on the panel earlier that we are ultimately made as diamonds. We've got to go through the pressures of pain to really find that true value and richness. Finding leaders that are willing to go to those depths. You know, I think we are living in a world that is ever increasing in its attitude around dispensability. I see this as a real challenge with my generation of leadership, let alone the younger generation underneath us, who have never known a world beyond instant gratification. Everything they want is now, you know, at least for my gen, we had to wait a week before we got to see the next Simpsons episode. You know, there was some introduction to delayed gratification. And I believe one of the most defining things in my journey as an entrepreneur, how I am with teams, has stemmed from community service work as a very young entrepreneur, and being so deeply in service to people, and actually finding a place of recognition that that's not actually a sacrifice.
Yeah.
It is perceived to be a sacrifice because we have to give up comfort. We have to give up security. We have to give up these things that I think, you know, people are told we need to have or we should have. But when I was willing to give all of that up, and I found the core of truth, and I met the power of the humanity of people in that space, I fell way more wildly in love with that realness, you know, that authenticity, that humanity, you know, that spirit, than any of that other stuff. And now how that's influenced my journey in leadership has been, if times get tough, that's an invitation to lean in even more. You know, that's the invitation to really to move in, not step away. And I think all of these social challenges that we have talked about in Summit and beyond require that same tenacity, that same spirit to go that layer deeper when the temptation is to walk away because it's getting tough.
Well, and listen to what you're talking about here. You're talking about the short-term gratification versus long-term, gratification. And it's not even gratification, it's wisdom. When we look at short-term, gratification, we're missing the concept of wisdom. If you break it down into a math equation, one of the variables of wisdom is time. The other part of it is experiences.
Yeah, perspective.
And if you take away if you want short-term, you're taking away the element of time. I can be looked at as being a wise person because I'm 65 years old. I've got such a strong variable on the other end but it's true in that I've had so many experiences. When you're thinking about instant gratification, when you're thinking about this short-term, way to make yourself feel good or powerful or better than others, or even better to yourself, I think you're eliminating the opportunity of wisdom. And I think that's a big mistake. And I think those who actually understand it's the long game, that wisdom is a long game, are going to be much, much better off down the road, no matter how many times you crash and burn.
You touched on imposter syndrome before, and I just want to bring that concept into this this conversation. That I think the willingness to understand and be on the journey of delayed understanding that wisdom can take time and it takes experiences. It's not going to happen now. Success isn't always going to happen now, but it doesn't mean you're not on the journey. I think what happens to many leaders is they start to feel, well, if it doesn't look the way I think it should look right now, then I'm a contradiction, and that becomes so unbearable that they'll choose to quit or they'll choose to disconnect because they don't want to be in that discomfort. They feel like an imposter or whatever it is. I know, in my own journey, when I've struggled to bring personal integrity, the message of Love Out Loud is a big responsibility. It's been a huge initiation. And I think anyone on a mission can understand this, that your life, your work is constantly initiating you into a law of demonstration, to really be in integrity with what you're claiming. And that, so much of that's unseen. So much of that is in conversations that are never going to, they're never going to be, public. How I choose to conduct myself in these other areas of my life, as it is for any leader. How can we have more compassion for ourselves if things aren't showing up the way that we think that they should be? And understand that that's actually a part of the process, that discomfort, that contradiction, that, the struggle is actually on the way, not in the way.
Well, I can answer that with two different sort of answers. One is, F5 Collective is our fund. And why did we name it F5? Because it's a belief that every one of our journeys, we jump into our own little tornado. And if you think our lives are linear, you're crazy. And if you expect that, you're going to get hurt, right?
Yeah.
We jump into these
line, really.
No, maybe from afar it looks like, after 65 years it looked pretty good. But the reality is we all create our own little tornadoes, and they're all deeply personal, and we can't replicate anybody else's. The whole concept of the tornado is you can't control it. You just got to ride it. And you're going to bounce into things. And if you fight it, you're going to get hurt, right? And our job with F5, whether we named it F5, is to make that little dust, devil we spin up, to make it into the most destructive, powerful force on record. And that's the F5 category tornado. So if you don't enjoy that ride, if you don't enjoy it, you're going to get hurt, and it's going to be difficult, and you're going to quit, right? The other is a more long-term approach. I think it's important as humans, and it's really hard the younger you are. I think it was for me anyway, as humans, to realize what's important in your life. The little bumps and bruises you have along the way. I'll give them to go off on a couple tangents here. One of the tangents is I administered a wedding, and I was talking to this couple that that both of them had been addicts. Both of them were at the deepest, most horrible part of their lives. They didn't know each other yet. And they happened to meet. And, you know, one of the things I asked them was, you know, going through everything you went with, they were bad. I mean, this just wasn't this was like their lives were probably going to end shortly. But they came out of it, right, when they met each other. And when we were at the altar, I said, you know, looking what you guys have gone through, what would you change if you knew that this moment was not going to happen? Because anything you change in your past wouldn't have put you in front of each other. You wouldn't be here today. And they said, nothing. So you've got to look at the bumps and the bruises and the downsides with the same blessing that you look at the really good thing that's happened to you, because all of those add up to this moment. And I'll finish that thought by saying, you know, I believe we are all, whether we know it or not, we're working for a single moment in our lives. And it's a conversation that we've not had yet. And it's a conversation that we're going to have with ourselves the last moment before we pass, where money means nothing. No matter what you've accumulated, it means nothing. Time has no value. All you have is left is this conversation where you're going to look back on your life and you're going to say, did I live a fearless life? Was I afraid because of some strange thing that happened? Did I stop? Did I stumble? Was I afraid? You know, could I have changed the world had I just had it to do over again? And I think that if we think about that conversation, like constantly, we'll align ourselves to that North Star. We'll align ourselves to that sort of vanishing point. And we will be able, the answers will happen. I think the things that happen to you in life, you will see them with the blessings that you should see them in, even if they're horrible. You know, I missed my mother's death, you know, because I was off partying somewhere. You know, would I change that? I really wish I didn't do that. But at the end of the day, you and I wouldn't be talking right now if I made that right turn instead of the left, you know? So it allows us to look at the things that are happening in our life. If we take that longer term sort of vanishing point of view, and we're allowed to fail and we're allowed to succeed, and they weigh the same. It just doesn't matter. What matters is your momentum. What matters is you keep pushing. And at the end of the day, you know, you look back on your life after that conversation and say, it was a good one.
Do you find yourself thinking about the realities of death in that way often? Is that something that has always driven you?
Yeah, well, at this age, yeah, you know, I was in Sydney with my family 6 years ago, and we don't see each other often because my son's an Australian citizen, my other son's a San Francisco citizen, and, you know, we're down here in LA. And so to get together is really, really very rare. And it was a beautiful night. I mean, we were laughing. We were having a great time. I was walking across the street in Sydney. I hit the center line and I had a stroke.
Wow.
And we went from the joy of the moment to ambulances and then you think that the lesson there, by the way, is that you never know when you're going to go, right? I mean, so enjoy you never know when you're going to go. And that is definitely a lesson. I mean, I was in a hospital for 3 days, took a couple of months to recover. But what I do remember most of all was not the stroke, but the joy that I was feeling on the first half of the walk across the street. And if you're gonna leave this planet, what a great time to leave. Can I replicate that moment as much as I can in every aspect of my life? Because I don't know when that lightning bolt's gonna hit me again. We never know where the end is. What are we waiting for? You know, enjoy it now. Provide that lineage, understand that vanishing point whenever it comes, and just make sure that whatever you're doing in this moment is true to that. And I think we'll be good. I think we'll be okay.
I love the perspective that perspective is actually always there for us. You know, anyone can contemplate that, I think. And that's why it's such a haunting, the confrontation with our own death is such a pervasive kind of feeling because we all do have that perspective ultimately of what matters and what doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's our choice. And that's the end of the day, we all have choices. We choose how do we perceive life. We choose how we perceive ourselves. These are all choices, and nobody's blocking us from pure joy. It's just us.
Yeah, which is like both a blessing and a curse, right? We have all the power to change it, and we also are the ones that create it. And self-responsibility is such a big part of that. You mentioned to me when I saw you in Melbourne that you've never had a wrong turn with investment. That's a very, I would say, rare experience of investing. Is there a magical kind of formula that you think has underpinned that streak?
Well, I don't know if it's intelligence or it's just luck at this point, but I have, everything that I've invested in had very little to do with the company and had everything to do with the tribe. And I found that you're much more patient with the tribe, with the fellow tribe person, so there have been companies that look like they just were getting tired and didn't look like they were going to make it. And you step in and you invest more and you build them up and you support them and give them a chance to breathe a little bit. And so they can go off and start, continue on their mission. It's worked. So I think if you took it from the point of view of a, typical investment, that it's all about the money, I think I probably would have lost money in these same people because I wouldn't have been there to support them. And but they're still going, and we've done pretty well with them. So fingers crossed. If they all crash and burn, we'll have a different conversation a year from now. But so far, so good.
I can't see that. Yeah, I can't see or feel that happening. But there's a beautiful sentiment there, which I hope everyone can hear and take note of. Again, the space for the human. Even when you're on a downturn or a difficult moment, there's an opportunity with love and patience for that to come back around and be turned into even more success. So the overall theme of this talk was the using privilege, the power of privilege positively. And I think everything that we've touched on is a component of this, being more generous with what we have in our leadership and being far more altruistic and human-centered in the way we approach teams, missions, life, relationships. But is there a specific perspective there when it comes to understanding your own privilege, or one's privilege, anyone watching this, and how to use that in a more positive way?
Yeah, I think it's not any secret, if you're watching this anyway, that I'm white and I'm male. And I'm also straight, and I'm also Christian born, and I'm also able-bodied. In the United States, I was born with the royal flush. You were not born with the same privilege that I have. If you were Black and in a wheelchair, you were born with significantly less privilege. And what does that even mean? The privilege, and why is it so controversial? And it's to me, it's like this hill we climb, and we all want to get to the top. Or this marathon we're running and we all want to get to the finish line. I'm so proud of the fact that I've done what I've done, and I want to apologize for my privilege. I was born with it, and I can't give it up. I can't change some of this stuff. But, I have to acknowledge that when I'm at the end of my marathon and I'm exhausted, I'm laying on the ground and I'm panting and I'm like so proud of myself that I finished. I've gotten to my goal that I only started 2 miles ago. Nicole, you started 12 miles ago and I beat you. And, and that's, well, then shame on you. You should have run faster. And the acknowledgement of the privilege is not, it's the acknowledgement of opportunity. And I was born poor, but that didn't matter. Not only am I white, straight, able-bodied, Christian-born male, I'm also tall. I also, in this country, I don't have an accent. I've got a full head of hair. There's all kinds of things that, aces, that I've got in my sleeves that actually add up to this privilege that I have. And if you don't think you have the privilege, when people say, oh, Kelly's successful, they look at me and they say, well, yeah, that's what success looks like. I had an employee, who's this Black gentleman, really, it's ex-basketball player. He was just this really dynamic, strong person. And I had a meeting with an investment banker, and this white man that came and looked like me. He was wearing a $10,000 suit and a $50,000 watch. And he came in with this other gentleman, this Black gentleman, who was wearing a $10,000 suit and a $50,000 watch. And my friend, my employee, came up to me and he goes, oh my God, how did that guy get that job? I want that job. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, the Black guy over there. I want his job. So the white guy works for him, Cody. He's the boss. It never occurred to Cody that was the dynamic. What a shame that is. Little girls look up to what? Male leaders? Little girls look up to they don't see what they can be. and we've got to change that. By the way, this whole F5 thing is just not about funding women. It's a generational approach. We've got to teach little girls, that they can be whatever they want to be, and they won't be it if they can't see it.
Yeah.
And so I probably forgot what your question was out of this whole thing, but about the privilege, look, I've done well with it. It was hard. And there are people in my position who, if you talk to them about the privilege, get very defensive.
Yeah.
And how incredibly unfair it is when I busted my ass and I risked everything and I made money and I'm finally a success, that you say that somebody gave this to me. Nobody gave this to me, and they're right. But what they have to acknowledge is that the opportunity was there for them where it's not for other people. And what do you do with that privilege? You have to make sure that the people that don't have the same opportunity, that you give them the opportunity the best you can, that you reach down and you help them up. In my lifetime, if you're a female, in my lifetime, you could never aspire to be more than an executive assistant. If you were Black, you weren't allowed to sit on the bus with me or at the diner. In my lifetime, if you were gay, you'd be jailed, maybe killed. This is in my lifetime. You can't think that you do not have an opportunity advantage when in my generation, we've experienced all of this. And you see it in the statistics. There's not a study that you can find that says things are equal. So let's not wait for the law to do it. If I'm fortunate enough to be in a position of privilege, let's spread it around a little bit. And I'll tell you what, it feels a whole lot better than hoarding it.
Yeah. Understanding the importance of literal representation, being able to see examples in the world that you can aspire to be like. I think the sentiment there in leadership, if you're a leader watching this and you have or maybe you don't consider yourself a leader, but you have a position, opportunities in your life to demonstrate something that could be so transformative for someone who's behind you to look up to. I think that's such a powerful thing to know and understand how much that can and will change the world. Definitely, I related so much to what you were just sharing in my own way. Growing up, I didn't ever really see representations of me in the media. And we don't realize always, that the ways in which that can create isolation, a lack of confidence, the ways that can manifest. And nothing brings me more joy than knowing there might be a younger girl that can look up to me and see herself in me, and there's a representation in the world that wasn't there before. That is such a motivating idea and thing to understand about your influence and impact and leadership. So I wanted to echo that because I think it was a very powerful point.
Can I say something you said as people who are, leaders? Leadership is not something you attain. Leadership is something you are. Every single human on this planet has leadership qualities. We're either leading a friend, or we're leading a community, or we're leading a business, or we're just leading a bunch of people walking down the street. We all have the ability to positively influence, and that's leadership. And once we recognize our own leadership qualities, I think that's when we start to blossom. And so I would advise anybody who's listening to don't think leadership is an attainable goal. You already have it. Just dig deep for it and figure out, the leadership is that sense of humility, or that empathy, or that charity, or that smile. And you will change the world. And that's a leadership quality. Just understand we all have this, and and we should tap into that as much as we possibly can. Yeah.
So many people just don't think it makes a difference. This is what I want everyone watching this to break through, if this is present in your world. Like, I'll give an example. A few years ago, there was a little kid in a convenience store that my friends and I were walking past, and the two parents were fighting and being relatively verbally abusive to this kid, and the kid ran out. And my impulse was to get down and to meet the kid on his level. It's about maybe 3 or 4, and my friends grabbed me and said, "What are you doing? You don't want to get involved in this. What can you do anyway? What are you going to take the kid with you?" And I said to them, it's not about whether or not I rescue this kid and take them with me right now. It's that kid being validated in that moment and having a perspective outside of the dynamic that he was in with his parents, to know that wasn't okay. that someone in the world sees and validates what they're feeling.
Yeah.
That's the moment of opportunity to make change. I might not be able to take the kid away from his parents right now, but I can validate and acknowledge that experience when his parents aren't able to see that that there's a very real impact on that child's feelings. And that was, I think, a real light bulb moment for them. But that's an example of how we tend to think sometimes, that we don't act when we can take a stand for what is right or wrong, because we are thinking, well, I can't make ultimate change here, so I won't make any change. And so then no change happens.
Well, and it's that butterfly effect. It's the old man on the bus, it's the who knows if you'd have sat down with that child and just given him a hug.
Yeah.
Look, I remember my father being yelled at by the boss at an age that I can't even remember how young I was, and it changed my life.
Yeah.
Who knows? One little act of kindness, I think, is pretty powerful, and it's generational.
Don't bystand, those moments. It's not, you might not know how to solve the whole problem, all of the systemic problems that we're up against, but you're stepping into that leadership, being a demonstration in a moment and standing for what is, right.
Yeah.
Has such a powerful way of creating change that you won't even sort of know about, because people have watched you and drawn strength from that action.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, so good. Kelly, thank you so much. Are there sort of final reflections that you want to bring to this conversation on unity?
Well, I think you pulled everything out of me. I have no more knowledge. That's it.
Well, that's good. That's a good interview.
No, but I do think that at the end of the day, it's really, we tend to overcomplicate this. This stuff is easy, but over year after year after year, with all the blows and all the slings and arrows we take and all the things we're supposed to be, we know what we're supposed to be. We probably know when we're at birth. That if we just kind of sat back and really got to the essence of who we are and the impact we can make. If everybody did that, if everybody just looked at things, this choice we have, it's a simple choice. We either look at it negatively or we look at it positively. We choose that. If everybody just made that little adjustment to look at everything positively, if everybody in the world did that at the same time, it'd be over. It would be amazing. And simple changes. So I think that we tend to read a lot of books and we tend to ask a lot of questions. We tend to, at the end of the day, the answer is inside you, and it's very simple. Choose the positive. And love out loud, choose love. It's an easy choice, and it's the simplest thing you're going to do. Don't overcomplicate it.
That's right. Thank you so much, Kelly. How can anyone watching who wants to maybe know more about any of your companies, initiatives, funds, you personally, books that you've written, you've just finished a book, please let us know how we can support and engage.
Yeah, I mean, you can look me up on LinkedIn if you guys would post that link. And I'm happy to chat with anybody. I'm heading into retirement. I got time.
I can't imagine that happening, even if that's what you're saying is happening, but we'll see.
It's not really. I'm trying to declutter so that I can reclutter. And it's a lot of overlap. Happy to sit down with anybody. Really am.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much.
All right, Nick. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Of course.
Bye-bye.
Hey, we're going to go to a 5-minute break. Let me check. Yes, 5-minute break before we go into a session, the final session of the day with Dr. Kaushik Ram, who we're going to explore the mechanics of unconscious bias. This is going to be good. Kaushik Ram is a neuroscientist, so it's going to be a very specific lens into this conversation. Very technical lens, but the very awesome thing about Dr. Ram is he had a heart awakening several years ago, which created an obsession, borderline fascination with the heart. And so part of his pursuit, and where we have fallen in love with each other's missions, is to help people understand the science of the heart, not just the mind. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the session. In the meantime, go and let Kelly know how much you enjoyed his session, and we'll see you in just a sec. All right, we are back. This is the final session of the day. So what a way to end the day, by the way. That was very phonetic. Let me formally introduce Kaushik Ram, Dr. Kaushik Ram, a neuroscientist, another warrior of love. And the session title, which I think is really epic, especially considering we've had people like Melinda talk today on everything that she spoke about and some of the talks yesterday, the neuroscience of systemic unconscious bias. So not your run-of-the-mill neuroscientist, Dr. Kaushik Ram. Several years ago, Dr. Ram had an experience of his heart quite literally bursting open and awakened him to the intelligence of the human heart. Since then, he has become obsessed with marrying the mind and the heart, inspiring others to relinquish the controls of the mind and following the true path of love. I'm so excited to dig into how confirmation bias makes it near impossible for others who share different views to be heard by us, and how the ego structures can block us from experiencing our true individual and collective potential. With that, let's take a deep dive into our global affairs running through the lens of neuroscience with love, welcoming Dr. Ram into the Global Unity Summit. Dr. Kaushik Ram, let us know you're online. Can see you in there. So just turning on your camera when you're ready. There you are. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Nicole.
Hello. Have you been tuning in?
Yeah, I tuned in a little bit yesterday, and it's been a beautiful day here in Bondi. So I've been actually outside.
That's my plan after this talk, but I'm more excited for this talk than I am for the beach, which says a lot. So, Kaushik, I just gave you an introduction before you jumped on, your background as a neuroscientist and a bit of context around how your heart awakening actually created somewhat, I would say, of a mutual obsession that I share with understanding how to marry the mind and the heart. And what a perspective to bring into this conversation of systemic unconscious bias, because I definitely feel that until we learn how to hold space in our heart, the willingness to hear others' viewpoints that are different to us, that believe different things, that put us into a state of cognitive dissonance or discomfort emotionally or threaten our security, all of that becomes so much harder, I think, when we don't have an anchoring, in the heart, which is so much more boundless, right, in its capacity and intelligence. So I would love to begin there. How has, as a neuroscientist, awakening to the heart's intelligence given you a superpower that perhaps you didn't have access to before?
That is a very powerful question. In fact, the way I see it is without the intelligence of the heart, there is no knowing at all. So everything that gives me perspective in science is originating from the heart, which is kind of contradictory in itself, because when you look at it from a scientific point of view, you're looking at it from data, analytics, logical thinking, rationality, critical thinking. All of these things are very analytical ways of viewing the world. But what gives you that milieu to begin with is the space that is coming from the heart. It's that presence, it's that state that pervades all thought. And so without it, all of this analytical space would not be able to function properly. In fact, we would not be able to have an open discussion, a discussion where we hold trust in each other, a discussion where we're able to challenge each other. Because even if we look at the brain itself, the brain holds internal models, internal representations of the world. And each time we get challenged, each time we admit defeat, that model gets updated. And if we cannot admit defeat, if we cannot allow ourselves, allow our ego to be shattered, then our internal model remains the same and you get stuck in a standard viewpoint.
So valuable, and I think that there's a conversation here around compassion for the way our minds actually mechanically build. So because there's been a lot of different thought leaders that have spoken or touched on the threat that not becoming aware about unconscious bias now is in a landscape of rapidly growing technology. So if there's bias, to the degree that there's bias right now and an incapacity to listen, as exponential technology increases, then that bias is also increasing, and we're going to start to live inside these echo chambers. Our mental models aren't going to be exposed to new ways of thinking. And this is where I think, the power of the heart is the antidote in so many ways, because the heart's going to continue to lead you in totally unreasonable directions, directions that don't make any sense to the mind, directions that completely eradicate what you thought to be true about the world. And let's go into, the mechanics of that, the science of that.
Yeah. So as you know, the biology is a very stable system that has existed for more than 4 million years in human form, but even more in a generic animal form. So it's the same basic biology that operates in a fish, as does in a lizard, as does in a four-legged beast, as does in two-legged human beings. And that primitive biology, we kind of look at it as if it's primitive or ancestral or some form of like reptilian brain. But to me, it's quite the contrary. It has had the longest period of evolution if we look at our biological history. And so, in fact, it is the most sophisticated part of our brain. But we start hitting heads when only one part of that biology is active, which is the fight or flight mode. And that's the survival threat. And if you look at the evolution of the brain, that hindbrain structure, which is pretty much the brainstem regulating all of our organ systems, and the midbrain structure, which includes the amygdala, insula, which is monitoring our internal state, these two levels of operation is very much primordial. When someone is threatened, their posture changes, they sort of close up. This is protecting your internal organs. We're not protecting our heads, we're protecting our hearts. This is so generic. Any animal would do this. If you pet a dog, it immediately rolls on its back and exposes its, chest or tummy, so you can, scratch it. That is heart opening. It's generic in every single thing that has a vertebrate. And so in conversation, what we're working with is higher level cognition, which is part of the two cerebral cortices. And the threat response is exactly the same. What we've fabricated is something called a mind. And in ancient scriptures, we call it Maya, or Maya translates directly into illusion. So we have fabricated a false reality, which is the internal models that I was talking about. And these false models gets updated using feedback from what is around us. And so as that model updates, we get a better and better grasp of reality. Imagine when we were kids and we're testing reality, we were testing thought, we were testing what is the limit to our physical capability, our mental capability. So those were all updates in the internal model. And it does not stop. It does not stop at childhood. Like, this is a forever updating reality. And when we feel threatened, we try to protect the internal model, or we try to protect the illusion or the ego. And so the people feel it the most when they're asked to go up on stage, and suddenly you can't hide the fact that you have a self-identity, and that is completely exposed. That's why a lot of people's number one fear is being on stage, is because their identity is suddenly exposed.
Yeah.
And so this is, in many ways, even in a conversation, when two people are having conversation and someone hits that emotional arousal, that fight or flight state, then they literally go into fight or flight. And, you know, in the fight mode, they're aggressive, or they're trying to force an opinion and things like that. Or if they're in the flight mode, they're trying to defend themselves or even flee from that conversation. It's the flight mode. And so in extreme circumstances, such as domestic violence, it can also go into the freeze mode, where we go into this catatonic state where we reduce down to our very basic responses, which is protecting our organs and, yeah, just in a complete vegetative state, which is shutting down of our cognition. So who enters that free state, it's very difficult to communicate anything verbally because higher cognition is literally shut down. So at that point, nonverbal communication becomes perhaps the only way you can get through. So all of these things, yeah.
Which is like touch. What is the best way in communicating with someone who's entered that state?
Touch is perhaps the simplest way and also the most powerful way. So in these cases, just keeping it simple is the best approach. And touch can be quite threatening. If you're working with someone who has post-traumatic stress disorder, giving a hug to them feels threatening because they don't feel safe in their own body. Someone who has anxiety does not feel safe in their own mind. So these are circumstances where if your own nervous system isn't calm and relaxed, and if you touch someone with aggression or anger, it can exacerbate that. So it's not just touch, it is the ability to regulate your own nervous system and transmit that through touch.
So when we look at the collective sort of experience that we're having, which is manifesting, maybe not to this extreme, perhaps in some instances to this extreme, but definitely a defensiveness towards positionality. You know, we've got a lot of polarity that's manifesting, which, you know, from higher mind, maybe some of us can look at it and be like, well, it sort of has to reach the nth degree of polarization before we fully recognize the opportunity to unify. And at the same time, we can't be complacent or apathetic about it. We have to be aware and conscious and involved and understand the ways in which polarity is manifesting in our own consciousness. You know, when someone is exposed to a variance of belief, uncomfortable conversations, what their responsibility, what our individual responsibility is in that, how we can expand ourselves through that discomfort. But yeah, maybe let's begin with your kind of viewpoint or philosophy of what we're experiencing collectively, especially over the past couple of years, as it relates to this conversation.
It is absolutely essential to create a strong self-identity, which by default creates polarity. The problem becomes when that polarity is created by the ego. So the starting point really is the dissolution of the ego, to the point where we lose our identity, we lose ourselves, we go into that place of absolute despair. and find that overwhelming will to survive. And from that place, we reconstruct a new self-identity, one that is aligned with our own hearts. And at that point, when you enter the world and you have polarizing views, because you're not orienting yourself from the mind, but instead coming from a space of love, it is not met with the same resistance as someone coming from the mind. And these are the steps that you cannot skip. It is part of everyone's internal journey. And so as a society, what we are finding is that not many people are looking inwards. They are very much focused on the external, and so much so that when a new idea does come through, instead of looking at it critically and analyzing it from different perspectives, we go straight onto news or social media and see what everyone else is thinking. And then we use that as our opinion based on our political orientation or any other political identity that might be, trending at the moment. So that is not the way to formulate your self-identity. That is a hive mind, that is a hive mentality, and it is far from who you are. So each person, unless they go deep within themselves and challenge themselves, like when I was hitting heads against my own thoughts, part of me was dying in the process. Part of my identity was dying in the process. Part of me was grieving the fact that I was losing parts of my identity, and with it, friendships, connection to family, connection to career. Like all of that was being tested and all of it fell apart. And now I'm respected more by the scientific community.
Yeah.
And it's, I do have PhD students coming up to me and saying, how did you do that? It's inspiring an entirely new generation, which is trying to find their own identity. They're not going to professors who are, 10, 20 years ahead of them, because that was a legacy paradigm. And so it is, if you are to be a leader, then you have to go through this process and create a strong self-identity. And it will be polarizing, but that's the price we have to pay in this modern world.
I love how complementary this is to what our last speaker, Kelly Kimball, was just speaking to in leadership. The discovery of our true self-identity, and I think it's a complex question, because our identity is also ever-changing, right? And we need to be willing to relinquish identity as well. So this tension that exists between, being so willing to invest everything into developing a strong sense of personal identity, but simultaneously being willing at any moment to completely let it go and let it die, so that it's not controlling us, so that we're not showing up in the world with defense or feeling like there's something we need to protect. How to manage that tension?
Isn't love a paradox? And this is, you've highlighted something so powerful, because when you do form a strong self-identity, like for myself, I'm very strong and clear with my viewpoints, and it is polarizing. But similar to how I challenge my own thoughts, I challenge my thoughts with other people as well, not to come to a disagreement or an argument, but to get to a point where if they happen to change my mind, that is a miracle, because it's not just changing my mind, it's changing my heart, it is changing my worldview. And so I'm always testing my ideas and testing other people. And it can be very challenging, very confrontational if you do not know how to manage your own state. And, in heated arguments, people at a certain point do hit a wall. And if they have got nothing left to argue with, then it becomes a personal attack. And that's when things do go downhill. But if you are able to regulate your internal state, you can go further with these arguments. You can go further with testing your own ideas. And it's that constant updating of that keeps you on track, because it's not a stagnant state, but a state that is in moment to moment flux. So, and another example of this is when people do come into confrontational situations, they might have formulated based on the Intel model, based on the feedback that they've received, like, this is what I'll say, this is the strategy, this is how I'm going to argue against this point. And when they walk away, they start overthinking that, oh, I should have said this, I should have said that. But when you're coming from the heart, because it creates this environment where you're not really coming from thought, but thought is self-assembling in the moment to surprise you, to blow your own mind. And you walk away going, wow, I can't believe we had this miracle moment. It is, and you walk away so much more fulfilled because your own mind surprised you, rather than walking away thinking that, you lost an argument, or you didn't say this, or you didn't say that, right? None of that even operates when you're coming from the heart.
Being able to be, simultaneously strong and in your power, and open-minded and gracious and humble. I definitely think those two ideas have been seen to be so contradictory in so many people's minds. If you're strong and powerful, then you will railroad anyone that comes close to you, and with brute force, you will defend your position. And yet, the spiritual truth for any warrior that's walked the path of the heart knows that it's the gentlest touch that has the most impact and power. You can be so strong and so self-assured, but so open simultaneously, and that's actually catalyzes strength. When you're not in defense, all of your energy can actually go to presence and self-certainty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in a world where we do have this cancel culture, it does provide this open loop feedback, where instead of getting direct emotional feedback, we take offense at something, and that just keeps that loop open instead of closing it.
Yeah.
And so I think as a point of evolution, a point of cultural evolution, what is happening is there's a lot of unresolved things from open looped offense. I'm just coming up with this in the moment, so it's just where my mind is going. It's the fact that if you just cancel something that remains unresolved, and that state of being unresolved accumulates,
that energy doesn't go anywhere. It hasn't been processed. And it's such a it's such a I guess unsophisticated way of dealing with problems, and and it's because our capacity to handle the complexity of life, I think, has become more and more limited because we're ingesting so much information, and people's, I think, idea of that is, well, we're more knowledgeable than ever before, but we need to meaning make somehow. And I don't know if you've noticed this, Kaushik, but one of the things I've noticed as a symptom of this information overload has become an oversimplification of the world. In order to try and handle and deal with how much influx there is all the time, there's this, I mean, you might be able to explain this in a more scientific sense, but I see it as this like mechanism where it's so tempting to just put things in really widespread categories. You know, this is that, rather than really being willing to meet the complexity of circumstances, you know, and these radical generalizations that if you're on the left side of politics, it means you're this, this, and this. If you're, you know, if you're in this kind of position of privilege, it must mean you're this, this, and this. And although that helps us understand and meaning make and feel safe in the world, what's the cost of not being willing to really journey into the complexities and meet life with that level of sophistication, you know, and nuance and subtlety that I think these conversations not only deserve, but actually require if we're going to progress culturally. You know, what is progress as a society? Is progressiveness, you know, and the radicalization of progressiveness to the point that we want to completely break up with any tradition has its own massive amounts of risk, you know, to completely neglect where society has come from, value structures, principles. We might not decide collectively that it's a good idea to take all of them with us, but there's got to be a level of discourse, right? Not just a Control-Alt-Delete because of unprocessed pain or an absence of acknowledgement that's existed in the past.
Yeah, this is such a deep conversation because you're absolutely right. We have to address that complexity. And when we say address that complexity, it is actually having a conversation with someone. It doesn't matter what political views they have or where they're coming from, to have a meaningful conversation to the point where it seems as if you are in communion with God, because you start to experience God in another. And this is not how people communicate. They take elements of people's identity and they associate the conversation with an identity. And it falls short of actually truly seeing someone, and therefore it's not complexity that you're seeing, it's them that you're seeing, and the full acceptance of what you're experiencing. And so without that,
there's got to be a willingness there though, right? Just to pause, I think there's got to be a willingness that each of us cultivate to be with what might seem like complexity, because the temptation, I think, in this culture that we've created of cancel culture, of having everything on demand, is it feels exhausting, you know, to be with the fullness of another human being, to be with the fullness of an important conversation, that the temptation to shortcut, you know, and really it's us running away from our own experience of God, right? Which is so immense and it's so life-changing. And when we actually come into union with that, we can't help but be transformed. You know, you will die again and again and again in that experience. So to truly face that, you know, in the mirror of another sentient being, and to be willing to be present with it, I think you first have to recognize the patterns of avoidance, of disassociation, the things that the generalizations, where they're actually coming from. Because I would say that the fundamental lack of presence is coming from you running away, you know, from the fullness of you. Can you really love fully and accept the person you see in the mirror? You know, can you come back to a state of total wholeness? Can you meet yourself through the lens of God? You know, what does that bring up for you? And is it so uncomfortable that what that's creating for you unconsciously is a rejection of all others that you are in relationship with that manifests as these generalizations? Using identity as a shortcut to relate and find commonality rather than the fullness of what a connection truly is.
So powerful, Nicole. It's yeah, exactly as you express. And in fact, when it comes to identity, there's almost a like the level to which information has become so ubiquitous is it's the dissolution of individual identity itself, because we are aligning to higher forms of identity, which is, a medical identity or a political identity or a educational identity. So all of this is creating a way in which people are relating, which is completely devoid of soul.
Yeah.
And in a way, there's certain things, for example, that I've experienced in the last 2 or 3 years, where everyone became an expert in medicine, and everyone had their own thoughts about medicine. And when I shared things about medicine from 20 years experience in the industry, it didn't land because what I found truly shocking was said by millions of other people. And so the shock factor of truth was diluted by that oversharing of the same information. And so it never landed, because you say something truly shocking, which if people were hearing this for the first time, they would go, oh my God, is that true? But because it has been said over and over again so many times, people are like, nah, I'll be fine. Like, we've heard that before. It doesn't really land anymore. So
do you think that that's saturation, or do you think that there's also a level of, personal conviction from the messenger? Like, if the messenger shows up and they're fully convicted, would people still be able to dismiss, the power of it?
That is the problem, actually, because sometimes the people who speak the loudest are so far from the truth. And this is the perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where the level of confidence is the highest when you first come across new information. And as you start learning that new information, you realize the more you know, the less you actually know. And so your confidence starts dropping. And eventually it starts to rise when you become competent in that field. And so with competence comes compassion as well, because you've done that journey. And so you're not screaming from the top of the world saying, I know new information. You're acting more compassionately, and people take this as weakness, or you're not screaming as loud as the other person. And the person who's screaming loudest is, the one who's most confident. And people see that as truth rather than someone with massive competence, but so much compassion.
I needed to hear that. So thank you. I think that there's so much wisdom in that. I just, what a powerful thing to understand, that when you're exposed to something that changes your life, you're in this heightened state. And of course, with that comes an inflated sense of confidence, because your paradigm, it almost, and rightly so in a way, because it's enlightening, right? You have this moment of enlightenment when you come across an idea, a philosophy, a truth that transforms your inner world. And yet the more you journey into that, the more you recognize how insignificant you are in the level of thinking, because there have been, leaders and prophets and experts that have given this tens of thousands, millions, billions more hours of thought than you, and that you're just at the beginning. You're an embryo on that journey, and of course, then the humility will start to kick in, and the efforting. And I was just reflecting on my own journey, Kaushik. I definitely can see that in my journey, that moments of awakening and enlightenment, perhaps similar to you, like completely transformational, transcendent experiences, gave me access, these peak experiences, to a state of consciousness, which I know is available to all. But life has definitely had a way of humbling me back down and forcing me then to take every single step so that the foundational integrity is there, and I can actually maintain that state and support others on their journey properly, rather than just, maybe speaking the message, actually being able to show people the steps in a very patient, loving, and compassionate way.
You summed up what I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, which is the complete desolation of the ego and the reconstruction of it. And you say it best, it takes decades to even manufacture a new self-identity.
Yeah.
And it comes through that process of so much confidence being evaporated and being humbled, and then the reconstruction of that. That is so beautifully said, Nicole.
I think this is so relevant for people to hear in the modern world, is because there's so many outlets that I think give people a false sense of accomplishment. You can post a video on TikTok and it gets tens of thousands of views and you feel accomplished, but the effort, right? The reality is that video took you a minute, and TikTok did all the work for you. It chose the song, it put everything in the thing, and and then you're getting all of this recognition. And I think the risk in that, more than anything, and I've seen this happen to my own friends that I've seen fall down the vortex of TikTok and Instagram algorithms, is they're not really understanding that something's true value is a direct result of the energy and intent put into it. That mastery can't be shortcut. To really give the due diligence, the hard yards, the patience, to sit with the frustration of learning, of being a beginner at something, of having to face yourself in the mirror of the masters of whatever your pursuit is. All of these are such important parts of not only mastery, but the human experience, to really come into ourselves and to know thyself. We've got to go through those steps. And I think naturally, as it relates to the conversation on unconscious bias, when you really walk that path with sincerity, you will automatically, I think, have those unconscious biases revealed to you, because you're humbled every step of the way. There's not a lot of opportunity if you're meeting, maybe it's the yoga mat every single day, and it will show you how you've treated your body, the thoughts you've thought, the food that you've eaten, the amount of alcohol that you've drunk. All of that is going to be revealed to you. There's no hiding if you have the consistency of that practice. Just like if you've treated yourself amazingly and you've thought compassionately and you've hydrated well, that will also be represented in your practice. Same with meditation, same with writing a book, same with any pursuit, which is asking you to be consistent. I think it's really here that we find that the essence of what you're speaking to.
Yeah, and I want to give a neuroscience perspective to that as well, in terms of where we headed as humanity with short form content and consistency, and this trend that is happening with the diminishing of attention. So personally, knowing everything that I know about neuroscience, I refuse to watch short form content. I don't watch Reels. I don't have TikTok. It's just something I actually don't have enough brain cells for that content. And the reason being is that,
You'll eat them up, that's for sure.
yeah, it's this algorithm has tapped into that dopamine pathway to the point where it is creating dopamine depletion in your brain. And so every time you have an emotional hit, the dopamine system or the reward system in the brain is exhausted, it's depleted. And so you need another hit to replenish it. And each time you do that, the dopamine deficiency in the brain increases. So for me, the content that I produce takes so much longer. It takes me a month to produce a YouTube video. And that month is dedicated to research. And not only am I researching the subject, but I'm also researching the camera work and everything creative to go with that. Yeah. And so the craftsmanship of a new video, it would have taken me a month to do. And the dopamine release and that time is generated through the pursuit. And the result of that isn't immediate. The YouTube video gets views consistently over 5, 10, 15 years. I have videos that I've put up that are getting views 7 years after I've uploaded it. So the gratification isn't instant. It is actually very dangerous to have quick fix emotional hits. And the brain wasn't wired like that. To put it into a biological perspective, when men went to hunt, they would pursue a beast for days. And by the time they made their kill, they would be exhausted. And then they would have to skin, gut, and carry that back to village. And in that process, when they bring it home and it is prepared by the women, and that whole process, if they're cooking under the earth, it might take another 18 hours. And by the time you have a feast from that beast, like 3-4 days have passed, and the energy that you put into what you do is replenished by the food. So that whole process, it wasn't immediate. It wasn't a quick fix. It was the process that made it so beautiful.
And that you learn,
Exactly.
There has to be a value, not just on the recognition, but on the learning, on the path. In fact, that has to become the core, I think, of what we value in order for our world to return to this wisdom, because it is wisdom, right? It's like, and I think the manifestation of where tech wants to take us into this metaverse world where we can be an avatar and none of our imperfection have to be revealed. The spiritual consequence of that, the cost to what it really means to be human, and the beauty in the struggle, the beauty in the efforting, the beauty in the craftsmanship. All of this is so important. I mean, most religions have a version of become enlightened, chop wood, carry water. You want to put in effort when you really understand what this experience is, the gift that we've been given from God, to experience all that we get to experience on this earthly plane, and how we rid ourselves of that when we're just fixated on the gratification, on the dopamine hit, on the acknowledgement we get from others, and not actually the journey.
It's an interesting one with traditional scriptures speaking of enlightenment, because they almost put it on a pedestal of it cannot be achieved. And to be honest, I personally have experienced that. And the saying may have been true: before you are enlightened, you chop wood, carry water. After you're enlightened, you chop wood, carry water. But it's not been true for me. When before enlightenment, and I I have no hesitation saying the word that, yeah, like when I had my near-death experience, I experienced enlightenment. I experienced God. So after that, my life was never the same. I didn't go back to chop wood, carry water. Like before that, someone had turned the light off on magic. After that, everything became magical. Like my life had meaning, my life had purpose. It just expanded so cataclysmically that like I cannot even recognize my life before. Like
to me, when I hear that, that wisdom, though, it's not that life will remain dull. It's that the way we can meet the simplicity of life is filled with a richness that wasn't there before. That we can see the leaf growing on the tree and be overcome with love and reverence for God. That we can watch a sunset and all of a sudden we're crying when before we were too busy looking at our phones. We're awake to the simplicity and we're reverent to the simplicity that was always there, but we were never able to fully embrace or experience in its wholeness. That's what I understand that to be, that it's a meeting more deeply of what always was.
Beautifully put.
Because if we can't appreciate that, it's not in that cataclysmic change and shift that you experience, your capacity to be present with life accelerated, expanded. Your capacity to experience joy and therefore want to create, you're meeting the simplicity of this moment in an entirely new way with a deeper gratitude, I'm assuming, for what always was there. And I think that that's a really important thing to understand to anyone listening, maybe on the pursuit of finding more meaning in this world. You don't get anything that wasn't already there, I don't believe. I think it's that you learn to be present more so with what was always there, but you didn't have the eyes to see it.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And in fact, everything that was there is amplified. And I experienced the height of it when I was writing my book, Living in a Cave in Thailand. Because when you are in nature demands your presence.
Yeah.
So I think this is what people feel when they return to nature, maybe for a weekend hike. Suddenly they're off technology and just being present with nature, all your senses are heightened. The sense of smell, sight, sound, everything is working synergistically with that moment. And so you are very present. And that's completely different to living in nature for an extended period of time, because all your biological patterns start to reset. And even like a leaf falling off a tree has meaning. It shows you the direction of the wind. Every step that you take, you stepped on a twig. Maybe this twig is for kindling that night. Everything acquires meaning. And I would not have had that experience if I wasn't connected with myself. I would have brought my city existence into nature. And it would have been in direct conflict with living in harmony with nature. And when we think about our relationship with technology, this is the nature of the modern world. And it is a fabricated artificial nature that is not synergistic with our biology. In fact, it takes us away from our own biology, while nature brings us back. So it's really important to see where we are going with this, because for me personally, my entire business infrastructure runs on technology, but technology is working for me rather than me being manipulated by technology. So it gives me all the time, all the freedom, so that I can be connected to people who mean something to me.
Which was the original promise, right? That was the original promise of technology, that it would create a greater level of access, comfortability for us, not take us further away from the very thing that it promised to give us, our freedom, our sovereignty, our time. It's an important thing to think about. That was ultimately the original promise of exponential technology, that it was going to give us more time. But how much of your time right now is being sucked into platforms, as one example?
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, it's not so much our relationship with technology, but rather our relationship with ourselves.
Totally. It's an escape.
Yeah. And so if it's like a toxic relationship, right? So if you're in a toxic relationship with a partner, like, that is very unhealthy. It completely, like, it has the possibility of destroying your life. And it's the same sort of representation with substance abuse or any other form of addiction, or the relationship you have with your own mind, with your own thoughts. So it's not just technology, it is the relationships that we harness with ourselves.
Yeah, I so agree with that. So the theme of today, specifically, Kaushik, was designing the systems of the civilization of love. Yesterday was concepting, today was designing, tomorrow was architecting. So design being the elements required. What are the elements that we require to come together to really start to then architect, engineer the civilization of love? Maybe from a neurological point of view, what are some of the elements that we need to protect? I mean, you've said protecting our dopamine, making sure that we practice a sense of delayed gratification, the risks associated with not doing that. What else can you think of, the elements that we absolutely need in order to build a more altruistic future and not enter this kind of dystopian future?
I think that's where our vision is mutual, because for me, it is establishing that connection with the heart. And I teach people how to do that scientifically. So literally inverting that brain-body axis, where we're not led by the head, but we are led from the heart. So that is, for me, the fundamental building block of a future where we actualize a civilization of love by 2030. That is the foundation, that is the groundwork. It cannot be otherwise.
This just reminded me of what Ramayan from Unify was sharing yesterday, that there is a mechanic, there's mechanics and a technology to the way that we're actually wired as a human being that so few people understand, and if you're on a journey right now to awaken your heart, if you're on a journey to feel more awakened, more enlightened, more capable, filled with greater capacity, joy, whatever that is, there actually is a pathway there. There's mechanics behind those experiences. But I think so often we get lost in the overthinking, that we're just so lost on the pathway to find these things that we inevitably then push it further away. I think that's a really powerful thing to remember. So maybe to close out, any tips for someone that is truly wanting to come more into their heart in a very practical way? What are things that they can do?
we, using neuroscience, we have within our grasps knowledge and technology that accelerates this process like never before. So a body of work that I've built my research on is around heart rate variability. And it's this moment-to-moment changes that happen in your heart rate depending on what is happening around you. And when you heighten that state, it means your nervous system is able to regulate more efficiently. It's able to establish this brain-body connection, and therefore that connection with your heart. And when your nervous system is in that regulated state, there is more endorphins in your system. There is more oxytocin in your system. You have the freedom to open your heart. You have the capacity to trust. You have that capacity to genuinely connect because the mind is not entering with its own agenda. So this is a physiological state that you can acquire using heart rate variability. And I teach it through my programs. There's so many tech tools that you can use to monitor your heart rate variability, and use things like exercise, sleep, different avenues that heighten your heart rate variability. There's so many, like nature, cold exposure, breathing techniques, all of which, if you're monitoring your heart rate variability at a trend level and you see it go increase week by week, then it's a beautiful metric, or it's the most powerful key performance indicator, or KPI, of your internal state of harmony. So this is what I would share with people to do, is find a heart rate monitor. Like for myself, I use this Aura Ring. There's the Fitbit, some technology that can show you specific measurable and tangible ways that you can heighten the state of love.
Wow, what a cool tip. I know that Tommy from our team will be loving this. He's a big fan of heart rate variability and the work of heart math as well. So yeah, just shout out to you, Tommy, because I know you're going to be loving this. That's a great tip. Really, really cool. Kaushik, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you the question that I've managed to ask most speakers, but not all. But I really am curious to hear your answer, and if it's evolved, because I remember asking you this several years ago. Your definition of unity, what that means.
It's funny, like I don't really have a definition anymore. It's it just is. And I think that's a beautiful place to be, because sometimes definitions create this wall of connection, or wall between connection, because someone might have one definition of unity, someone else might have another definition of unity. And if those do not align or collide in certain ways, then what's the point of having a definition in the first place? So for me, it's
love that.
Yeah, to not have that definition is an enormous act of trust in your own heart, to know that when you do come across someone, that instead of relating to them or to relating to their identity, you are instead on communion with God.
So good. I really, really love that. You know, definitions really by default can create division. So when it comes to unity, to throw away the need to define it, you know, I think this is also where we've gone wrong. And it's kind of the same thing with our experience of God. The overemphasis on definition has taken us away from the experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, please share.
No, yeah. And now we live in a world where people are terrified of using the word God. And societies are creating a godless culture or godless society. So I'm not defining what God is, but it is that experience that we can all connect to.
We can deny consciously, but the reality is you can't take out of you what you fundamentally are. So it's it must be interesting from God's viewpoint. It's such a radical attempt to rid ourselves of something that is, eternally within us. All I like to see that as is the polar experience of what is to come. We'll journey so deep into that attempt that the only decision left is one of total unity and union with that which we fundamentally are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, always, for gifting us with so many of your perspectives in this conversation. I've loved it. I suppose, what are some of the key takeaways that you would love to leave or maybe summarize for our listeners and viewers? And how can we support you as a community? What's latest projects, your book, businesses that we can get behind, video clips we can watch, music videos?
Yeah, so in terms of key takeaways, I think it's all related, from the dissolution of the ego to the reconstruction of it through this state of love. And when you are in that state, as we talked about heart rate variability, it's a moment to moment change. It is highly adaptable. So it's not a solidified identity, but a strong sense of self that is coming from love. And because it's from that state of love, it cannot be defined. It cannot be identified with. And this, in fact, threatens other people's identity, because they're trying to force you into a box or some way they can relate. But the people that you do truly connect with, you find that it creates this immense openness where the true magic is unlocked. So this is what I would, say the key takeaway is to not be afraid of a complete dissolution of your ego, because what happens as a result is far greater than the limitations of it. And in terms of projects, as you know, this year I've very much focused on my YouTube channel. That's been a huge journey of discovery. And one of the key things that came out of it was the thing that people are struggling with the most. And in terms of my audience, the key thing was anxiety. So I've purpose-built a program on anxiety. And I think that is one of the main things that keeps people in the ego, in the mind, and in this process of overthinking, overanalyzing, and afraid to act. So in this program, we work our way not only how to deal with anxiety, but what happens after you've overcome anxiety, because there's a whole new world that is waiting on the other side of it. So that's my new signature program that I'm offering. And also, I did release a music video a couple of years ago called Equation of Love. That's out there. My book, Hidden World, which is a a book that shares stories from a folkloric perspective. So with stories, it allows this suspension of disbelief so that truth can enter seamlessly rather than facts and figures which conflict with the ego, conflict with the mind. So that's a read that I would encourage anyone who's listening to have a look at. And of course, yeah, follow my YouTube channel where I share deep insights and continue this journey and mission of love.
So the team will post all of those links on the feed. So make sure you go and do that and let Dr. Ram know via LinkedIn or Facebook or maybe YouTube how his talk today's impacted you and how his work has impacted you. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you. I've loved this conversation. There's so many takeaways, you know, my personal perspectives have been shifted in some instances, which is a miracle as well. Yeah, so just immense gratitude.
Likewise, Nicole, and thank you so much for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure to be in communion with you.
Always, Kay, always. Much love, brother.
Likewise.
So we are coming to the end of day 2, and wow, it's been a big day, a huge richness in all of these conversations. And what I love about it is in so many of these conversations, similar themes, similar tracks from such radically different perspectives have entered the conversation today. One of the things that I'm taking away from today is, as Kelly so beautifully put it, it is so simple. And yet the human mind's need to, go into so many different facets to kind of convince ourselves and reconvince ourselves and remember these truths, is something that we can rejoice in, because having the conversation, there's a joy in simply just having the conversation. The elements of design thinking that need to come together, these understandings, all of the viewpoints that have been shared today, are the ingredients in this recipe of actualizing the civilization of love. So once again, if you want to share some of the reflections with any of the speakers, please feel free to check out the links in the live threads, jump into our WhatsApp group, jump into our Telegram, and I encourage you all to share with each other as well. Do that on whichever platform suits you. But being able to reflect on what you've learned and be witnessed in a community in declaring maybe some shifts in action that you're going to take after today because of some, hopefully enlightening moments, is all a part of the journey of really integrating this information, leading from a new place. And so on behalf of the Love Out Loud team, we love you. Tune in tomorrow. It's going to be an amazing day. If you haven't already, you can register for the summit at theglobalunitysummit.com, and that will allow you to see the lineup get sent through to your email, and also means that you'll stay connected to us for any future events that we do. We're going to have a series of conversations that are curated after this 3 days, where we invite some of these speakers back into panel discussions, debates, all sorts of things that will center very much around the feedback you give us. So just another reason to do that. All very appreciated. But if you go to theglobalunitysummit.com and register, it's going to make it a lot easier for us to directly communicate with you. So much love. Go and have an amazing rest of your day, night, morning, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow.